101 Yao said to run quickly. 9th more seeking subscription on the battlefield that had been raised to the ground by Yusuke's hair-tailed beast Jade. The body of the original Union ninja would have been burned to residue. The Bofeng Shui gate appeared again in a flash, looking at the earth where there was no trace of vitality at all. He looked at Yusuke with a shame. If I didn't react quickly just now, I used the second stage of Thunder God to transfer to the sky for the first time. I'm afraid it has already been affected. Right, ha 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 ha. The fourth generation of Liang panted with big mouths. The right arm that was used to use the plow hot knife just now was like a piece of old bacon, turning into a color like coke. It's worthy of inheriting the blood of 3 generations of Liang. Under the trick just now, he was still alive. Bofeng Shuiman was secretly surprised. Facing the tail beast Jade just now, the only method he took was to avoid it. But the 4th generation of Reikage took it heads on. Boom, and at the whistling sound broke the wind. Suddenly, Bofeng Shuiman was shocked, and immediately took off Thunder God Kunai to block it. And the person who came was Kairabi in the half-tailed beast state. It's slack, almost hit by you. Facing Kairabi whose strength far exceeds his own, Bofeng Shuiman chooses to make up for his lack of strength with speed. It turned into a flash of light and shuttled around Kairabi's body, and constantly shot new Flying Thunder God Kunai, completely trapping him in his own Flying Thunder God enchantment. On the other side, Yusuke withdrew from the half-tailed animalized form, become a human-shaped appearance. This surprised Bofeng Shuiman, who was fighting Kairabi. What's the matter? Why did Master Yusuke come back? Could it be that AI wants to save his life? Fate is really hard. Yusuke spit out, and suddenly his index and middle fingers were joined together, forming a cross. Seal. That ... yes. Bofeng Shuiman's expression changed. The technique of shadow clone, bang, bang. White mist spread. The 2 shadow clones of Yusuke appeared on the left and right of the deity. Don't try to escape, you can't go back alive today. Yusuke smiled. I used to be in the dictionary, so I didn't have the word escape. The 4th generation Reikage, whose right hand could no longer be used, roared, and lightning exploded on his body. Angrily rushed to the crown, the arc flash was on the skin, and his left hand was raised high. Ratio. The 4th generation of Reikage roared. He was in a half-tailed beastization state. Bofeng Shuiman, trembling to the shout, suddenly turned his head, and rushed towards the location of the 4th generation of Reikage. It is true that Kairabi can't control this form perfectly, but it is not completely in a state of runaway like when Naruto burst the 9 tails in the early stage. Since he entered this state, he has been targeting Yusuke and Heifeng Mizuno, and it can be seen that he has not attacked the 4th generation of Reikage for a long time. Kakaka. Like Yusuke just now, Kairabi in the half-tailed animalized state began to give birth to tail beast bones on his entire right arm. No, that. The trick is. Bofeng Shuiman's expression changed, and he quickly reminded and shouted, be careful. Your Lord Yuji. That is the hot knife of the double thunder plow of the Union combination. As early as the Second Ninja World War, the 4 generations of Reikage and Kairabi's dual thunder plow hot knives were already very famous, relying on this trick to kill a lot of Yan Yinren. For a while, it was known as the Ninja World. Plow hot knife. Plow hot knife. Faced with one after another, the hot knife rushed over. Yusuke twitched and smiled falsely. It just so happens. Let you see a good thing, Guru. The tail beast co-trapped Yusuke again, but this time, even the 2 shadow clones from the left and the right were also transformed into a tail beast. Wow! The next moment, Yusuke and the 2 shadow clones wrapped in tail beast coats are combined together, and they are transformed into half-tailed beasts. When the half-tailed beastization is completed again, Yusuke has become a 3-headed 6-armed form. This move is exactly what Naruto thought of during the final battle of the original Naruto Sasuke. The ordinary shadow clone cannot withstand the 9-tailed chakra at all. Once it is used, it will be impacted by the nine-tailed chakra and disappear by itself. But if this force is combined, a terrifying force will burst out in a short period of time. Aha aha aha! The three heads on the neck opened their mouths in the blood basin. Boom, boom, boom. The virtual dog cannon, 3 rounds of bullets were launched. Bo Feng Shuiman didn't say anything, and quickly threw several flying thunder god Q into the sky, flashing and evacuating. Originally, he thought he was strong enough to reach this level at his current age. Unexpectedly, Yusuke has more monsters than his own. No wonder he dared to speak out the words that he was about to seize the position of Hokage publicly when Sarutobi Hizen was still alive. Because Sarutobi Izaki and the elders can't stop him from being strong. This position, if you don't give it, you have to give it. Below, a virtual dog cannon hit the 4th generation Reikage. The other 2 shots hit Kairabi head. Before the 2 thunderplow hot knives hit Yusuke's neck, the surgeon flew out on its own. I'll kill this first. At the moment when the 2 of them were blown off, Yusuke turned and rushed towards the 4th generation Reikage. There is no particular reason, simply because he dislikes this one. Damn it, can't go on like this in the mental space of the tail beast. Yao shouted at Kairabi, "Hey, boy, withdraw quickly, you are not that guy's opponent. I don't want to die here." Once the human pillar dies, although the tail beast will not completely die, it will take a long time to resurrect. And although he didn't treat Kairabi completely frankly, Karma got along pretty well, and didn't want to watch the other person die here. "What's the kidding? My eldest brother is still here." Kairabi immediately retorted, "There is no time to care about him, now you are at once. Withdraw your base camp, otherwise you both have to explain here." Yatsuo frowned and shouted. There was no discussion about this matter. However, Kairabi's attitude was also extremely determined, and he would never abandon the 4 generations of Reikage to escape on his own. "Stop arguing with Yao," rushing towards the 4th generation of Reikage, intending to save people. "Hey, you are crazy." Yao subconsciously wanted to forcefully manipulate Kairabi's body and run by himself. But it's too late. To see the underlined version, please download Felu 102. I haven't contributed yet. 10th more seeking subscription. After blasting the 4th generation of Reikage and Kairabi out with 3 consecutive shots of the virtual dog cannon, Yusuke, who was in the state of 3 heads and 6 arms, changed back to his normal tail beast-like form. No way, after all, it can't reach the level of Naruto's ... public opening. Plagiarizing his trick. It is already the limit to achieve this point. When the white fang blade came out again, Yusuke immediately wanted to cut off the 4th generation Reikage's body. And just at this moment, Kairabi from the rear rushed over. Fushin Erduan Helix Pill. Bo Feng Suizan uses the God of Thunder to catch up with Kairabi, and tries to stop the opponent from advancing with a spiral pill. However, Kairabi suddenly raised his arm and directly blocked the spiral pill of Feng Shuiman with his elbow, but continued to rush towards Yusuke without any slowness. Hard-connected spiral pill. Bo Feng Shuiman let out a surprise. Kairabi suddenly raised his arms and forced Bo Feng Shuigate to retreat more than 10 meters away. At this time, Yusuke's blade had already been cut at the side of Reikage of the 4th generation, has begun to sink into the opponent's skin and flesh. As early as a year ago in the battle with the 3 generations of Reikage, Yusuke had been able to break through the 3 generations of Reikage's defense. Not to mention that the 4th generation of Reiking is not as good as the 3rd generation of Reiking. After a whole year's time, Yusuke's power has evolved so much. Not to mention, wow, the white tooth blade of the 9-tailed chakra plated in his hand, as if cutting tofu, broke through the Ldun chakra armor of the 4th generation of Reikage without hindrance, and cut his skin. A large amount of blood splattered like an unclosed faucet. Raw. The half-tailed Kairabi's right arm was plated with bones again, and he rushed from the side to hit Yusuke's right shoulder. Lee, hot knife. Kaka. With a full blow, even Yusuke's shoulder, who was in the form of a tail beast, cracked. Yusuke flew the white tooth blade in his hand, and the tail behind him turned into a big hand, holding the blade. He cleaved and slashed at the shoulder of the fourth generation of Reikage at the last moment. Watching his arm being cut open, the fourth generation Ling groaned, and forcibly resisted the severe pain from his shoulder. After cutting off the arm of the fourth generation of Reikage, he was hit by the hot knife of Chilabaya's blow. Yusuke couldn't continue the pursuit either, and the whole person flew backwards and rushed out. Don't think it's over with this, you and I roll over. The 9 tails on the back turned into 9 big hands, passing around. Hold Kairabi in his palm. The next moment, Kairabi and Yusuke rushed out. Ratio. The fourth generation of Reikage didn't care about the broken arm he fell, but worriedly shouted at Kairabi who flew next to him. If it hadn't been for Kairabi's help just now, his body had been cut in half instead of breaking an arm. At this time, the Yao Chakra's coat wrapped around the surface of Kairabi's body began to fade and quickly changed back to a human-shaped posture. Yao's complaint sounded in Kairabi's mental space, and he reprimanded, "You idiot who doesn't listen to me, run out of chakra." Yusuke seized the opportunity to magnetic escape controlled the flying thunder god Q-Wu, accurately nailed Kairabi's body, penetrated his skin, and completely nailed his limbs to the ground. Kairabi hummed in a low voice, and the next second he fell to the ground, unable to move. Guru 9-tailed chakra followed the flying thunder god Kumai and poured into Kairabi's body through the wound. Yao cursed and said, "Damn it. 9-tailed chakras come in through these karma, and now even if I want to lend you chakras, it's useless." Ratio. Under the anger, the fourth generation Reikage, with only one right arm left, immediately planned to rush to rescue. A flash of light passed through the front of the fourth generation of Reikage, and the enlarged version of the spiral pill that had been condensed hit his face. Dayu spiral pill. Bo Feng Shuiman pushed with his right hand, and the enlarged spiral pill was several times more than the ordinary spiral pill and pushed to the fourth generation of Reikage's abdomen. Don't get in the way. The fourth generation of Reikage became even more annoyed, and directly fisted Dai Helix Maru together. "Big brother, you go first." Kairabi reluctantly raised his eyes and shouted, "Otherwise we will both be arrested." What a joke. We are a team. The 4 generations of Reikage who were blocked by the Bo Feng Shui gate continuously attacked, but they were unable to break through the opponent's defense for a long time, and their moves became more and more messy. In addition, he now lacks an arm, and his strength is no longer as good as before. Don't talk about Yusuke, even if it is the Bofeng Water Gate, I am afraid that it can be easily taken down. I'm so touched. It doesn't matter. The two will die here together today. Yusuke also nailed a handful of Thunder God Kuma that had been injected into the 9-tailed chakra on Kairabi's back, and he changed from the tail beast form to an ordinary human form. But I really praise you. A few words. I thought that after breaking through the film level, dealing with the film is just a breeze, but I didn't expect it to still take a lot of effort. As he said, Yusuke slowly put his hand on the handle of the knife, and said secretly, "The trick is used a lot, and the consumption level of chakra is still higher. The next trick is to kill this guy." "Hey, brother, hurry up." Seeing that Yusuke was ready to make a move, Ira shouted more anxiously than his heart! Suddenly, the sound of thunderous footsteps came into the ears of the 4 people present. Hearing this sound, Bo Feng Shui Men's movement could not help but halted, and 2 seconds later he shouted to Yusuke, "Mr. Yusuke, the noise has been too great. I am afraid that the main force on the front line of Union is about to come. Retreat." Bo Feng Shuiman shouted these 3 words. The 4 generations of Reikage's corners darkened. It's finally here. Although a lot of losses have been lost, reinforcements have finally arrived. The 2 chakras in front of him are almost consumed, and it seems that the victory or defeat has been divided. Thinking of this, the 4th generation of Reikage couldn't help but smile even more, and he had already begun to figure out how to torture these 2 bastards to vent his hatred. "My chakra is indeed almost consumed." In that case, Yusuke deliberately dragged the long tone, Just when Fang Shuiman thought he was going to retreat, but unexpectedly Yusuke bit his index finger and said, "Let it come out." At the beginning of the fight, Yusuke said that he hadn't done anything yet. 103 The transaction with Yao. First, more seeking subscription. I knew you guys told me to come out. There will never be any good things. In the smoke of the gunpowder, a giant red claw fell from the sky, and slapped on the cloud-hidden army that came for reinforcements. Ninetales. How can I appear here out of thin air? Has Konoha selected a new person's you lie? Why didn't the Ministry of Intelligence inform you? The Union ninja who came for reinforcements saw the head of the tail beast that suddenly appeared in front of him. For a while, I was flabbergasted. Taking advantage of this short gap, Ninetales slapped down again, and slapped hundreds of Union ninja army into flight. Yusuke grabbed Kairabi, who was unrestrained by Flying Thunder God, and jumped to the top of Ninetales, soothingly said, "This is no way. My chakra is also out. I can only ask you to help." Yusuke puts his hands together and uses the contractual relationship with Kaiu granted by the system to draw chakra from Kaiu. When he felt the passing of chakra in his body, Kyuubi cursed secretly. After staying in the country of fire for a few months, Kyuubi himself knew that he was given a very special skill by this guy. As a result, Yusuke can not only use his power, but also draw chakra from his body. This is much more convenient than Yusuke Madara's direct control using the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Just like, there is no human pillar power that seals the tail beast in the body, and it should even be said that the effect is above it. Well, the freak wearing sunglasses is Yan Zulai from Yao. At this time, Kyuubi noticed Kairabi, who was stabbed into a hedgehog by the god of thunder. 9 Llama, you guys are so lucky, you weren't imprisoned in Renzieli's body. Without Yusuke's answer, Yatsuo in Kairabi's body began a spiritual dialogue with Nayui through the autonomous communication ability of the tail beast. This kid isn't a fuel-efficient lamp, but you seem to be doing pretty well, and you have begun to beg for mercy from humans. Anyway, among the tail beasts, your strength is second only to mine, and it is so now. It's useless. Kyuubi mocked mercilessly, "I'm different from you, I'm just cooperating with this human being." The number of tails will be used to judge your strength from day to night. It is because you have always been like this, that Gaishu hates you so much. Yao counted his lips and sneered. Okay, you want to have a class reunion, wait until you get rid of these guys. Yusuke, who had taken enough chakra from Kyuubi, opened his eyes. Because of the contract with Kyuubi, the conversation between the two foxes and the octopus was completely heard by him. Hey, annoying. In front of the mouth of the Ninetales, a small energy ball was condensed at an extremely fast speed, and it jumped up, sending out the beast jade like a group of meteors. Tailed beast jade bullets. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know when the Bo Feng Shuiman, who has used the Thunder God to transfer to Ninetales, looked down at the explosive light ball rising below, and smiled bitterly. No wonder the 3 generations of Naruto lords are no matter what. I want to reclaim the Ninetales. This kind of power is indeed enough to rewrite the victory or defeat of a war by one person. Okay. Ninetales crossed his eyes unhappily. Yellow-haired boy, do you want to be eaten by me? The words he hates most are such as Renzieli Seal or Yusuke Madara, topics like that. Ahaha. Sorry. Bo Feng Shuiman also realized that he had stepped on the minefield brought by the other party, and smiled and apologized. However, I secretly rejoiced in my heart that since Kyuubi has been controlled by Yusuke, Kushina doesn't need to be a Manjulai. After all, he is not a pervert, and likes to stuff a fox into his wife's belly. Retreat quickly. Under the constant bombardment of the tail beast Jade, the Union army, who had just arrived for reinforcements, was unable to resist at all, and could only choose to rout. In the aftermath, looking at the righteous brother who was caught by Yusuke, the 4th generation of raking almost broke his teeth. But although he is reckless, he is not an idiot, knowing that the situation is over now. If he insists on going his own way, not only will he not be able to save Kairabi, but he will also get in with him and the hundreds of reinforcements. Retreat. Thinking of this, the fourth generation of Reikage could only let out an angry shout, leading most of them to turn and escape. Master Yusuke, has your chakra recovered? Fang Shuiman noticed the defense of Yusuke's body, and his eyes lit up. If this is the case, now is the best time to repel Yun Yin. We and teacher Jilei are both sides, and we can force Yun Yin out of the fire in one breath. The borders of the country. However, Yusuke did not accept or answer this proposal of Fang Shuiman. Instead, he walked to Kairabi, who had passed out, and his hands formed a mark that was not seen before by the wave of wind water. Yao, after making a deal, I will give you freedom. Yusuke smiled. The 8 tails in the consciousness space were taken aback. After thinking for a few seconds, he felt that he had no other choice, and said, what do you want me to do? Very simple. Yusuke smiled slightly, and suddenly put his hand on Kairabi's back. As for the content of the conversation with Yao in the second half, Yusuke directly used the conscious communication ability of the tail beast to talk to Yao, but Fang Shuiman did not hear it. Well, although this kid named Kairabi, I like him, but it's nothing compared to freedom. Yao almost agreed without any hesitation. If it were changed to the original timeline, Yao and Kairabi had a close relationship, and he would never agree. Cut. It's the same old mean fellow. 9 tails squinted. Fang Shuiman, who doesn't have the ability to communicate with consciousness, looked dazed. What are these people, or this one, to livestock talking about? Please download fellow for the ununderlined version. 104 at your own risk. Second more seeking subscription. When the 4th generation Reikage with his broken arm retreated back to his garrison camp, seeing that Yusuke and Kairabi did not catch up, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the thought was still there. Kairabi in the opponent's hands felt that Yusuke really didn't have any reason for Kairabi to survive. After the medical ninja dealt with the injury of the broken arm, the 4th generation of Reikage did not rest for a second, and rushed to the front line alone without stopping. Report this incident to his father, the 3rd generation of Reiking. After 3 generations of Reikage learned about this, the first reaction was naturally violent. But soon he calmed down. But what he didn't expect most was that Yusuke, who had been away from the front line for more than half a year, had just returned and gave him such a surprise. I am afraid that my strength has completely surpassed myself. Father, I must save by any way. The 4th generation of Reikage squeezed his iron fist and shouted. Of course, regarding this matter, the 3 generations of Reiking also have no objection. Yun Yin finally produced such a genius, and it is still possible to perfectly control the perfect human pillar power of the tail beast. The value is immeasurable. Seeing his father's consent, the 4th generation of Reikage was immediately overjoyed and shouted, okay, I will organize the troops and march on Konoha, and take back Bai. After speaking, the 4th generation of Reikage was ready to gather all the ninjas Union currently possessed on the front line, and rob Kairabi with all his strength. Come back. What are you in a hurry? 3 generations of Reikage scolded. Father, don't you agree to save Bai? The 4th generation of Reikage was puzzled. You are too anxious, you can easily make mistakes. Don't you know? The 3rd generation of Reikage's tone was a bit hateful for iron and steel, and his own son was good at everything, but he was too impatient. But Bai is very dangerous in their hands. I really can't think of any reason for them to stay alive. Later, it will be dangerous. The 4th generation of Liang was anxious. His statement is not unreasonable. Thinking about it in another way, if the Union caught the 9-tailed man's Yulai, what would happen is of course immediately, using the unsealing technique, the 9 tails were taken out and put into the bodies of their villagers to create new human pillars. Then the original human pillar power would die because of the loss of the tail beast. This is the danger that Kairabi is facing now. Now Konoha, Yusuke and Kairabi, you used to be so easy to deal with. 3 generations of Liang sternly asked. Your left hand is not enough to say that you didn't ask. The 4th generation of Liang put his right hand on his broken arm, gritted his teeth and said, "Then what do you say?" 3 generations of Reikage took a deep breath and said, "Do you know what happened to Yusuke and Danzo some time ago?" The 4th generation of Liang was stunned for a few seconds when he heard the words, then recalled for a while and said, "You mean," he asked Danzo to kneel down and beg him. "Yes, this incident proves that Yusuke and Konoha are in conflict." The 3rd generation of Reikage nodded and continued, "In other words, we can use this." On the other side, in the Konoha barracks, after learning that Yusuke and Bofeng Shuiman attacked Union, the defense line succeeded, capturing the strength of the 8-tail people, and severely injuring Aishe, the son of 3 generations of Reikage. The whole army is excited and morale is high. This is the first victory they fought since Yusuke left half a year ago. It is indeed the first battle of Yusuke, who returned to the battlefield and achieved such a big victory. Narashikaze raised the teacup in his hand and replaced the sake with tea. Like Yusuke also didn't save the other party's face, took a sip from the teacup, and said with a chuckle, "It's too early to celebrate." If I didn't guess wrong, the next 3 generations of Reikage will use the contradiction between me and the elders to try to Kairabi redeemed it. "What do you mean?" Jai frowned. Narakaji squeezed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he speculated, "Yusuke-sama means that Union will not choose to continue fighting next, but will choose to surrender. And in the armistice agreement we asked us to return the 8-tailed man's strength." Kairabi's request. I heard that Kairabi is the first person who has the potential to become a perfect human pillar since Mito. The value of Union is immeasurable, and it is not impossible for Union to give up the war for him. Bofeng Watergate also gave his own speculation, and then said, "And Konoha now has 2 opponents, Iwagaki and Konoha. If Union takes the initiative to request a truce at this time, I think Naruto-sama has no reason to refuse. There is another reason, that is, the senior management does not want me to give too much credit." Yusuke stretched his waist, rested his cheek with one hand, and his eyes were full of disgust, and said, "After all, if my credit is too great, it will further threaten their status. So those old things will definitely agree with Yan. Hidden truce request." Jailia, Bofeng Shuiman and others looked ashamed. In the past, Yusuke used Sarutobi Hisaki. Danzo was still called Naruto-sama. Danzo-sama later, he called his name directly, Sarutobi Rashan Danzo. Until now I don't even bother to call my name, just use old thing old bones. Words like this will be called on behalf of Master Yusuke. "Do you agree?" Heifeng Mizuman asked Yusuke in fear. He was really afraid that Yusuke would be offended, and he would cause a lot of trouble. The others present were all frightened for a while. After all, this big man's ability to do things is definitely the #1 in the world of ninja. "Mizumi, he'll write a letter for me to Master Naruto." Yusuke smiled and said, "Just tell him and agree to one condition. In this case, I agree to the armistice agreement. Otherwise, I will use my methods to solve the problem." Hearing Yusuke's words that were undoubtedly threatening Sarutobi Hisaki, Heifeng Mizuman once again felt what a fairy fight was the meaning of. However, due to Yusuke's deterrence, Bofeng Shuiman still obediently took the pen and prepared to write letters on his behalf. Yusuke faintly smiled and said, "Tell the old man that he agreed to the armistice agreement, which is to hand over the victory that was originally at his fingertips." Such an approach does not conform to the style of action of the Shadow of One Village. Because of the accountability regulations, please give up the position of Hokage and let Senjutsu Nade take its place. If you object, you will bear the consequences. 105 Open to the Palace. Third more seeking subscription. When Yusuke said this whole passage in front of everyone. At the scene, all the staff, Jiraiya, Hafungate, Pig Deer Butterfly, Hyuga Nikkei brothers, these big figures who all hold a certain degree of power in Konoha, have the same vocabulary. In the minds of Konoha, nothing doubt, Yusuke is trying to force Sarutobi Risen to hand over the position of Hokage. And he said clearly, he didn't hide his thoughts at all. Feng's gatekeeper started to tremble. Because of the trembling hands, the ink on the brush was scattered on the white paper and black characters, and it was a long time to write. "Why Watergate? Don't do it yet." Yusuke raised an eyebrow and asked, "This Lord Yusuke, this, no, can't write it." Feng Shuiman asked with a trembling voice. "He is a ninja of civilian origin, and he is still specially taken care of by Sarutobi Hitoshi." But Yusuke conquered Kyuubi and avoided the tragedy of his wife Kushina becoming Renjulai. Therefore, Heifeng Mizuno also treats Yusuke as a benefactor. Therefore, in response to the contradiction between Yusuke and Sarutobi Hizen, the attitude adopted by Heifeng Mizuno is a neutral attitude that neither side should be guilty of crimes. However, now Yusuke asks him to write a letter to Sarutobi Hichi to write a letter to the palace. Yusuke looked at Feng Shuiman silently. Feng Shuiman didn't dare to look at him and lowered his head. "Forget it, that's right, taking this opportunity, I also want to do something." Yusuke turned to Naruto and said, "Laku, go and gather all the military personnel in the current barracks, including the logistics unit. Even if it is the future Konoha 1st Army Division, he is now in his early 20s. Like Heifeng Mizuman, Naruto was frightened at this time, but he could only obediently gather hundreds of nearly 1,000 ninjas in the military camp. The number of official combatants is less than 1,000, but if you add up the logistics personnel like Kakashi and the soil, the number can barely exceed 5,000. Mr. Yusuke. When everyone gathered together, Nohara Lin, who was standing in the rear logistic unit, saw Yusuke on the platform in front, and couldn't help shouting in admiration. Even the soil couldn't help but look yearning, admiring. "It's amazing. I just returned to the front line and won a big battle." While saying this, Taito couldn't help thinking in his heart, "If I'm that great, Lin will also fall in love with me." Kakashi was silent, but looked at Yusuke at the forefront, without saying a word. "Everyone, I don't think Sarutobi Hisaki is worthy of being Hokage." Standing on a temporary building made of soil, Yusuke's first words scared the thousands of people on the court. Is this an April Fool's Day joke? Even the fisheye Kakashi's eyes widened when he heard this. At the scene, there was a commotion among all the staff. If it was not Yusuke who said this, then someone else could not help but yell at him. Am I wrong? I think Konoha was so powerful when the original Hokage-sama Senjujuma was in office, and no shinobu was kneeling and trying to make friends. What is Konoha now like? Looks like I even doubt that Konoha can continue to exist in this war. Yusuke smiled and said, I plan to attack the Thunder Country on another day. After attacking Union Village, everyone will take everything in it. Money, ninjutsu, women, you can take whatever you want. Hearing Yusuke's words, many ninjas below were ecstatic. Most of them are of civilian origin. Isn't it because of these things that they have struggled all their lives? But then, Yusuke changed his conversation and said, it's a pity, our Hokage-sama decided to stop the war with Union. Yusuke's words seemed like a basin of cold water, instantly pouring on the heads of the civilian ninjas who had just been full of enthusiasm. Master Yusuke, why didn't we just win a battle? That is to say, obviously victory is about to come, so why should we truce? Keep fighting, we want to keep fighting. For a while, more than half of the ninja from civilian background shouted outrageously. After Yusuke's deliberate temptation, people who have no family background feel that as long as they attack Union Village, there will be inexhaustible benefits. It is good. Yusuke raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet, and said, from now on, agree with my idea, continue to attack Union's people, and stand to the left. I don't agree with my thoughts. I think I should obey Master Naruto and stand on the right. 1 minute countdown. The line starts. Yusuke gave an order. After listening to Yusuke's speech, Jai Lai also waited for someone, His face paled in shock. This is not simply a question of whether to continue to fight Union. This is a question of whether to rebel. Jiraiya and the others knew very well that Yusuke wanted to distinguish between the two waves of people who were loyal to him and Sarutobi. In the future, he will ruthlessly clean up those ninjas who are loyal to Sarutobi Hitoshi. For a moment, almost all civilian ninjas who have no family background will stand to the left. As for the ninjas of the ninja clan, they looked at the patriarchs of Nara Shikuizu and Hyuga Hizu. Most of them still follow the decision of the patriarch. Don't be so scared, Lujiu. I just want to hear everyone's opinions. Yusuke sent Narashi Kohaisa's shoulder. However, with this shot, Narashi almost fell to the ground for a long time. Once this decision is not made, they don't know what kind of fate they will face. However, it is at this moment two brothers, Hyuga Nisu and Hyuga Nissa, stood on the left. Sad adults, Nisan, Akudingzu and Yamanaka Keiichi looked at brother Hyuga in disbelief. Everyone, Yusuke-sama is menopausal, stronger. In a very succinct sentence, Hyuga Nizu clearly explained the reason for his choice. Compared to Sarutobi Hizen, Yusuke is younger and stronger. For the benefit of the family, the two people confronted each other, and naturally they should choose the side with more advantages. And hundreds of people in the Hyuga family below saw that the head of the family had already made a decision, and they stood on the left side in one breath. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 106. All my boasting has been realized. Fourth, more seeking subscription. The practice of Hyuga Nizu and Hyuga Nikkei is obvious, that is, hugging the thigh. Sarutobi Hisaki, Shimura Danzo and the group of people are in their 50s. How long can they live? Not to mention that they are from the 9th clan themselves, and they have always taken a precautionary attitude against big clans such as Hyuga and Uchiha. In that case, a stronger thigh appeared. Of course you have to hold it. Moreover, the Hyuga family has followed Yusuke many times into and out of the battlefield, and it can be said that he is the person who knows his strength best. From the point of view of Hyuga Hizu, if Yusuke fights Sarutobi Hitoshi, it is impossible to lose. It is the most important thing to stand in line now and get a wave of good feelings. I want to know. For example, if Naruto-sama disagrees with Yusuke-sama's proposal to abdicate and Renxian, what will Yusuke-sama plan to do? Narashika did not directly agree for a long time, but tremblingly asked Yusuke for instructions. Even at the scene, everyone agreed to rebel with Yusuke to force the palace, but the total combat power and the thousands of people owned by Sarutobi Rizchi were several times different. He is so confident that he can snatch Konoha from Sarutobi Hiji and Shimura Danzo. I can't tell you this for now, but I hope you can remember one thing. Yusuke smiled mildly. The bull's eye have been realized. Naraluji's face changed drastically. In less than a minute, his back was completely saturated with cold sweat. After 5 seconds and 5, Naraluji made a decision that was enough to determine life and death for him, and even for the three families of Pigdeer Butterfly. Went to the left and stood a step. As the clan chiefs of Yamanaka and Akimi, Yamanaka Keiichi and Akimi Mizusa saw that Naraluki-sa, the leader of the Pigdeer Butterfly, had made this decision, then they believed that Nara's decision was right. Yamanaka Keiichi and Akudo Dengzu also stood up from the left. The pig, the deer and the butterfly are always one. And since the clan leader is already standing in line, let alone the Pigdeer Butterfly clan members, they all stood to the left, and more than 80% of the people in the entire barracks have already stood to the left. In other words, they all agreed with Yusuke's meaning and turned against Sarutobi Hizen. There is also Bofeng Shuiman in Gilda that is messy in the wind. Crazy. All crazy. And the remaining two adults. The main ones are people like Kakashi, Rin Nohara, and Satuma who followed Jiraiya and Bofeng Shuiman. Waiting for the two people's decision. Senior Jiraiya and Mizuman, don't make a decision in such a hurry. You can take the rest of you back and relay what I mean to Master Naruto. Yusuke replied with ease, Don't worry so much. As long as Hokage-sama agrees to my proposal, everyone will be in peace. After half an hour, Jiraiya and Halfing Mizuno took the remaining Kakushi, Nohara Lin, and more than 200 Konoha ninjas, including the soil, and began to withdraw back to Konoha. Bringing the earth to follow Bofang Shuiman, he asked in doubt, "Teacher Shuiman, what happened?" "Idiot, I can't see this yet." Kakashi gave him a scornful look. He wants to openly seek the position of Hokage, and he has already used the method of compelling the palace, forcing palace. The soiled binoculars were so scared that they fell out of the goggles. For him under the age of 10, this vocabulary is too shocking. "Teacher, what do you think should be done?" After biting his lip, Bofang Shuiman turned his head and asked his teacher. Jiraiya's brows were completely twisted together, and he said to himself, "Is it really impossible for people to understand each other?" Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya also said, "The most peaceful solution right now is to let Father Sarufai hand over the position by himself. In that case, everyone will not get hurt." But, will Naruto-sama agree?" Bofang Shuiman asked with a bitter expression. Jiraiya was also silent. He looked at Xuan. "Just think back to the way Sarutobi and his party have governed Konoha over the past 30 years, and you can see how strong this group of people is to control power. To ask them to take the initiative to hand over power is an impossible task in Jiraiya's view." And after Jiraiya they left, Yusuke immediately gave Nara Lujiu an order. "Lujiu, Yuzu go and return Kairabi to Union." Nara Lujiu and others were surprised when they heard this. "I haven't gotten a reply from Sarutobi Hizen, so why should I return the person now? I have my method. You just do it," Yusuke said lightly. "Yes." The three of Nara Shikuji 3 responded and turned and walked towards the cell where Kairabi was detained. Japanese foot, daily slack, take everyone back to Konoha. Yusuke issued a second order. As soon as this remark came out, Hyuga Nizu and Hyuga Nisazu and others became even more bewildered. What does this mean? You are not going to rebel and seize the position of Naruto. In this case, you should keep the army and prepare to fight Sarutobi with them. Why do you tell us to go back? Go back to Konoha, waiting for my signal. When the time comes, there will be enough for you to be busy. Yusuke smiled confidently. Hyuga Nizu and Hyuga Nisazu looked at each other. What does it mean is that Yusuke intends to kill Union alone. Even if he is a super shadow, it is impossible. Even with a 9-tailed tail. Don't worry, I am very afraid of death and will not do things that have no chance of winning. Your family members are still there. Konoha, go back and settle them. Hyuga and Hyuga still feel that Yusuke's behavior is fundamentally a fantasy. But if Yusuke said that, he could only obediently do it. Now that I have chosen to stand in line to Yusuke, I can only trust the other party and walk the way to the end. This is the same as Yusuke's standing in line in the battle to win the first-in-law. Victory, glory and wealth are inexhaustible. If you lose, you will lose your reputation. Once standing in the line, there is no room for regret. Oh, by the way, help me inform Tsunade that I can act. Before Hyuga Nisazu left, Yusuke gave him another sentence. 107 within 2 days, occupy Union 5th more seeking subscription in the northeast area of the Country of Fire, in the garrison camp of Union. The 3 generations of raking, the 4th generation of raking, and Union's senior staff looked at Kairabi who was sent to them in disbelief. They just sent someone to send the truce to Konoha. Before Sarutobi's reply was received in the future, Yusuke directly sent someone to send Kairabi back to them. They are all ready to bargain with Yusuke. As a result, the other party didn't mention the rules at all, and directly sent the people back to them. Let everyone in Union fully experience what is called happiness comes too suddenly, a feeling of 3 generations of Reikage asked a ninja who was in charge of sealing Union to come forward and check. After completely confirming that this is Kairabi, and not using a transformation or other secret technique to disguise a substitute, he said to Narakaji, "You Konoha are so generous. Don't you have any conditions at all? The condition is to invite Union's army immediately, withdraw from the border of the country of fire and sign a truce with Konoha. According to Yusuke's instructions, Narashikuji said, because this war was started by Union's side, please come to Konoha to sign the truce in person at that time. No problem. 3 generations of Reikage agreed without hesitation. Then we will leave first. Narashikuhiza, Yamanaka Keiichi, and Akimeki Singza didn't stay much, and immediately turned and left. Send to everyone Konoha. The 3 generations of Reikage docked, and said another new deputy who replaced Jutai. At this time, the medical ninja report for Kairabi's examination. Master Reikage is more injured than the adults. It is no longer possible to participate in this war and must be sent back to the village for treatment as soon as possible. At this moment, another ninja from the intelligence department walked into the camp and reported to the 3rd generation Reikage. Reikang's Konoha's army has begun to evacuate to Konoha village. They also withdrew too eagerly. Don't you be afraid that we will take this opportunity to attack them. Reikage 4th generation was a little confused. He returned Kairabi to them and withdrew his troops early. Konoha is not afraid that Union will break his promise and hit them by surprise. At present, Iwagaki and Konoha are also launching war against Konoha. It is not impossible for them to rush to send their combat power to the other 2 places. 3 generations of Reikage analyzed and said, and if it is Yusuke and Kyuubi after the break, then it is even more understandable for them to do so. Father, do you really want to withdraw troops next? 4th generation Reikage asked. Although Kairabi was saved, he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. But the revenge of the broken arm, he still wants to avenge it. As a person who will become a shadow, remember to always put benefits first. 3 generations of Reikage rebuked. Now Hemu has no meaning. Don't let your hatred affect your judgment. Yes, I understand. The 4th generation of Reikage bowed his head. Come on, give my order. Leave the camp and return to the village. 3 generations of Reiking shouted loudly. Master Yuji, Yunyin has withdrawn his troops. Narashikuiza, who returned to Konoha barracks, reports to Yusuke. Well, Yusuke sat in the main seat of the camp and analyzed, with the normal speed of a ninja. It takes about 5 days to get back to Union Village from here. It will take 7 days to notify the old man Sarutobi and the others. After a pause, Yusuke said again, in other words, we have 2 days to occupy Union Village. Narashikuiza and the others looked at each other, and they all saw an incredible expression on the other's face. They captured Union Village for 2 days. Joking, they didn't believe it for 2 years. Yusuke was amused when he noticed the unbelieving expressions of Narashikuiza and others. If you know the 4th Ninja World War, the battle to mobilize everyone in the ninja world will end in only 3 days. There would be no such expression. Of course. What is even more unbelievable is that there were 2 days of hanging on the wall where the son of the 6 Tao immortals reincarnated, and it took only 3 days to advance from the shadow level to the super shadow level, and finally reached the 6th level. This speed made Uchiha Madara, who had finally awakened the eyes of reincarnation before his death, wanted to cry. Although I can't believe Yusuke's plan to capture Union Village in 2 days. Since he has boarded this thief ship, he can only go to the end. Master Yusuke, what should we do? Narashikuiza asked for instructions. In these 5 days, all of you will return to Konoha first to settle your family. Yuji smiled lightly and said, bring all of you here. After we occupy Union Village, let them live there temporarily. Afterwards, I will take Konoha back from the old man Sarutobi. By then, Konoha and Union will be ours. It doesn't matter where you want to live together. Speaking of the back, Yusuke clapped his hands and said amiably, okay, there is no time to waste. Everyone, let's start. Nara Luisa, Hyuga Hyzus and others are completely in a state of doubting life at this time. According to Yusuke's plan, not only was to seize the position of Sarutobi Risen's Hokage, but also Union Village would get it. And he said it as simple as eating and drinking water. Is it possible? Forget it. Anyway, there is no other choice. Let's do it. 3 days later, the frontline army against Union returned to Konoha. At the same time, it also brought back the news of Union's withdrawal. Just when everyone in the village was ecstatic with the victory of the war with Union, a thing that made everyone puzzled happened. Those ninjas who had returned from the front, took their wives or children, and moved their families to the northeast. Even the Konoha ninja clan such as Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akemi have begun to make the same action. The bizarre behavior quickly alarmed the two people who were temporarily taking the post of Naruto, Koharu and Mito Menyon. Immediately, when I found Hyuga Nisab, Nara Shikuizu and others asked what was going on. In response, these people only gave an extremely brief answer. This is an order from Master Yusuke. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 108 Yao. I am very honest. 6th more seeking subscription. The northernmost region of the ninja world, the land of thunder. After 4 days, Union's large-scale troops had evacuated from Konoha and returned to Union Village one after another. Rabbi, the 8-tailed human column, was seriously injured and is currently still receiving medical treatment. The 4th generation of Reikage, who had been designated as the future, lost an arm. On the surface, Union has retreated this time. But in actual flash marriage, if you count the property and supplies that Union looted all the way after attacking the country of fire, he didn't lose much. And even though he had evacuated from the country of fire, the 3 generations of Reiking did not intend to withdraw from the war. Just returned to the village on the first night. He summoned all Union's senior decision-making, including his son, and clearly stated one of his plans to attack Iwin. Yes, although Yusuke and Heifeng Shuiman's backstab action caused them to Union planted a big somersault. But the total combat power has not lost too much, and it is completely possible to continue the war. More importantly, the 3rd generation of Reiking believed that Union had oil and water to fish. The country of Earth, which is rich in mineral resources, is the country that ranks second only to the country of fire among the 5 major countries, and its economic strength ranks second. Otherwise, it will not be possible to become the country with the most ninjas among the 5 major countries. Originally, Union and Union had collided for many years, but now that there is not enough oil and water in the country of fire, it will be better to make up for it from the country of earth. This proposal for the 3rd generation of Reikage. All decision-making members agreed. The customs of their village are very warlike. Now the remaining combat power of the village is completely enough to continue the war. Is there any reason for the truce, by the way, Lord Reikage? At this time, a decision-making person asked for instructions. Is it necessary to put the force of the second and second-tail people into the battlefield? Oh, the 3rd generation of Liang was suddenly overjoyed when he heard the words, 2 and 2 people, Zulai. I remember that ... The little girl named Yumyun. How old is she this year? Not long ago, I officially became Chunin. Just 7 years old this year. The decision-maker explained. It's on the battlefield so soon. The 3rd generation of Reikage frowned secretly. As early as 2 years old, the 2 Yuma people were implanted in the body of the 2 Two-Tails and Brigade and became human pillars. Always, grew up under the supervision of Union's senior management. Like Kairabi, the match with the tail beast chakra is extremely high. But if you want to use it on the battlefield, it feels real. As long as Reikage-sama is here, even if the second Two-Tail is possible, it can be stopped. And take this opportunity to let Yusuke try to start to control the power of the second Two-Tail. I recognize it, the decision-maker explained. After hearing this explanation, the 3 generations of Reikage thought for a while, and finally nodded in agreement, saying, okay, after the comparison is restored, we will launch an attack on the land of the earth. Before that, you will give that people's little girl sits down thinking and working. Let her as Union's official ninja begin to go to the battlefield to perform missions. Yes. All decision-making members responded in unison. Whoosh! Just when the 3 generations of Hokage decided to attack the land of the earth, and planned to send not only the 8 tails, but also the second tails to the battlefield. 2 figures suddenly flashed into the ward of Kairabi at Union Ninja Hospital. When the strength of the human column is weak, it is often when the tail beast tries to break through the seal. Therefore, next to Kairabi's bed in the ward, 2 ninjas were placed on shift surveillance. And just as these 2 figures flashed into the ward, Yunyin Shangren's face suddenly changed drastically when he was being guarded. The first word was not completely spoken, the knife was smooth, and the whole head fell on the ground without making a sound. You guys so courageous. Do you know Konoha has become a mess of porridge now? Tsunade lifted the hair before his eyebrows, and recalled the feat of Nara Lukisa and others returning to Konoha yesterday, and the feat of moving out of Konoha by the ninja tribes in Hyuga, Nara, Akimi, and mountains. At that time, the whole village was a sensation. Don't know what happened. Once Sarutobi Hayazaki and Shimura Danzo on the front know about this, they will definitely rush back to Konoha without stopping. So I say to occupy Union as soon as possible, so that the residents can be freed up. Yusuke smiled lightly and walked to Kairabi's side and began to seal. Oh, it's finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yosuke's voice rang in Yusuke's mind. Don't speak suddenly, don't forget the agreed upon things. Yusuke reminded. Don't worry, I'm very honest, unlike the unscrupulous guy from the 9 Lama. Yao made a pledge. And when Yao had finished saying these words, Yusuke's knot seal had already been completed, and a hand was placed on Kairabi's abdomen. The seal array mark used to seal the tail beast suddenly appeared in Union Village. Iron armor seal release. While Yusuke hushed, Kuji-ao couldn't help but aroused a 3-pointer, come out. Yow! Roar! Under the dark night, a monster with a cow's head and an octopus body instantly broke through the will, and the excitement of regaining freedom after many years made him scream. In Union Village, countless villagers who fell asleep suddenly woke up under this deafening roar. Looking out through the window, the bullghost roaring excitedly in the night has become a nightmare they will never forget. However, the nightmare is just beginning. It's not over yet. On the ruins of the hospital, Yusuke bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Psychic heart. Roar. It is not waiting for the whole people of Union to recover from the fear that Yao has descended. An evil demon fox dancing wildly with 9 giant tails descended next to Yao. However, this is not over yet. When Yao and Kayabai appeared one after another, Yusuke raised his eyes and asked Yao, hey, where is the Renzulai of the second tail? 109 Two-tailed beasts raging 7th more seeking subscription boom. Union's buildings continued to collapse. Compared with Konoha, Union Village is surrounded by mountains and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. But if there is an internal turmoil, the situation will be different. Don't damage it too clean, I will use it here later. Yusuke, standing on top of Yo's head, reminded. I slammed a fist on the mountain wall, and the collapsed mudslide swept into Union Village, immediately blocking hundreds of Union ninjas who had come for reinforcements. I know, but first, let's release the fellow who travels again. Yao raised his eyes and suggested to Yusuke. The two-tailed brigade can be said to be the mildest temperament among the 9 big-tailed beasts. It is also one of the tail beasts owned by Yunyin. The 2 Yuma people, Kairabi, these 2 perfect people are from Union Village. I have to say that Yunyin is really good at cultivating human pillar power. But that is only for the original work. After tonight, the Thunder Country Union Village, just like the Uzumaki Country Uzumaki clan, will be completely removed from the history of the ninja. If the second tail is willing to help me, it's okay to let her out. But where is the second tail? Yusuke lowered his eyes and asked. I don't know, I only know that Renzulai is a little girl named Muren. Hearing from the fellow Yulu said, that little girl gets along well with her. At this moment, the raging Kayabai eyes were full of anger, and he said coldly, no matter it is from Ninja Village. After all, It is only using our tail beast as a toy to make it. The second two-tail guy actually gets along with humans. Not bad. It seems she only has that level. Yusuke smiled indifferently, looked down, and more Union ninjas had begun to gather here. In short, you are working hard now. After this battle is over, you will not be allowed to act again in a short time. If you don't want humans to catch your tail beasts as toys, it is best to listen to me. After speaking, Yusuke patted the palms of his hands together, and Nine Tails' chakra coat emerged. But this time it was not in the form of ... bubble, but in the imperfect nine-tailed coat that was similar to Naruto's later training by Kairabit. It's just that unlike Naruto's gold, Yusuke's nine-tailed pattern is blood red. Is it possible to use the chakra of the 9 llamas to this extent? Yao was surprised. Whispering sound. Nine Tails snorted displeased. It can feel that when Yusuke enters that mode, he differentiates chakra from his body. And he couldn't stop it at all. If it wasn't for this bastard and his own interests, the first one to eat him. These 8 tails and 9 tails. Why are they here? It's the 8-tailed runaway inside Lord Kairabi. Hey, look at the top of your head. More Union ninjas gathered in front of Yao and Kyuubi, and immediately a sharp-eyed ninja spotted Yusuke on Yosuke's head. Yusuke, what do you mean? A Union who had participated in the battle with 3 generations of Reikage yelled in anger. We Union has already truce with Konoha. Why should we do this? Do ha ha ha. Yusuke couldn't help laughing, pretending to be exaggerated. I didn't expect the capricious Union to accuse me in turn. Oh, starting tonight, your Union village will be removed from history, so why do you want to do so much? The moment the voice fell, Yusuke turned into an afterglow, but for a moment, he appeared in front of the Union ninjas below. The white tooth blade on the waist was unsheathed. The violent cross-cutting sword energy, cutting out, not only broke hundreds of Union ninjas in half in one breath, but also cut off the top of a mountain behind. It is simply Uchiha Madara, completely the second version of the body Suo Nenu. It's just that the current Yusuke can't reach that far. Okay, suddenly, Yusuke suddenly turned around and raised his left hand to block an iron fist that rushed forward. It was the 3rd generation of Reikage that caught the eye. Seeing that Yusuke was able to directly block his attack, the 3rd generation of Reikage couldn't help but change his face drastically. In this state, my perception and strength are in a state of doubling, and I don't need to dodge anymore. Before Yusuke's words fell, the blade of his right hand was drawn. The 3 generations of Reikage blast retreated tens of meters away, avoiding the deadly sword energy. Yusuke did not rush to pursue, but jumped directly to the top of Kyuubi's head. This old man will be handed over to you, Bull Ghost. I will unlock the second tail. A delusion. The 3 generations of Reikage had no reservations. The done chakra mode broke out to the limit at the beginning, and the 4 fingers were gathered together and turned into a thunder spear. Hell stabs 4 Kanzu. Just as the 3rd generation of Reikage rushed out of half, 2 octopus legs hit from the side, forcing the 3 generations of Reikage to change the target of the attack midway. 4 fingers slashed at the oncoming octopus feet. Hey! 3 generations of Reikage. You used to cut off the horns of my Lord Bull and Ghost. I have to settle this account with you. Better than 3 generations of Liang asked in a deep voice. It's been a while since Yusuke released me from his body. As the human Zillia who lost his tail beast, he should have died. Yao's tone is also a bit regretful, but compared to freedom, this sacrifice is acceptable to him. 3 generations of Reikage rushed to Yao in anger. Good job. Yatsuo throws his fist without showing weakness. I can feel the breath of that fellow again. Kyuubi crawled forward in Union Village, and when he saw a ninja, he didn't hesitate to photograph it into meat sauce. At this moment, dozens of human figures suddenly rushed out of the cave on the mountain wall, holding a special chain for the seal tail beast in their hands, and tossed them all over Kyuubi's body. Under the dark night, a bloody afterimage turned into a beam of light, shuttled between these cloud-hidden ninjas. When the afterimage disappeared, The Union ninjas who had just appeared, without exception, all died and fell to the ground. Hey, it's useless. Yusuke disdained to retract the white tooth into the scabbard. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 110. Good man, it's a pity to die for nothing. 8th more seeking subscription. The tail beast Jade seemed to be swept across Union Village as if it were not used up. Fenryu collapsed for it, and the mountain torrent collapsed, causing damage to the entire village twice or twice. It's terrifying. A large number of villagers have been frightened by the sight of the two strongest tail beasts raging in the village. One by one, they fled out of the village in fright. While Yusuke was searching for the second tail of July 2 by the wooden man, another group of people stood in front of him. Wow, you guy, you are not dead yet. Looking at the 4 generations of Reikage standing at the forefront of the team, Yusuke's eyes flashed and jokingly said, "Don't worry, you will be buried with Kairabe's body afterwards." Speaking of Kairabe, the 4th generation of Reikage's anger has climbed to a new critical point. When he saw Yao appearing, a strong ominous premonition surged in his heart. This familiar scene, he had experienced it once a year ago when your Irenzuli was still Burubai. And these two incidents of Yo's with extremely high visibility, it happened that Yusuke was both present. Thinking of this, the 4th generation of Reikage temporarily suppressed his anger, and asked with a cold voice, "Are you in trouble with Burubai? Is this important thing? Your family won't survive tonight anyway," Yusuke said with a smile. Experience. What is the horror of anger? Yusuke's tone made the 4th generation Reikage determined that Burubai's death and the man in front of him were absolutely inseparable. First, Burubai, and now even Kairabe, 2 eight-tailed people, and his cousin and righteous brother, all died in the hands of Yusuke, making the 4 generations of Reikage's anger have broken through the limit. I think the horror of anger is incompetence and rage. Guessing the number. Yusuke sneered, and the white tooth blade that was unsheathed again was wrapped up by the 9-tailed chakra, and cut out with a terrifying chakra. The blade and fist collided, the neighing tears and the surging shockwave crushed the gravel on the ground into dust. Master AI, let's help you. The Union ninja behind shouted and rushed up. Raw. Kyubai's bloodshot eyes fell heavily with one palm, and directly photographed the Union ninjas who were trying to reinforce them into meat sauce. The next moment, the white tooth blade in Yusuke's hand suddenly shook, and the erupting chakra made the 4th generation Reikage, who now has only one arm, suddenly become unstable. Seizing this opportunity, the 9-tailed tail behind Yusuke turned into the outline of a fist, and from top to bottom, it slammed on the head of the 4th generation of Reikage. Boom. Boom. Under the tremendous power, the 4 generations of Reikage were heavily dropped into the bottom. However, the 4th generation of Reikage was beaten into seconds. The thunder and lightning broke out, the whole river burst open, and the water in the air was instantly burned out by the thunder in the thunder escape chakra mode. It's worthy of being the next shadow of our Union village. It's not that easy to lose. Seeing the 4 generations of Reikage quickly return to the battlefield, other Union ninjas showed surprises. I'm almost losing my head, and there is still time to suck other people's flattery. You guys. Yusuke's voice made the beaming Union ninja suddenly turn his head and look. I saw that Yusuke had already jumped back to the top of 9 tails. When the Union ninjas focused their eyes, the sides of the horns were slightly raised and said, "How about a gift for you, 9 tails?" Yusuke lowered his eyes and shouted, "Humphrey." Although Jiwai hummed coldly on his mouth, it was not slow at all to move his men, opened the mouth of the blood basin, and quickly condensed to 1-tail beast Jade. The 9-tailed pattern coat on Yuji's body evolved a big hand, and a giant sword was condensed with chakra, which was inserted into the 9-tailed beast Jade. This trick, take it and try it. Yusuke gave a funny laugh and urged chakra to launch the revised tail beast Jade. This hair-tailed beast Jade is not like the previous one. it turns into a ray at the moment of launch. Instead, it kept the shape of a sphere and flew out with the giant sword inserted in it. Like Mirai Naruto's tail beast spiral shuriken, it continuously rotates and strengthens its attack power. However, what is unexpected is that the fourth generation of Reikage actually rushed out, intending to resist directly. This guy is crazy. At this moment, even Yusuke can't help but have this idea. This modified version of the tail beast Jade is exactly what he borrowed from Uchiha Madara in the battle between the Valley of the End and Senju. Even the Fivalea Rashomon between the Kaiane Zaozukan only barely changed the direction of the shooting trajectory. And the fourth generation of Reikage actually wanted to use physical force to resist Master AI. Hurry up and avoid it. The Union ninjas below were also shocked. Even if it inherits the blood of 3 generations of Reikage, it is impossible to resist this level of attack with the physical body. If you don't block it, this attack will fall on the village. It's just death. It must be next. While shouting angrily, the fourth generation of Reikage raised his right arm high, and blue veins burst on his forehead. Lee, hot knife. Seeing the fourth generation of Liang hit the tail beast Jade 100 times the size of himself, Yusuke admired and said, "Wow, good man." In the next second, Yusuke's tone changed suddenly, turning into a thick mockery. "It's a pity that he died in vain." Boom. It can be said that the moment the fourth generation of Reikage's body hit the tail beast Jade, it penetrated his body without any hindrance. The crazy tail beast Jade bombarded the mountain wall in the northern part of Union Village, directly blasting a passage opening on the mountainside, the entrance to the canyon of Union Village. Tsunade stood on the top of the mountain with one hand on his hips, and saw the mushroom cloud rising from the northern end, and her eyebrows frowned. "That guy, it's too much." "Forget it, since we are going to do it anyway. Do it more thoroughly." Tsunade took out a scroll and placed it on the ground. After opening it, put his right index finger and middle finger together, and pointed it at the center of the mantra on the scroll. He closed his eyes and said silently, "Hey Aichi, inform the army, you can come over." 111 2 days. It was extinguished in one night. 9th more seeking subscription. In a small village on the border between the country of fire and the country of Yonokuni, the family members of Hyuga, Pigludi, Senju and the civilian ninja, who add up to thousands, are now all gathered in this village. These old and weak women and children don't even know what happened. It's just because their patriarch or husband suddenly asked them to move out of Konoha, and their attitude was very tough, beyond doubt. That's why I followed the patriarch to leave Konoha and came to this place. But as time goes by, there are more and more doubts. Many people are eager to know what is going on. So Yoshino Nara, the wife of Yoshihisa Nara, took the initiative to ask her husband what happened. "You must explain to me clearly today, what the hell is going on?" All of a sudden, everyone just came here on Konoha, saying what the hell is going to move out of Konoha. What the hell is going on? Yoshino Nara tells you that you don't obediently confess that you are so delicious tonight. Nara Lujiu, who is afraid of his wife, looked embarrassed and said with a wry smile, "Yes, it is not to move out, just to prevent you from getting involved in the next possible civil war." "Civil war? What civil war?" Nara Yoshino raised her eyebrows slightly, and asked inexplicably. Nara Deer gritted his teeth for a long time, lowered his voice a lot, and whispered to his wife, "You make sure that this matter must not be leaked out." It is rare to see Nara Lukaisa's solemn expression, and Nara Yoshino's face also tightened, and then nodded. At this time, Nara Lukisa whispered, "Yusuke-sama plans to take the position of Hokage. In all likelihood, there will be a big battle inside Konoha." Nara Yoshino was shocked, and instinctively yelled, "Isn't that just creation? Hey, be quiet. Don't wait for my wife to turn that." Speaking out, Nara Shikaji was so frightened that he hurriedly covered her mouth and said in a low voice, "So, those of us who are standing on Yusuke-sama's side, we must move you out of Konoha, otherwise once we fight, we will not implicate you." Nara Yoshino looked at her husband in disbelief, realized the seriousness of the problem, and whispered, "He rebelled. Can you do things like rebellion? Now we must stand in line. If you don't stand on Yusuke-sama's side, you must stand on Hokage-sama's side. If you don't stand in line, both sides will take care of us afterwards. Naruto looked at the current situation in 3 minutes and explained, in my opinion, Yusuke-sama's seizure of Naruto's position is already a certainty. Whether it is strength or age, or the combat power of his subordinates, it is more than Naruto-sama. All have an overwhelming advantage. In this case, tell me, which side shall we stand on? After explaining it, Naruto was also silent. Yusuke and Sarutobi Hizen, neither of them can offend the Nara family. Just like when the two strongest families Iwagaki and Senju were fighting during the Warring States period, Uzumaki and Sarutobi, Shimura and other families chose to stand in Senju's camp. And Yusuke asked Narulaku and the others to take the family. The way it came out was the same as the way the Navy did in One Piece. Before the war, in order to avoid the soldiers' family members from being affected by the war, the Navy transferred the family members before the war began. And Yusuke took the same measures as this. Then, where are we going to take us? Is it possible to let us live here before the outcome is decided? Naruto asked. Now all the family members are hiding in the dark and don't know what happened. It doesn't matter in a short time, but in a long time, especially if they know that their husband or son is following Yusuke's rebellion. No one can predict what the situation will turn into. Master Yuji has already gone to attack Union Village, and intends to completely occupy it, and then take it out for us to live in. Naruto took a deep breath and explained, after Hokage's position is obtained, those who want to return to Konoha can go back, and those who want to continue to settle in Union Village can continue to live there. Naruto's eyes stared like copper bells. Capture Union Village and vacate it for the family members. Fang Yitan this day, how many people did he take to fight Union? Naruto opened his mouth and asked. It seems that Tsunade-sama is the only one who followed him. Naruto almost fainted after hearing Naruluki's answer like this. 2 people want to occupy a village. You must know that Konoha and Union have been fighting for more than a year, and they were all crushed and beaten. And now Yusuke actually said that the 2 of them wanted to destroy the Shinobu village of the 5 great nations directly. Naruto really doubted whether his husband's brain was caught by the door at this moment. How to follow such an unreliable person? Luju, you can set off. At this moment, Shansonghei walked over and said, Go out. What do you mean by departure? Naruto was stunned after hearing this for a long time. Yamanaka nodded, and explained, Master Tsunade informed me just now using the technique of spiritual communication that Master Yusuke has almost beaten Union. We are leaving now, and we can basically live in directly. Naruto was dumbfounded for an instant. I heard it right. I really hit. Naruluki's similar expression, shocked. Yusuke-sama said that it will take about 2 days. It's only 1 night now. When I first heard about it, I didn't believe it either. Yamanaka also looked helpless, but this is what Tsunade-san personally said. I am afraid there will be no falsehood. Presumably Hokage's location is completely in the bag of Lord Yusuke, not only Konoha, but even Union Village. It is now his. Speaking of the end, Yamanaka Keiichi couldn't help but sighed. If you continue with this momentum, it is not impossible to unify the ninja world. Unify the ninja world. The 4 words in the mouth of Yamanaka Hiro exploded in the minds of Naruto and others like a bomb. Really, is this possible? See the underlined version. Please download Felu 112. The third one is here. 10th more seeking subscription that devastated Union Village. This guy is really harder than imagined. Looking at the 3 generations of Reikage in the form of a spur that only raised 1 finger and has completely entered the strongest state, it is Yao Yao, and can't help but feel a trace of pressure. During the previous runaway period, he played against the 3 generations of Reikage, and the opponent cut off all his tails with his trick. In the first battle, the 2 sides were considered to be a tie. At the end of the battle, both sides were exhausted and fainted. However, at that time, Yao himself was in a runaway state, and his consciousness was not clear. Now that he is perfectly released, he originally had absolute confidence that he could defeat the 3 generations of raking. But I didn't expect to still be unable to tell the victory or defeat. Boom. To the north of Union Village, a huge sky opening suddenly broke through the mountain wall surrounding the entire village. Even more than 10 miles away, when this exaggerated wave of air hit, it still swept many unprepared Union ninjas into the air. Unexpectedly, this kind of power can be exploded. It should not be done by Kyuubi alone. The guy named Yusuke also shot, right facing this wave of air. Even Yao subconsciously rolled the octopus feet in front of him to resist. Seeing that the natural barrier of Union Village was mostly destroyed, the 3rd generation of Reikage was even more furious. On the other side, Yao was fighting wildly with the 3rd generation of Reikage. The group destroyed the 4 generations of raking. Oh no, from tonight, raking this shadow will no longer exist. Following the special perception between the tail beasts, Yusuke jumped from the top of Kyuubi's head back to the ground and wandered to the front of a mountain wall. Boom! The 9-tailed chakra on his body climbed up, turning into a fist and hitting the mountain wall. The stone wall shattered, revealing the women, children and children hiding in it. Among them, there is no shortage of little ghosts who wear protective headgear, but the average age is less than 10 years old. Obviously, this is a temporary shelter. Seeing Yuji walking in, the villagers of Union who had taken refuge were suddenly frightened and screamed, "Damn it! Protect everyone!" Several Union ninjas rushed up. Yusuke didn't even draw the sword, but controlled the 9-tailed chakra into a fist-like shape, and easily flew it into the rock wall. Gradually walking to the interior of the refuge room, under the panic gaze of Union villagers, Yusuke's eyes locked on a little girl with long beige hair and a similar age to Kakashi and others. 2 and 2 tails are actually inside such a little girl. With that said, Yusuke possessed himself and was about to arrest the 2 wooden men. At the moment when Yusuke's hand was less than half a meter away from the wooden man, Yomuran's eyes suddenly condensed, and he took out a stab like Yusuke's wrist from behind. However, when the spike of kunai pierced on the back of the hand with Kayagamo, Yomuran found that he couldn't get in anyhow. It's different from Master Reikage. The skin is as solid as a rock under the protection of Ladun chakra. Although protected by 9-tailed chakra, the touch is no different from that of ordinary people. But it just couldn't get in. People in Union are very courageous. Yusuke smiled. Yomuran looked up at the other person in astonishment. The moment he met Yusuke's 4 eyes just now, boom! Fist of the 9-tailed chakra's journey came from the side, and the wooden man will immediately be beaten out. It's just too stupid. Yusuke added another sentence at the end. Cough cough cough. The human man who fell on the ground coughed up blood, clutching his injured neck, and gritted his teeth and said in secret, "No, the bones, I was broken. Will I be merciful if I think I am a child?" That only shows that you are stupid than you think. The tail behind it turned into a palm and the wooden man lifted it up, grabbing Yusuke's face. The other tail also turned into a palm, and the wooden man's shirt was lifted away, revealing a small belly. Under the influence of 9-tailed chakra, the seal formation of the Ayanama seal has been revealed. In this way, the victory or defeat is completely decided. Yusuke made the seal that had just released Yao from Kyuubi's body, and was about to press it on Yugi's belly again, unblock the Ayanama, and many more. Just before Yusuke was about to release her 2 tails from Yugi's body, a female voice rang in Yusuke's mind. Two tails? Yusuke frowned slightly. That's right, I'm the second tail, and I'm traveling again. Like an adult woman, her voice sounded again and said, "Don't lift the seal, then this child will die." And Kyuubi, who can also hear the second tails, sneered, "Sure enough, are you crazy? You travel again, and you start to care about Renzuli's life and death." Although Yusuke was stunned by this, he did not show much surprise. In the original work, Kyuubi said that the relationship between Ertu and Yugi is even better than that between him and Yao. But I didn't expect that 20 years before the timeline of the original book began, this person and beast would already have this degree of affection. Ertum explained, when I was 2 years old from Uren, I was sealed in her body. As a human's Yulai, she has survived the abuse and hatred of the same villagers. This touched me. I want to witness with my own eyes what kind of path she will take. So the contractor of the 9 llamas, please don't kill the Yuma people. Yusuke fell silent for a while. Originally, he did not intend to kill everyone in Union Village. After all, he will occupy Union Village in the future, and manpower is also the most important resource. A village, if there are no people, you occupy it. What use is it? But troublesome figures like the 3rd generation of raking and the 4th generation of raking must be eliminated. And this 7-year-old Yuki is not a threat to say, and if used properly, it should be a good card. Thinking of this, Yusuke said to Ertu, oh no, okay, then I will sell you a face. But this time, you have to help me. It is good. Raw. 5 seconds and 5 seconds after the two tails agreed, a demon cat basking in canyon appeared on the other side of Union Village. The 3rd tail beast is here. 113. The defeat is set first. More seeking subscription. Everything came too fast. Many Union villagers who have not escaped from the village have not fully recovered from the fear that Ya and 9 tails have descended. 2 and 2 tails came out again. There were only 9 A-headed beasts in the entire ninja world, and now all 3 of them appeared in their village. In a sense, it's quite arrogant, isn't it? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Seeing that the 3 generations of Reikage have been unable to win the 8 tails. But Kyuubi raged and destroyed everything visible in front of him. Kang Yan burned all the ninjas who were blocking him in front of him. Finally someone couldn't bear the shock brought before them and almost collapsed. What a nostalgic scenery. Don't you think it's the same as the situation where you escaped from the whirlpool Mito and tossed Konoha to death? 9 Llama, looking at Union Village, which has been mostly destroyed, and the Union army below who is constantly trying to stop 9 tails from moving forward. Yusuke grinned and asked with a hearty smile at Kyuubi, "You guy?" At that time, did you plan to reach this point? Kyuubi looked up and asked, if that's the case, this kid would be a bit of teaching mansion, and he would have counted everyone, including himself. No, you killed me. At that time, I only wanted to weaken Konoha, so that it would be beneficial to my future development. That's it, but things are developing more smoothly than I thought. After that, Yusuke couldn't look far away. Ya and the 3 generations of Reikage who were able to tell the winner. Sure enough, the shadow is the core of a ninja village. As long as it is not solved, the hope of these ninjas cannot be completely crushed. Thinking of this, Yusuke jumped up, jumping from the top of Kyuubi's head to the top of Yo's head. It's too slow. Bullshit. When you were wasting time, I have already released the second and second tails. 3 generations of Liang rushed to the top of Yo's head, and said angrily, Yusuke, you bastard, now that Yunyin has been destroyed like this, even if he can escape this catastrophe, it will take at least a few years, or even decades, to rebuild. What angered him even more was that Yusuke had not only violated the agreement and made a surprise attack on Union, he had clearly agreed on a truce. Moreover, he started to be so vicious, he took out the 3-tailed beasts. If you want to scold me, wait until you and your son go to Huangquan, you can scold as you like. Yusuke doesn't think he is mean, or he doesn't care at all. If you want to climb up, don't think about being a gentleman. What's more, you don't want to do anything like sneak attacks. Hurry up and get rid of this guy, and then take Union Village away. Yusuke pulled out the white teeth from his waist, and planned to have a fair fight with the other party. Anyway, kill it, you guy. Before the 3 generations of Reikage had finished speaking, they flashed in front of Yusuke, but the fist he hit was blocked by the blade that he had predicted in advance. 9 Llamas, another trip. Don't be idle, continue to bombard, let this group of militants thoroughly understand what is called war. When the voice fell, Yusuke flew up and kicked his toe directly on the abdomen of the 3rd generation of Reikage. The 3-generation Reikage's burly body flew out like a football. But Yusuke did not let him go. and he flew out. The blade in his hand kept chasing the opponent's key point. Rumble. 3 generations of Reikage's body fell, smashing a huge gap of hundreds of meters in diameter on the mountain wall behind, and the opposite Yusuke was chasing with a flash of light. The 3 generations of Reikage did not choose his previous style and counterattacked frontally. Instead, after seeing the devastated village that was ruined by 3-headed beasts, he chose to avoid its sharp edges. Boom! The 3 generations of Reikage used Dun Chakra mode to flash sideways, causing Yusuke's pursuit to stab the air, collapse the front mountain wall, and the endless rocks fell into the river below. Retreat. The 3 generations of Reikage who avoided the pursuit condensed chakra in the throat, and the shouts rang through the entire Union village. Withdraw from the village and give this place to them. Wait for the opportunity in the future, and then retake it again. The 3 generations of Reiking had completely acknowledged it. It is impossible to save the village from Yusuke and the 3-tailed beasts now. The only way is to hand over the village to them, and then wait for the opportunity to find another opportunity in the future to recapture it. Hearing the command of the 3rd generation of Reikage, the original was still there. Negative you stubbornly resisted, and the Union ninjas who dealt with the 9 tails and 2 tails were unwilling. But I quickly realized that it was impossible to save the defeat now. For a while, everyone changed their attack methods, blocking the progress of Kyuubi and the others, while evacuating outside the village. As for where to withdraw, that is a question for later consideration. Psychic art. At this moment, a huge slug blocked the entrance and exit of Union Village. It is impossible for anyone who participated in the Second Ninja World War to not know this psychic beast. Sorry, it's better for you to stay where you are. Tsunade stood on top of the slug's head, standing high. Tsunadeheim. Union's magnetic escape from the boundary ninja Troy is full of jealousy. Yusuke and the 3-tailed beasts are not enough. Is there another shadow class? Never die here. Breakthrough forcibly. While yelling, Troy took out 2 extra-large shuriken darts with a diameter of about 1 and 5 meters. This is his magnetic escape ability. By sharply controlling large ninjas and attaching magnetism to the enemy, he can achieve a 100% hit rate. Troy threw one of the extra-large shurikens at Tsunade above the slug's head. However, just before the shuriken had reached half the distance, a white shadow sprang out from behind Tsunade, violently rotated into a chakra sphere, and bounced Troy's shuriken away. Back to the days. Using magnetic force to control the bounced super-large shuriken back to his hand, Troy's eyes changed. This move is, I'm very sorry, Tsunade-sama, we are here. The one who recruited the sky just now was the clan head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hizu. And after Hyuga Hizu, hundreds of members of the Hyuga family followed closely and fought with the Union army. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 114. Are you really dreaming? Second more seeking subscription. The early morning sunlight passes through the gaps between the mountains and shines in Union Village. But this place, I am afraid that it can no longer be called a village on the huge land. There are ruins of buildings and corpses that have been destroyed into slag. The Reikage office building, which was originally built on the highest point of the entire village, had long collapsed during the battle. The one as the signboard. Thunder. The defecation of the word had split into 2 halves at this moment, and fell to the ground like trash. Oh yeah. In this way, my Surball ghost can be considered free, right? I don't know if it was with Kairabi for a while, but Yao also got the quirk of humming, and said cheerfully, don't think this is the end. According to that kid's character, if you don't squeeze your last point of use value, you won't be let go. Kyuubi glanced at the idiot and said coldly, to be honest, although he was free, he signed that weird contract relationship with Yusuke, which forced him to be this guy's wage earner, which made Kyuubi extremely unhappy. But it was much better than using Kaleidoscope's pupil technique to be stunned by Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Kyuubi couldn't help turning his eyes to look at Yusuke. At this time, Yusuke was standing in the center of the devastated Union village. At his feet, it is the 3 generations of Reikage who just died. Senin Location 3RD Generation Reikage, Senin successfully. Senin Reward, Thunder Dunkala Mode, Hell Stab. To tell the truth, the attack is mainly based on swordsmanship. As far as Yusuke is concerned, the Hell Thrust that belongs to ninjutsu is really useless for him. The Dun Chakra mode and the 9 Tails mode are almost repeated again, which makes Yusuke not very satisfied with these 2 Senin rewards. For the current self, what is needed is a way to break through the 6th-level Senin reward. Fortunately, the principle of the Hell Stab trick is to concentrate all the power at one point, and then burst out the moment it touches the enemy. This can be integrated into his own swordsmanship. It is the only benefit. Compared to the Senin rewards, this time more goods are received, and I have received Union Village. Although this is just taking away the previous temporary residence. Yusuke turned to look at the 3-headed beast behind him, and smiled. How long does it feel to leave Ren's body and breathe fresh air? You will abide by the agreement and let me go free. If you breach the agreement, I will go crazy. Yao reminded repeatedly. It's okay, but I suggest you better move around in my turf area, look at the entire ninja world, and covet the power of your tail beasts. But there are countless forces. Speaking of this topic, Yusuke's number 1 is Xiao. However, it seems that Yahiko is not dead yet, and the capture of the tail beast, the I plan, is almost 20 years later. But even so, the power to catch the tail beast is still a lot. If you want to take care of it, my uncle your I can go wherever I want. Yao hummed and muttered, as if he didn't take the words to heart. I want to stay in Yugi to see what path this child will take. Two Tails said flatly. Union's ninja. If she cannot be used by me, you should know what I will do. Yusuke raised his finger and asked. It's okay. At present, the second Tails are only interested in Yugi, and they have not yet desperately protected her as a nanny. Then, you will still stay with me, 9 Llama. Yusuke looked at the last Kyuubi with a smile, and pretended to learn from future generations. Naruto stretched out his fist towards Kyuubi. I would like to ask for your advice in the future. Hey, don't show such a disgusting smile. You and I are just using each other. 9 Tails turned his head to the other side very shamelessly, but didn't refute it either. Yusuke smiled without speaking, and put his hand back. Okay, that's it at this time. At the gate of Union's village, Naruto Izu and Yamanaka Hideo are counting the number of surviving people in Union village. After a night of fierce fighting, 3 generations of Liang died in battle, and Union village surrendered. Yusuke also ordered to stop the attack and count the number of people. I really doubt whether I am dreaming now. Yamanaka Hichi counted the number of Union village ninjas who raised their hands and made surrender gestures, and shook his head with a wry smile. When Tsunade's command was communicated through Tonks and Art, the Hyuga clan rushed to the battlefield of Union village as quickly as possible. When they arrived, the war was basically over. Yamanaka Keiichi and the others know very well that this is by no means the contribution of Hyuga, but before they arrived, Yusuke had already cleaned Union almost. Yes, I also have a feeling of being in a dream. Narushika looked at Yusuke, who was communicating with the 3-tailed beasts in the distance, and smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that it really took less than one night to put the 5 great ninja village in the army? The factual power is second only to Konoha's Union. Narushika Iza, Yamanaka Keiichi and others do this for the time being. Needless to say, family members like Narayoshino who are cleaning the battlefield. Now they all know that their husbands and sons are following Yusuke to rebel. But no one retorted or protested. Take down Union village in one night and let them live. Such a strong record made them shut up obediently. They are both family members of the ninja, and they can naturally understand why their husband chose this way. Yusuke's decision on Naruto's location is absolute. In this case, the rebellion cannot be said to be rebellion, but to follow the new Hokage in advance. Master Yusuke, the inventory is complete. At this time, Narashikuji walked to Yusuke's side, and reported, Among the Union villagers who surrendered to the village, the old and weak women and children who were not capable of fighting, plus the men who were not ninjas, totaled about 10,000, and more than 340 ninjas survived. The number of people, among them, the lower, the middle, and the upper ninja is when Narukisa finished reporting to Yusuke. Yusuke raised his hand and smiled. Okay, let's write a letter to Naruto-sama now. 115 Never hand over power. Sarutobi-san /3 more seeking subscription. And it was when Yusuke and the others took Union Village. More than 200 Konoha ninjas including Kakashi, Moto, Rin Nohara and others came to the frontline battlefield of Tonokuni with Jiraiya and Hafing Mizuman. He relayed Yusuke's request to Sarutobi Hizaki and Shimura Danzo. Ask Sarutobi Hitoshi to hand over the position of Hokage, otherwise he will rebel. And with the Hyuga family, the pig, deer, and the butterfly family, and hundreds of civilians who came from ninjas, a total of nearly 1,000 Konoha ninjas chose to follow. The reason why these people follow Yusuke is simple and tacky. One word: benefit. In their eyes, Konoha must belong to Yusuke in the future. To put it harder, Sarutobi-san and the group of elders still have a few years to live. It is better to take this opportunity to stand in line to Yusuke's side in time. Can also be a top hero's position. And Sarutobi Hizaki and the others were there just now, discussing how to calm Yusuke's emotions if they accept Union's truce agreement. They didn't need to be soothed in the end. Yusuke directly threw the conditions hand over the position of Hokage, otherwise he rebelled. And just when Jiraiya and Hafing Mizuman conveyed Yusuke's meaning to Sarutobi-san in the village of Konoha, Koharu and Mito Menyon, who are temporarily taking over from Hokage, also dispatched Amp to convey the news, claiming that the head of the ninja clan headed by Hyuga Hizu and Narashikuiza returned to the village and moved all of their clan out of the village overnight. And they wanted to stop but didn't dare. Because of Hyuga Nissa, they directly moved out of Yusuke's wicked name. As a result, the Hyuga family, the pig deer butterfly family, and many family members of civilian ninjas like Yuri Hong moved out of Konoha collectively. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Menyon dispatched Amp to secretly track down and investigate where the group of people are going. As a result, when he reached the northeastern border of the Fire Country, Yusuke discovered that he killed all of them and asked Uchiha Hishishui to send the head back. After hearing the news, Bofeng Mizuno squeezed his jaw and analyzed. It seems that Lord Yusuke is really ready to go to war with Konoha. He took the family away to avoid a civil war and spread to them. What a joke. Not long ago, in front of the whole village, he publicly knelt down and asked Yusuke to join the war. Now Danzo, who has become a joke of the entire ninja world, roared furiously, "It's getting too much. The last time you made such a request, this time I just asked for it." The position of Naruto is now, so next time he wants the position of a big name. Danzo had already recorded Yusuke on the blacklist he would kill. And now he hasn't seen the possibility of revenge. If you really want him or his people to become Hokage, can you have a good life? Orochimaru grinned and said, "Hey, Yujun looks down on the name. But what should I do now?" Orochimaru smiled evilly and turned the corner of his eyes to Sarutobi. "I think it's better to give Hokage's position to Yusuke-kun." "Orochimaru, you have repeatedly helped Yusuke that. Betrayal. What is your intention?" Danzo pointed to Dashwin's nose and shouted, "What benefit did he give you?" Orochimaru shrugged. "I just talk about the matter. If Sarutobi Sensei chooses to go to war, I don't care." Jiraiya also interjected, "Father, I think what Dashwin said makes sense." Sarutobi I couldn't believe it and looked at me. "Forget it, Orochimaru, a freak with an increasingly withdrawn character. How can even Jiraiya, a disciple who he has always regarded as the best successor, say the same?" Jiraiya also explained, "Suke's purpose is to let Tsunade take over the position of Naruto. I think Tsunade is quite suitable." "Huh? What is the relationship between Tsunade and that kid? You don't know if you come here." Danzo coldly snorted, "Tang being a Hokage, Is there any difference between being a Hokage by himself? Jai was also speechless. But anyway, it is better to let Tsunade be Hokage than civil war. Now the country of fire is still at war with the country of soil and the country of water. If there is another civil war, no one can imagine how serious the consequences will be. Master Jiraiya can only pin his hopes on Sarutobi Hitoshi. I hope he can give up power for the peace of the village. After a few minutes of silence, Sarutobi Hitoshi said slowly, Yusuke's behavior is too violent. He is not the heir to the will of fire. I don't think he and Tsunade can lead Konoha. Obviously, Sarutobi Hizen did not agree to hand over the position of Hokage. Master Jiraiya was also in a hurry. Say no more. Sarutobi Hizen said with a black face. Jiraiya, you and Mizuman will lead 500 ninja troops tomorrow to return to Konoha garrison to prevent Yusuke's offensive. Danzo, you take my handwritten letter to Shane village. Request for generations of Fenning to send additional reinforcements. The meeting is over. Sarutobi Hitoshi's tone was tough and there was no room for doubt. Power is the most important thing for a person in power, especially when this group of people has been in power for decades. Asking them to hand over power is no different from killing them. Jiraiya, Osamu, Uchiha Hitomitake, Hafing Mizuman and others walked out of the camp one after another. I didn't expect things to become like this. Faced with such a situation, Uchiha Hitomitake couldn't help but let out a sigh. Futake, are you planning to stand on Sarutobi Sensei's side? Osamu asked with a chuckle as she passed by Uchiha Hitomitake. This Uchiha Hitomitake didn't know how to answer for a while. Mainly because of the Ninja World War. He was not on the same line as Yusuke. If he was on the front line of Thunder Country at that time, maybe he really planned to rebel with Yusuke like Hyuga Nisu. But now, it seems that there is no chance. Ha ha ha. Oshimaru did not continue to embarrass Uchiha Hitomitake. After leaving two cold laughs, he turned his head and left. That night, a ninja from the Ministry of Intelligence received a letter from Konoha. After reading the content of the letter, he was immediately stunned. The intelligence ninja took the letter and hurried to the camp of Sarutobi Hizen, but unexpectedly met Oshimaru. What happened is so anxious. Oshimaru squinted and asked, Master Oshimaru, this is, Lu, our letter written by the head of Lujiu. You, please take a look. The intelligence ninja handed the letter to Oshimaru with trembling hands. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 116 Defected. Oshimaru defected. Fourth more seeking subscription. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After reading the content of the letter, Oshimaru first laughed in a low voice, then hid his face and laughed, and finally couldn't help laughing wildly. Many Konoha and ninjas around couldn't help but cast curious eyes. Dashwin, who has always had a gloomy and lonely character, laughed like this, Yusuke-kun, you really never let me down. After Oshimaru said this, he handed the letter to the ninja of the intelligence department in front of him, and said with a smile, take it to Sarutobi teacher. Yes. The intelligence ninja walked by the shoulders of Oshimaru, and ran towards the camp of Sarutobi Hitoshi. Oshimaru glanced at his back indifferently, and said to himself, the ending is impossible to change, and I don't need to continue to waste time here. Immediately, Oshimaru walked towards the exit of the barracks. 10 minutes later, after reading the letter, Sarutobi Hisaki looked shocked, and issued an order at the fastest speed. All of them went to the main account for an emergency meeting. Suddenly, Jiraiya, who had already fallen asleep, Bo Feng Shuiman and others quickly woke up from their sleep and rushed to the main account. Father, what happened again? Jai, who walked into the camp with a yawn, just wanted to complain, but when he saw Sarutobi's eyes that seemed to be bursting with fire, he swallowed the words from his throat in time. Hafing Mizuman, Uchiha Hitomitake, and the patriarch of the Yusuke family entered the camp one after another. Everyone found that Sarutobi Hizen's face was extremely gloomy, and they couldn't help but secretly wonder what happened. Whereas Dashwin, seeing that everyone else had arrived, but Oshimaru hadn't been seen for a long time, Sarutobi couldn't help frowning and asked, it's not good. Hokage-sama, this is Azongren rushed into the camp with a cold sweat, kneeled in front of Sarutobi Hisaki, pointed in the direction of the camp gate, and trembled. "Oh, Lord Oshimaru. He killed the 2 guards." "Ninja, escape, escape." Hearing this, everyone present changed drastically. "What did you say?" Sarutobi Hisan suddenly got up from the cushion. 5 minutes later, everyone rushed to the camp gate and found that there were indeed 2 Konoha ninjas lying at the gate, and they had died. And judging from the fatal wounds from the snake bite on their necks, in the entire military camp, except for the Oshimaru, there is indeed no second person who has this kind of attack method. This is impossible. How can -1 be possible? I couldn't believe it. Although Oshimaru's personality has become more and more withdrawn in recent years, no matter what, it is not possible to kill the ninja in the same village and escape. And Sarutobi Rizchi also had the same idea. No matter how mad and Oshimaru, it is impossible to do such a thing. Even if it were to be done, it would not be possible to do it publicly. At this moment, the intelligence department responsible for sending the letter just remembered the incident and reported, "Kuo, Lord Naruto, then, that letter from the head of Lujiu, I was seen by Lord Oshimaru before handing it to you. I heard 2 words in the letter, and I also waited." The person frowned slightly. "What letter?" When Sarutobi Risen heard this, he immediately guessed the cause of the incident and shouted in anger, "Rebel!" This rebel. Doctors of the lower ninja world were usually temperamental and angry. Everyone present was frightened and chilled. Even Danzo did not dare to ask why. Sarutobi Hitoshi's wrinkled face flushed with anger, and his breathing became abnormally rapid. As a bystander, Kakashi, Daito and others are worried that Sarutobi Hitoshi will faint like this in anger. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hisaki didn't faint with anger. At this time, Jai also chose to be the first one to ask, "Father, what's the matter with the letter you said?" Sarutobi Hitoshi took a few deep breaths, and then he managed to suppress the fire and handed the letter to Jiraiya. Jai also unfolded the letter, and after reading the content in a minute, he couldn't help taking a breath. At this time, Uchiha Fude, Hafing Mizuman and others also came together one after another. Gilda didn't say anything, and handed the letters to the people around him in turn. Uchiha Tomitake, Hafing Mizuman and others read the contents of the letter one after another. There is no one who is not frightened, including Danzo. The content of the letter is mainly about 2 points. First, the army led by Yusuke has completely occupied Union Village. From today on, Union Village in the Kingdom of Thunder has ceased to exist. Yusuke killed the 3 generations of Reikage, AI, the son of the 3rd generation of Reikage, and gained the battle power of Union Village. The weight, the village, and the 2 tail beasts of Union were in his hands. Second, once again threatened Sarutobi Hitoshi. Now Yusuke already owns Union Village, and he also has Tsunade, the Hyuga family, the pig deer butterfly, and the Union army who just surrendered to him. The total military strength exceeds 5,000. In addition, he also has 2 tail beasts in his hand, 2 tails and 9 tails. If you want to fight Konoha, you don't need to fight. It's enough to tell the winner. Narushika claimed in his letter that Sarutobi Hisaki should be requested immediately surrender. In this way, an unnecessary war can be avoided. And the content of this letter also explains why Oshimaru defected. Oshimaru has seen this war, and Yusuke will undoubtedly win. So he simply left and turned to Yusuke. At this moment, even Danzan shut up and dared not say anything. In just 2 days, Yusuke took down Union Village, one of the 5 ninja villages. Perhaps because of the reasons for the new rule, Yusuke's position in Union Village may not be stable. But in terms of military strength, he can start a war with Konoha. Bring Konoha upright by military means. Everyone, who else wants to learn from Oshimaru's rebellion? Let's go now. At this moment, Sarutobi Hisan's voice sounded again. There is no longer the kind of intimacy of the kind old man in the past. Instead, there is only endless anger and hatred. 117 Fu Iu, I also want to go the other way. 5th more seeking subscription. None of the Konoha and Ninja clan patriarchs such as Iwagaki Fude, Yusuke and others dared to answer. They knew it just by looking at Sarutobi Hizen's face now. If at this time, if anyone really makes the same decision as Oshamaru, he will rebel to Yusuke. Sarutobi Hizen absolutely didn't say anything, and directly took out the golden cudgel and punched out the opponent's brain. Since everyone has decided to fight against the enemy, let's deploy a plan to fight against Yusuke and their ninja army. After Sarutobi Hizen took a few deep breaths, he barely recovered a little calmness, summoned everyone back to the main account, and began to discuss countermeasures. Today Konoha has fewer than 2,000 people who can be deployed. And Yusuke received the support of Hyuga, Zuludi and other families, plus the troops he collected from Union Village, and there were more than 5,000 people. In such a situation, how to contend with it is an extremely serious problem. After a whole night of intense discussions, Sarutobi Hizen decided that there are two departments that are usually responsible for assassinations and intelligence theft. Some people are drawn out and go to the battlefield as regular ninjas. Secondly, all ninjas who are over 7 years old and have obtained the qualifications of ninja at the ninja school are also involved in the logistics work. And those female ninjas who had been dismissed from their ninja status because of their marriage also returned to the front line. For example, Iwagaki Fude's wife, Iwagaki Mikoto. It is because after getting married, he abandoned his ninja status and gave peace of mind to husband and child at home. And Sarutobi Hizen also sent these people to the battlefield. Of course, this also comes at a price. Sarutobi Hizen promised that after the war, he would transfer all the intelligence investigation department in the village that was originally in charge of the Hyuga clan to Iwagaki. It is equivalent to giving the Iwagaki clan more power. As for the families of Inuzuka and Yume, Sarutobi Hizen may have done a lot of benefits in order to mobilize their warrior spirit. As for whether these promises can be fulfilled at that time, it can only be said after the war is over. Anyway, just draw the pie first. And Iwagaki Hizen and others have a delicate mood. To be honest, they don't want to take these pancakes drawn by Sarutobi Hizen at all. First of all, they don't think that Konoha now has the strength that Yusuke wants to compete with. In other words, in their opinion, the group of Sarutobi Hizen was not Yusuke's opponent at all. Secondly, they didn't think that after the war, Sarutobi Hizen was really willing to give them such a large power. Take the Iwagaki family as an example. If Sarutobi Hizen really let the Iwagaki clan take charge of the security team and the investigation department, then Iwagaki's power is too great. Iwagaki Hizen himself had a certain number in his heart. He knew very well that Konoha's executives had issued receipts a long time ago, and they had always been on guard against Iwagaki. How could it be possible to give Iwagaki so much power and return to his camp? Iwagaki Hizen couldn't help but sighed secretly. I want to go the other way, too. Hyuga Nisuke, Yugai, luck is too good when things have reached this point. Iwagaki Hizen can't help but compare himself with his current situation and Hyuga Nizu. If he and Yusuke were on the same line at the time, they would directly follow him to counter. Maybe after the war is over, there will be a lot of benefits. At least you don't have to be tied to his chariot that is about to fall into a cliff. Thinking of this, Iwagaki Hizen sneaked out of the camp and glanced at the camp gate. The security has been increased by at least 10 times. Dozens of ninjas of the Sarutobi family formed a bronze wall and an iron wall, standing guard at the main entrance of the camp for 24 hours. Obviously, Sarutobi Hizen was to prevent the occurrence of a situation like Oshimaru again, so he strengthened his guard. And while Iwagaki Hizen secretly looked at the camp gate, he suddenly found that on the other side of the camp, Unvzy, the patriarch of the U-Girl clan, was also squinting toward the camp gate. The moment the two eyes met, an atmosphere called embarrassment spread rapidly between the two. In the next second, the two sides pretended not to see each other in a tacit understanding, and turned and left. However, At this moment, they discovered that the patriarch of the Yusuke clan seemed to be looking at the camp gate. On the other side, Orochimaru hurried non-stop in the direction of Thunder Country. Originally, the average ninja needed nearly 10 days of journey, but under the speed of his shadow rank powerhouse, he arrived in less than 5 days. Wait, who are you? You can't enter casually. Lord Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru was about to enter the sphere of influence of Union Village, several figures suddenly flashed to stop him. It was the ninjas of the Hyuga family. When they saw Orochimaru's face clearly, several people were shocked again. It seems that the content written in that letter is true, so I took the risk of coming here with such a big risk, and it's worth it. Orochimaru sneered twice, and said with his head raised, "Go back and report. I believe Yusuke-kun will call me in soon." No need. Less than 2 seconds after Orochimaru's words were spoken, an energetic voice came from behind. Several Hyuga ninjas turned their heads and exclaimed again, "Tsunade-sama." "Hey, you really are here, Tsunade." Orochimaru raised her horns, revealing a penetrating smile. Tsunade said with one hand on his hips, and said, "Yusuke said that you will definitely come after you know the news that Union has been captured. It's about this time when you calculate it." As expected of Yusuke-kun, you guessed it accurately. Orochimaru took out a small scroll from the ninja bag hanging on her back, smiled with a hint of triumph, and then said, "I also brought important information about Sarutobitachi's army. Can you send it in for me?" "You can send it by yourself. I'm so busy." Tsunade turned back to the village without showing any face. When Orochimaru saw it, she didn't count it, followed behind, and entered Union Village, which has now begun to rebuild. Well, it's still called Union Village at the moment. It's more convenient. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 118 who trademark grabs the Country of Wind. 6th more seeking subscription. As one of the famous Konoha Sannin in the Second Ninja World War, Orochimaru is naturally well known. Just stepping into the land of Union Village has attracted the attention of many surrounding villagers. Many ninjas can't help being secretly curious. What does the arrival of Dashun mean? He represented 3 generations of Hokage, and he came to negotiate with Yusuke or directly engage in a fight or betrayed him. If it is the latter, then Yusuke's odds of winning will be increased by another point. Add another shadow rank combat power. The current situation of Union is almost more serious than the damage caused to Konoha by the Nine Tails Rebellion 3 years ago. Looking around, Orochimaru, there are almost no 2 intact buildings in the entire village. Not only the villagers, but even the ninjas are also involved in the reconstruction of the village. It is quite easy to distinguish who are the villagers of the original Woodleaf and who are the villagers of Union. Except for the difference in attire, most of Union's skin is black. However, Orochimaru found another interesting place. That is, the foreheads of the Union ninja have been taken off, and no one has worn it. Not just Union's ninja, even Konoha ninja. For example, Master Orochimaru. At this moment, using the technique of doubling to transform into a small mountain, Kudao, who was carrying a huge tree to help rebuild the house, noticed the Orochimaru, who walked to his feet and was shocked immediately. "Dingzuo, it's been a long time since I saw you." Orochimaru smiled slightly, and then cast his eyes on the new forehead at the head of Kudao's forehead. The forehead is this. Kudao was stunned when he heard the words, and then picked up the new forehead with his fingers, and said with a silly smile, "This is the new forehead ordered by Master Yusuke, and will be issued to everyone in Konoha and Union one after another." Kudao also has the same forehead worn by the Magnetic Escape Blood, followed by the Limit Ninja Troy that Orochimaru saw when he passed the street just now. It is neither Konoha's logo nor Union's logo, but wrote a forbearance word. That's right, forbearance words protect the forehead. It was during the 4th Ninja World War in the original book. Gaara proposed to integrate the Ninja Alliance and issued a new amount of protection. Yusuke directly used this thing 20 years in advance. Originally, he intended to directly let Yainai protect his forehead. But Naruto, who is a military suggested that this is easy for ninjas to resist. Since Yusuke's goal is to merge Union's two ninja villages, why not directly design a new type of protective forehead? So Yusuke directly used the new forehead of the 4th Ninja War Ninja Alliance. After learning more about the situation from Kudao Dingzhou, Oshomaru walked deeper into the village. At the same time, I couldn't help but want to take the forehead symbol as forbearance. Could it be said that Yusuke wanted to unify the entire ninja realm? Soon, Oshomaru saw Yusuke. Unlike Konoha, Union Village belongs to the kind of a village built between mountains. And the higher the status, the higher the place where they live. The place where Yusuke lives at this moment is the former Reikage office building. Now there, a simple building for temporary use has been erected. D.A. Lord Oshimaru, okay, it's been a long time. The little Xerong at the door saw Dashimaru coming, and she stepped back 2 steps in fear, bowing her head and trembling in salute. This one is Dashimaru squinted her eyes and cast her gaze on the little girl who was about a year younger than Zairayong, with a ponytail and a rice-haired girl. To Yuki people, this is my name, Lord Oshimaru. Compared to Yurong, Yugi is calmer and wears nin on his forehead. She protected her forehead and bowed slightly to Daishiwan. Renzulai, Daishiwan said inwardly. I've been there all this time. Oshimaru, who privately studied the corpses of Ya and Burubai, is already quite familiar with the breath of Renzulai. In addition, he had also heard that the second person's Yulai in Union Village was a child, and he immediately connected the two. Walking into the building that has not been rebuilt, Oshimaru finally meets Yusuke again. As soon as they met, Yusuke threw the new forehead to Oshimaru and said with a smile, Senior Oshimaru, let's change this. Hee Yusuke-kun, that has never let me down. Dashimaru is not nonsense. Remove the Konoha forehead from the head and replace it with nin words protect the forehead. I can understand that you designed your forehead protection logo like this because you have a plan to unify the ninja world. It's rare for Oshimaru to ask curiously about things other than research. Hey, I just think that if people who force Union to wear Konoha's forehead, they may be indignation. Anyway, Union and Konoha will be integrated into one force. So it's better to use a new forehead. Many times, psychologically, this thing is very important. Although Yusuke used force to suppress Union Village. But if Union's ninja is forced to wear Konoha's forehead, it is likely to rebound. In that case, just change to a brand new one, which will make them feel much better. Generally speaking, it is to give them a psychological comfort. But to be honest, even if it really wants to rule, there are only 3 major countries that are eye-catching. The country of fire, the country of soil, and the country of thunder. The country of water faces each other across the sea, and the land is not in his own hands at all. And let alone the kingdom of wind. 9% is the country of Huangshaw. What is the point of capturing that ghost place? In the 3 consecutive ninja wars, no country has actively attacked the country of the wind. Didn't they force your country to have something to grab? It's still take Konoha down first. Yusuke smiled and said, Senior Oshimaru, should have brought me a lot of surprises. The total number of troops currently owned by Saruto by Zensai, as well as information on their military distribution and other information. Daishiwan took out a small scroll and threw it at Yusuke. 119 There is no return to the war. 7th More Seeking subscription. Yusuke opened the scroll and read it carefully. His face smiled even more, and he praised, as expected, Senior Oshimaru. Looking at the entire Konoha, no, the entire ninja world, playing insidious tricks can be compared to you. I am afraid it is only Danzo is old and immortal. I will accept this as a compliment for the time being. Oshimaru's horns twitched, and after a few seconds he looked straight, and said, do you want to launch an attack on Konoha immediately? From the point of view of Oshimaru, Yusuke now has a force far better than Konoha, and Konoha is still at war with Iwain and Uain in the north and south, respectively. At this time, it is the best time to take advantage of the emptiness to enter. No, don't worry. Yusuke wandered to the window, and Dashimaru saw it, followed behind it, and leaned on the other side of the windowsill. Yusuke motioned Washomaru to look out the window at Union Village, where restoration work has just started, and said, "It was too much trouble before. Union Village is now destroyed like this, and many Union villagers have also lost the pillars of their homes. So many ninjas in Union have not actually sincerely submitted to me. At this time, they should be allowed to recuperate. If they are in a hurry to fight, it will only make them feel mentally and rebound. Then, they might cut me back." Yuji destroys Union Village with almost crazy means. Although the village was kept in the bag, in fact, the absolute majority of the people in Union Village had only hatred for Yusuke, Tsunade and other intruders. There are even many people who are thinking about revenge. What is needed most now is stability. Let these people enjoy a period of peace, so that they will understand revenge. Everything is just meaningless things. As long as it can survive, that's enough. And not only Union's villagers need to rest. Following Yusuke to capture Union's Hyuga, Nara, Akemi, and Yamazaka families, they also need to rest. They just left Konoha and came to live in a new environment, and they also need to adapt. So no matter for Union's people, it is still Konoha's people. Now is not the time to go to war. With Yusuke-kun's current strength, it is entirely possible to attack Konoha alone. Don't you need this group of people? Dashimaru asked with a smile. In his opinion, Yusuke can take down Union Village in one night alone, so it should be no problem to replace it with Konoha. Haha, Senior Orochimaru looked at me very highly. The reason why the victory of Union went so smoothly is because I sneaked into them with Flying Thunder God and released the three-tailed beasts. This method is no longer possible for Konoha. On the body, the reason why Yusuke has taken Union Village so smoothly, it was because he adopted a strategy of internal direct disintegration, and Union at that time only had one generation of Reikage and 4 Reikages with broken arms. There are not many strong ones. Although Konoha digs a considerable part of the wall by himself, but there are many masters such as Sarutobi Rizchi, Jiraiya, Heifeng Shuiman and so on. Moreover, Yao has already left. More importantly, Yusuke didn't want to work hard on the front line alone, and the men behind him would sit back and enjoy their achievements. It makes Lao Tzu look like a senior worker. How can there be such a cheap thing? Since Yusuke-kun made this decision, then I won't say much. Orochimaru smiled slightly, and then said what she wanted most. Union's classics and those secretly hidden ninjutsu scrolls. No problem, it's up to you. Yusuke smiled back. Hey, that's why I like to work with you. Yusuke-kun. Dashimaru showed a playful smile. His teacher Sarutobi Hisaki kept talking about the will of fire all day long, and it was annoying to death. Since you want to contribute your own efforts, you should give a corresponding reward. If you want to compare Sarutobi Hitoshi, Yusuke is obviously more able to satisfy his own desires. This is why Orochimaru chose to betray his teacher to join Yusuke. Fire Country, Konoha Village. Mikoto, you are pregnant. Returned to Konoha by the order of Sarutobi Hisaki, preparing to lead the Uchiha family to the northeastern border of the Country of Fire, to guard against Yusuke's attack. Uchiha Tomitake just returned home and heard about this from his wife Uchiha Mikoto. News. Well, it's been 3 months. Uchiha Mikoto smiled lovingly with maternal brilliance. Then you don't go to the battlefield. I will report your situation to Master Naruto. Uchiha Fumitake didn't have much joy on his face, but he was full of worries, saying, unfortunately, when the child was born, I might not be by his side. Fuiyu, don't worry, my child and I will wait for you to come back. Uchiha Mikoto comforted. Hearing the encouragement from his wife, Uchiha Tomitake felt better. But that's it. Who is Yusuke? Since the Second Ninja Wars, that man has never tasted failure. The first day I heard of his name was when he beat Naruto Shinosuke on the street. At that time, Uchiha Tomitake was frightened. He acted on Hokage's son in public and he thought he couldn't do such a thing. After that, killing 3 generations of Tuiying, severely injuring 3 generations of Fenying, humiliating to Anzang, and my Yaoning Yaozuke did so many earth-shattering things, but in the end, no one can cure him. And now, he finally aimed his fangs at Konoha, and he wants to lead a large army to deal with this wild beast. Uchiha Tomitake even wondered if he could come back alive. And similar to Uchiha Tomitake's state, there are Heifeng Shuiman, Yusuke and others. They bid farewell to their families one after another, preparing to embark on this almost never-ending war. Everyone in Konoha knows how terrifying this man Yusuke is. To be honest, if it hadn't been for Sarutobi Hizen, they had completely tied them to a car with himself. They are all like the school Hikata, Nara Lukisa, and they all followed the rebellion. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. 120 Heavenly Gold. 8th more seeking subscription. The generation headed by the generation of the fathers of the future Konoha 12 Xioqiang such as Heifeng Shuiman, Uchiha Tomitake, etc. led more than 1,000 Konoha ninjas stationed at the northeastern border of the Country of Fire when preparing for this 9th war. But no one thought of it. Yusuke, who had already occupied Union Village and established himself as the king, did not immediately anxious to capture Konoha. At first, Hofeng Mizuman and the others thought that Yusuke was planning to paralyze them, and waited for an unexpected opportunity to carry out a surprise attack. But in the next 6 months, Uchiha Tomitake's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi was about to be born. There is still nothing in Yusuke's group. At this time, Heifeng Mizuman really couldn't wait any longer, and asked Sarutobi Hitoshi for instructions, hoping to transfer part of the army. Because the war between Yanin and Mist in the north and south has not yet ended. After Sarutobi Risen received this news, he hesitated again and again, and finally agreed to Bo Feng Shuinen's proposal. It is indeed inappropriate to keep a shadow-level powerhouse like Bo Feng Shuimen aside. So Bo Feng Shuimen was allowed to lead a small group of troops to oppose returning to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Earth. This team includes the 3 of Hangaki Kakashi, Uchiha Daido, and Nohara in 3 Thunder Country, Union Village. Because all the amount of care has been replaced with forbearance words, Yusuke considered that maybe it could be called Ninjan Village, but because it sounded too sloppy, I gave up this idea. After half a year, the reconstruction work has been completely completed. Standing in the office building and looking around, it was the same as when he came in half a year ago. It's just that the villagers are now not only the original residents of Union, but also the people from Konoha. Among them, the largest number is naturally headed by the Hyuga and Pig Deer butterfly families. After more than half a year, these 2 people who are not in the village can gradually live in harmony. It is said that there are intermarriage. Yusuke couldn't help but think of the boy Akudo Dingsai among the 12 Konoha Xioqiang in the future. She seemed to have married a washboard in Union Village, and gave birth to a fat girl who blended with the fat of the Kudao clan and the black skin of Union Village. Yusuke-sama, Tsunade-sama, please go. At this time, a black-skinned little lorry with light blue short hair, about 10 years old and about the same age as Yusuke, walked behind Yusuke and whispered, "Mabui, this is the name of this little girl from the ninja clan of Union Village, who is now Tsunade's secretary." Yes. In order for Tsunade to adapt to being a shadow in advance, although Konoha hasn't gotten his hands on Konoha's work yet, Yusuke has already let Tsunade begin to exercise a shadow. The affairs worked. As for Yusuke himself, of course he is a shopkeeper. But because of the butterfly effect caused by Kato Mute, the little secretary in the original work, now he is not following Tsunade like the original book. So he gave Gang a secretary directly in Union Village. It says Abui in front of me. For this little girl, Yusuke still has it. In the original book, she is the secretary of 4 generations of L, who is good at the gift of heaven. Eventually, in the 4th Ninja World War, all the members of the command headquarters died under the 10-tailed beast Jade. Okay, hard work. Yusuke patted Asabuye's head and walked towards Tsunade's office. Although he occupied Union Village, Tsunade did not serve as Reikang title. After changing the forehead to a brand new one, I don't know what to call the leader of a village. Can't be called nineying, but soon. Everyone was relieved. Anyway, Yusuke alone has the final say in this village. Worn out. When Yusuke walked into the office, he saw Tsunade violently tossing up the files piled up on the desk into a hill, falling down like a goddess, and roaring, "This ghost day. I can't take it anymore." Or just do it again. Find someone. Either you do it yourself. I can't stand it anyway. Okay, come, let me relax for you. Yusuke smirked and leaned forward, and began to enjoy Tsunade's class chariot. You, stop it. Someone will come in. Although it was not the first time to do this kind of thing here, Tsunade was still nervous every time. If anyone comes in on the way, then her face will be gone. Relax. Hope that Azabui will be guarded at the door and no one will be allowed to come in. Yusuke immediately began to untie the belt of the hand. Feeling a cold below, Tsunade said anxiously, "Isn't there still someone at the door?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sudden sense of fulfillment blocked Tsunade's next words. Yusuke began to exercise. Anyway, that would have been known a long time ago, as Yusuke expected. Whenever Mabui heard that Yusuke could not allow others to come in, she guessed what those two people were going to do. I thought of Tsunade-sama, who I admired, doing those things in the office. Asabui, who has always regarded Tsunade as his idol, felt that Tsunade's tall image in his heart began to collapse. But is that kind of thing really that comfortable? Asshole, a lot of files can't be used anymore. Tsunade screamed at Yusuke, who was frustrated. A lot of it was spilled on the Didi file and it was stained with that stuff. Yusuke sneered, "A woman, really a creature who turned his face and didn't recognize people. He was obviously my dad just now, and my dad said, 'Yes. What are you telling me to do?' Yusuke remembered to ask. Tsunade gave him a bad look and said, 'There is no money.' Okay, Yusuke raised his brows. The money for the reconstruction of the village before was given by the name of the country of thunder. Now the village has finally been rebuilt. But the name is not giving money, but his reason is very good. After all, the money for the reconstruction of the village is already a huge sum of money. Tsunade explained. The money for rebuilding the village in the past 6 months is naturally not Yusuke's own pocket, let alone he doesn't have that much money at all. They were all taken from the name of the Thunder Country. Of course, Yusuke used a lot of threats among them. However, after the reconstruction of the village is completed, there is no drop in it. He can't pay for the name of Thunder Country, who has no money. If Yusuke wants to go to war with Konoha, he will find a way for the cost of the war. Lack of money. After thinking about it for a while, Yuji suddenly thought of a method that sounds unreliable at first: way of collecting money from the Tanlongren in One Piece. The sky is gold. 121. What's next? What to do with me? First, more seeking subscription. Heavenly gold. On the surface, the taxes paid by the participating countries in the world of One Piece to the world government are actually protection fees. Because if it is a country that cannot pay the heavenly gold, it will be immediately excluding the ranks of government franchise countries, and also lost the protection of the navy. And Yusuke took this set of methods to this Naruto world, and it seemed that it would work if he thought about it carefully. Because the entire ninja world is not only the 5 big countries, but also many small countries. Once a big country goes to war, it is these small countries that often suffer, and they often become battlefields between big countries. The last representative among them is the rainy country of the Second Ninja World War. This man is really unlucky. It is located between the 3 major countries, the country of fire, the country of wind, and the country of earth. During the Second Ninja World War, even if the Sanshou fish Hanzo's Konoha-san couldn't look up, in fact his country had long been unable to fight again. Except for Uin village, other places were completely captured. A similar situation is the country of Yano, which is located between the country of fire and the country of thunder. The country of vortex between the country of fire and the country of water. The country of grass between the country of soil and the country of fire. Even if the big countries go to war, even if these small countries don't participate in the war, they will often lose their vitality. The most unlucky is the country of Vortex. It was destroyed directly. Therefore, what Pen said to Tsunade in the future, the peace of a big country is based on the pain of a small country. This sentence is actually very reasonable. And Yusuke's idea is to move this set of world government in the world of One Piece here. Collect protection fees from small and weak countries like Yonokuni and Grassland. Then provide them with security. How could it be that simple? After Yusuke talked about his proposal with Tsunade, Tsunade rolled his eyes. It was obvious that Yusuke's idea was not reliable at all. You should know that although the strength of these countries is far less than that of the big countries, they also have their own Shinobu village. There is no strength to fight against the great powers, but at least the strength to protect themselves is still there. Asking them to pay so many protection fees to big countries for safety, I'm afraid they are more willing to spend this money on cultivating their own ninjas. Although both are a world respected by the strong, the world situation of Hokage and pirates is completely different. No, other countries may hesitate, but they will definitely agree. Yusuke smiled and refuted Tsunami's technique. 3 years ago, when Yao rioted in Yonokuni, Yonokuni wanted to ask the fire country he was attached to ask for an explanation for them. But the Naruto-sama can be said to have dealt with it completely. Yusuke raised his index finger and explained, because of this incident, Yonokuni has a lot of grievances against the fire country. If we can persuade them to turn their attachment to us, what do you think will happen? At the end, Yusuke shrugged. But Konoha will soon belong to us anyway, and it doesn't need to be so clear. Tsunade's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard this. But when Yusuke mentioned that he was going to merge, Konoha and Onion were two big villages, and couldn't help asking, Noah and Onion are so far apart, you plan to do it in the future. How to manage this idea of unifying the ninja world was suggested by someone as early as the Senjujuan period. At that time, it was proposed by Iwagaki and Madara, one of the Sengoku duo who formed Konoha. It was Konoha's strongest period at that time, and Senjujima hoped that the 5 major countries would sign an alliance agreement together. And Iwagaki and Madara believes that directly unifying the ninja world is the best way. Konoha did have this capital at that time. After all, both Senjujima and Iwagaki and Madara were still alive at that time. This is why Iwagaki and Madara rejected Anoki Kazuno's request for alliance at that time. But this proposal was rejected by Senjuzuma. Azura's reincarnations are more of the Virgin Mary, and he is unwilling to take the initiative to launch a war. This is one of the important reasons. Another key factor is that it cannot be managed for a long time. After all, Ninja World is a very vast land. When Senjujima and Iwagaki and Madara were alive, they could still be suffocated. Once the two died, wouldn't those ninjas who had been annihilated all reverse this situation? A bit like Yusuke's previous Skin Emperor's dominance of the 6 kingdoms. But the circumstances of the death of Kin 2. It's okay, as long as I'm okay while I'm alive. Yusuke waved his hand carelessly. All he wants is that he sits on the supreme position in his entire life, and that is enough. As for whether after he died or left this world, the ninja world would continue to be able to maintain its unity, or would it be divided directly? Yusuke can't handle this problem. He just needs to be happy when he is alive. I didn't expect to build a dynasty that will last forever, like the ancient emperor. Tsunade rolled his eyes. Based on her knowledge of Yusuke, she should have guessed this answer long ago. There is no such thing as his grandfather's kind of entrusting the future to the next generation. Why? What he wanted was to stand to the apex and call the world. As for how he will become in this world without him, it's a shit. But Tsunade doesn't want to say anything about Yusuke. After all, my grandfather entrusted Konoha to the so-called future of Sarutobi his, and now that the village has been tossed into what kind of will to fire, let's wash and sleep. After a lot of effort to clean up the office, Tsunade summoned Narashikuiza, who is currently the leader of Shinobu's division, and asked him to set up an envoy to visit Yonokuni's daimyo. According to Yusuke's vision, he tried to persuade the other party to stand on Yusuke's side and help attack the country of fire. After hearing Tsunade's order, Naruto understood it. The half-year rest period is about to end, and Yusuke has begun to plan an aggressive war against Konoha. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 122 Lord Naruto, Your Son is Dead. Second more seeking subscription. The war between Konoha, Iwagaki, and Misty is still going on. Among them, the active performance of Fang in the battlefield of Yanin made his nickname Yellow Flash resounded through the ninja world. As time went by, Yanin village gradually became unable to sustain the joint attack by Konoha and Saiyan. On the other side, Yusuke is still there, gazing at him. Seeing that the victory of the war on Yanin's side is in sight, Sarutobi's son finally showed a smile of joy after many days, and ordered the whole line to press in, and after all, he must end the war with Yanin as soon as possible. After all, the group of Yuji, who has occupied Union Village now, is like a jackal lying in their northeast staring. I don't know when I will pounce on myself and bite myself. In the end, Sarutobi Hizen handed over the task of Shenwubai to the Fang water sect. Shenwubai Bridge is an important supply route for Yanin village. Sarutobi Hizen wants to have Fang Mizuman lead the team to destroy it. As long as it succeeds, Konoha and Iwayan's war can be said to have completely mastered the initiative. Bofang Watergate undertakes this task, but it is different from the original book. Bofang Mizuman intends to perform the mission of destroying the gods on his own, and does not intend to take the Kakashi Trio 3 as a disciple. Because the current Shenwubai mission is 2 years earlier than the original, Kakashi and the others are only 10 years old. In the original book, Kakashi has become Shinobu at this time. Although he is a little moist, he is also qualified to participate in this task. Daido and Noharalin also became Zonin during the original Shinmubai mission period, and now they are just a combination of 1 middle ninja and 2 lower ninjas, and they don't have the qualifications to perform this task at all. Therefore, Bofang Shuiman did not take them to this mission. 2 weeks later, Bofang Shuiman returned from successfully completing the mission of the Shenwubai Bridge. Because the Supply route was severely damaged, Yanin's supply had a huge problem. Sarutobi Hizen seized the opportunity and attacked across the board, suppressing Iwayan back. And it was at the same time representatives of Naruto, the envoy to Yonokuni, also returned news. Yonokuni is willing to ally with Thunder Country to deal with Konoha. Oshimaru, who has kept himself in the underground research room for more than half a year, rarely walked out of his snake cave today, and smiled at Yusuke. Mizume-kun destroyed the Shenwubai Bridge, and now Konoha and Iwayan. There is almost no suspense about the outcome of the war. Now is the best time to attack Yanin. Yusuke is not surprised that Dashimaru knows this. Some time ago, he heard Dashimaru say that when he was on the front line of the country of soil, he found a very good seedling. Train him to become a spy in Yanin village. I got information about this matter from Yanin village. Okay, the person Oshimaru said. 10 Yes. Hearing God has no vibes with this word, Yusuke couldn't help but raised his brow slightly. Is he dead with the soil? The one with the earth water gate? Oshimaru was also taken aback when he heard the words, and replied, why ask this question? Watergate. He performed this mission alone and didn't take his disciples. Yusuke stroked his chin. After thinking about it carefully, the average age of the current Kakashi Trio is only 10 years old, a combination of 1 middle and 2 lower ninjas. No matter how they weren't qualified enough to perform tasks like destroying the God's Wubai Bridge, Master Yusuke, at this time, as one of the top 2 strongest in Union Village, Troy, the owner of Magnetic Escape Blood Succession Boundary, also walked over and said quietly, now is the best time to take Konoha. Troy's strength is still alive among the Union ninjas, it is indeed one of the best. Now, like Naruto, he is one of the squad leaders of Shinin's division. Because such masters as the 3rd generation of Reikage, the 4th generation of Reikage, and Kairabi were all killed by Yusuke. You really can't wait, Troy. Yusuke chuckled, and then his pupils suddenly condensed, and then said, That's what I planned to do. You led the 500 ninja army as the vanguard, through the country of Tang, and camped on the border of the country of fire. Yes. Troy responded with a cherished word, and then left with a blinking technique. It's really looking forward to it. Shimaru's character gradually changed with a weird smile. Yusuke couldn't help but wonder if this guy had already begun to transfer his soul to the woman. Senior Orochimaru, do you need me to send you to line up with Master Naruto for a wave of teacher-killing opportunities? Not every day, Yusuke suggested with a smile. Since Yusuke-kun is so kind, then I won't refuse. Daishiwan smiled coldly. A week later, the Konoha army headed by Sarutobi Rizchi, Heifeng Shuiman, and Shimura Danzo finally forced the Iwagaki army headed by the fourth generation of Soil Shadow Laozi back to the territory of the land. However, Sarutobi Hizen did not intend to aggressively continue the offensive, but planned to sign a truce agreement with Iwagaki village. After all, Konoha still has two enemies, Union and Yusuke. Even if he has the upper hand now, Sarutobi Hisaki doesn't want to continue fighting, hoping to retain his combat power as much as possible and use it to deal with Yusuke and Yuin. In the original work, it was precisely because of this matter that Danzo and Sarutobi Hizen had a serious disagreement. But not this time. Danzo, the radical faction, also agreed with Sarutobi Hisaki's approach. Misting aside, if he wants to deal with Yusuke, Konoha must save his troops as much as possible. However, just when Sarutobi Hizen was writing a truce to be handed over to the fourth generation Hokage Laozi, an ANB member rushed into the camp out of breath, and shouted out of breath, "Fire, fire, Hokage-sama." No, it's not good. That, the northeast front. What's happening here? Northeast with the second word. Sarutobi Risen suddenly stopped writing and got up from his seat immediately. The expressions of Danzo, Bofeng Shuiman and others in the camp also instantly became solemn. The northeast is the junction of the land of thunder and the land of fire. Yusuke-sama no. Yusuke's army has begun, and Orochimaru is not the big one. The ninja army headed by Orochimaru and Onion Ninja Troy just launched an assault attack on the garrison headed by Chief Uchiha Tomitake, and then what happened? Say it. Sarutobi Hizen hurriedly shouted. Captain Shinosuke, was killed by Orochimaru. When the Anbu players said this, the audience was shocked. 123 heartbroken. Third more seeking subscription. As the eldest son of Sarutobi Hisaki, Sarutobi Shinosuke originally took over the position of Shiroito and became the captain of ANB. But because of Konoha's current shortage of combat power, he was temporarily asked to take off his mask and act as an ordinary ninja, with Jiraiya and Uchiha Tomitake and others guarding the northeast front. Not only Sarutobi Shinosuke, but many ANB players also did the same. Who did it? Although Sarutobi Risen trembled, he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and barely said these three words. Yes, the Anbu players were too scared to answer. Is it Yusuke? Tuan Zangpei, who was sitting in the side seat, shouted angrily. No, Yusuke never went to the battlefield at all. The Anbu player trembled. Yes, it's Orochimaru. For a while, at the scene, all the personnel were once again shocked and dumbfounded. Orochimaru, the disciple of Sarutobi Hizen, one of Konoha Sannin. 6 months ago, he killed 2 ninjas who were guarding the camp of the Sarutobi clan and defected to Yusuke. Unexpectedly, this is not over yet. This time he directly killed the eldest son of Sarutobi Risen. Isn't Dashimaru no longer a mentor and apprentice for Sarutobi Risen? Does Snake Maru? Sarutobi Hizen smashed the table in front of him severely. This is too efficient, right? Give Shinosuke Sr. to the first attack. Compared with the thunderous Sarutobi Rizchi, Heifeng Shuiman looked calmer, holding his chin and analyzing. Although Yusuke's army has beaten us by a lot, how can they pass through Yonokuni in such a short period of time and treat us? Carrying out the raid, the ANB member said again. Yonokuni has taken refuge in Yusuke and opened the official way to them. It's another heavy news. Yonokuni, who has always been attached to the country of fire, unexpectedly chose to surrender Yusuke. Danzo roared in anger. Yanokuni is such a small country that is not enough to talk about. Where is the courage to betray the country of fire? Please calm down, Master Danzo. Haifeng Mizuman stopped and said, perhaps in the eyes of Yanokuni, Yusuke will win this war. So they chose to stand in line ahead of time like Hyuga and Zuludi. Tuanzang's complexion was pale. I want to refute Bofeng Shuiman's point of view, but now I have nothing to say. In the first fight just now, Hokage's son was killed. After half a year of silence, Yusuke did not expect that the power that erupted would be so terrifying. Watergate. You immediately lead 300 people to the northeast front line. Support Gylia them. Sarutobi Hizen reluctantly suppressed the anger in his heart in order to shout. The war with Yannian is not over yet, and as Hokage, he cannot leave here until the other party formally agrees to the truce negotiations. Yes. Bofeng Watergate quickly left the camp. And although Sarutobi Hizaki was extremely angry because his son was killed, he can't lose his mind because of his anger. He must negotiate a truce with Yanyan as soon as possible, and then rush to the northeast front line, in order to avenge his son. Hisaka, I have a way, saying that I can't deal with that guy Yusuke. At this moment, Danzo suddenly smiled insidiously, and said to Sarutobi Hizen, okay. Sarutobi Hiro raised his eyes to look at his old friend. Onogi of the former Hokage 2 Libras was killed by Yusuke. You haven't forgotten about this? Tuanzang asked with a smile. Speak straight. When his son was killed, Sarutobi Risen had no good temper before, and shouted to Danzo. Danzo is boring to ask, and can only open the door to the point. Replace that truce agreement with an alliance agreement, and let Yannian go with us to fight the guy Yusuke. Do you think they will agree? Sarutobi Hisaki's expression stagnated, and his eyes gleamed after a few seconds, and then directly added the previous line of truce agreement. Erase it and rewrite it as alliance agreement. Thunder Country, Union Village. Abandoning Konoha, Shisui, who is 7 years old this year, is wearing a mask, looking at the center of the training ground with a painful face, and is pointing to a blonde and blue-eyed little Lori Yusuke. The girl is about 9 years old and 1 year younger than Yurong, about the same age as Yugi. Samui, this is the girl's name. He was born in the Union Sword Technique clan. After being discovered by Yusuke, she would teach her a little bit of sword skills from time to time. However, Shisui found that this was the same attitude as Yusuke when he taught him. It is almost the same as the sky and the underground. When Yusuke taught him, it was like playing to death, and it was normal to be beaten with a black nose and a swollen face. As for Samui, although he was not merciful, he was already too gentle. It didn't feel like she was being a guide, but instead used her as a toy. Yusuke taught Samui to be like Kakashi in the 7th class in the future, robbing the bell. It was just playing with this little girl. But this cold-faced blonde lily, in the future, can really grow to Tsunade's level. Hey, I'm a little looking forward to it. Teacher, Lord Watergate led a 300-man troop rushed to the front line of the battlefield. What should I do? Samui was panting, and when he crawled to the ground, Shisui seized the opportunity and asked Yusuke for instructions. Now Yusuke's and member, Uchiha Shisui, having awakened, Yigu writes round eyes and is responsible for the work of intelligence transmission. No hurry, we have already sent reinforcements here, but we need to worry about Yannian more than Watergate. Yusuke puts his hands on Samui's hairy blonde hair like a cat. Seeing this cold-faced Lolita's reluctant but compelling expression, Yusuke felt that a certain switch in his heart seemed to be turned on. Hey, it's no wonder that Huiranai is so popular. He seemed to understand. When Shisui heard Yusuke's words, he couldn't help being stunned, and said in a puzzled way, is Yannian something to do with Yannian? The old fox Danzo will definitely take advantage of the fact that I killed Onoki in the last ninja battle and try to fight me with Iwagin. Yusuke chuckled and said, Ruianin agrees, that would be more troublesome. Shisui was taken aback, but he didn't expect it to be like this. But judging from Yusuke's face, I don't think he is worried. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 124. The choice of Yanian Village. Fourth more seeking subscription. Land of Earth, Yanian Village. It has been more than 4 years since the third generation of Hokage Onoki died in the Second Ninja War, and the four-tailed person's Yuli succeeded the position of the fourth generation of Hokage. At this moment, in the high-level meeting room of Yanian Village, Lao Tzu sat on the seat that used to belong to Oyemu, and in front of him were 2 letters from Konoha and Union. They are the leaders of the 2 villages, written by Sarutobi Hizen and Yusuke. Sarutobi Hizen asks Konoha and Iwagaki to truce and form an alliance to attack Yusuke together. In the letter, Sarutobi Hisaki described the matter of Yusuke's killing of Iwagaki's former Hokage Onogi in a large amount of content. It shows how distressed he is for Onoka's death in battle, and at the same time criticizes how maddening Yusuke's behavior is. Seeing these words in the letter by Sarutobi Rizchi, Lao Tzu almost laughed out of his teeth. You will be sad when Onoki is dead. You want to buy firecrackers to celebrate. This kind of political show is not surprising to people like them, but it's nothing. Lao Tzu was also very clear that Sarutobi Hisaki wanted to arouse Yanian Village's hatred of Yusuke. This enables Iwayne to join forces with Konoha to fight against Yusuke. But less than a week after Sarutobi's letter was delivered, Yusuke's letter was also delivered. Yusuke's meaning is similar to that of Sarutobi Hirochi, and he is also requesting an alliance with Iwagaki to attack Konoha together. But Yusuke didn't act like Sarutobi Hizen. After all, his own strength is far above Konoha, unlike Sarutobi Rizchi, who is eager for Yanian's reinforcements. In the letter, Yusuke expressed the hope that Iwayne could form an alliance with him. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter if you choose to watch, as long as you don't interfere in the war between him and Konoha. 2 alliance books were sent to Lao Tzu. With such an important matter, Lao Tzu naturally made the decision alone. At that time, the high-level decision-making team of Yanian Village gathered to discuss countermeasures. Among them is the son of Onoki, Fang too. How do you think it should be? Sarutobi Risen and Yusuke are going to fight. Our choice is nothing more than 3-3. Lao Tzu crossed his hands with 10 fingers and placed them on the round table of the meeting, saying to everyone, Alliance Sarutobi Hijitsu, Alliance Yusuke, or just cease the war and watch the fire from across the bank. As soon as this statement came out, more than a dozen decision-makers whispered and discussed. Huang Tu yelled first, so, of course it is a battle. Have you forgotten the enemy that killed the 3 generations of lords in the last ninja war? In the Third Ninja World War, Tuna had always wanted to seek revenge from Yusuke. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the war, Yusuke has been dealing with the Kingdom of Thunder, and later he directly rebelled against Konoha, occupied Union, and established himself as a king. He thought that in a short period of time, he had no chance to avenge his father, but he did not expect that at this time, the opportunity would come by himself. Moreover, he still joined forces with Konoha. From the perspective of Huang Tu, this is simply God's help. No, sitting across from the Lois, a decision-making member said, now Yusuke's strength is higher than that of Sarutobi Rishang. I must have heard about it. That man is said to have strength beyond the shadow level. Not only that, he also controlled 9 tails, the head of the 9 big-tailed beasts, and easily captured Union Village in less than 2 days. Such a strong one cannot be an enemy. Moreover, if you want to choose an ally, you should choose a strong one. Yusuke's total strength is estimated to be more than 5,000. Now Konoha can deploy only more than 2,000 troops. Under such circumstances, of course we should join forces with Yusuke. Huang Tu was said to be a little speechless, but recalled Onogi's tragic death in the last ninja battle, and even the first level was cut off. He would never let this opportunity pass, and immediately shouted angrily, Do you mean to forget the death of the 3 generations of Tuiang adults rather than revenge? It is more important to consider the interests of the village. Suddenly, the decision was divided into 2 teams. One side advocated joining Yusuke to attack Konoha. The other party, on the contrary, believes that Sarutobi Rishu should be combined to attack Union. Master Hokage, what do you think should be done when the two sides were at a loss? One of the decision-makers asked Laozi for advice. Laozi looked at the two alliance books at his desk. I was silent for a long time with my brows, and finally said slowly, I can understand the desire of you to avenge the third generation of lords. However, as the shadow of Yannian village, I should stand in the interests of Yannian village. Looking at the problem from a perspective, it is obvious that cooperating with Yusuke to attack Konoha is the best choice for Iwagaki. Olds's words are like a pot of cold water pouring on top of the lowest head. But he couldn't think of any words to refute the other party. Yusuke is too dangerous. However, at this time, a person interrupted Laozi aloud. Everyone turned their heads and looked around. And the one who spoke was the top master of Yannian village, the hunter of the ninja and the leader of the blasting force. Shu, what do you mean? The old purple frown asked the hunter. Shu Lingren responded, you should know a lot about Yusuke. He was born in Konoha, but he betrayed Konoha. Now he has occupied Union village and started to eat Konoha. If he succeeds, this man will have the two strongest ninja villages, Union and Konoha. At that time, who do you think he will solve next? The expressions of all the people who were talking about Carrie's words changed drastically. If, as he said, let Yusuke capture Union and Konoha, then the next target, without a doubt, is that they are Iwagaki. Hunter continued, such a dangerous person is like the Uchiha Madara of the past. It will be resolved in a short time, otherwise it will only bring disasters to our village and the entire ninja world. I think we should work with Konoha to deal with this dangerous element in time. 125 Madara's Secret Action. 5th More seeking subscription. The decision of Yannian's senior management went through intense discussions for several days. In the end, the Konoha United faction represented by Hwangto and Carrie won the victory and decided to join forces with Sarutobi Hisuke to fight against Yusuke. It is mainly that the words of Sue played a key role. Although a bit of alarmist suspicion, there are a few people in high positions who are not suspicious, and after Yusuke killed Union with a thunder, less than a year, he pointed the finger at his own village, Konoha. Then it is not impossible that the next target is locked on their Yannian. Thinking of this, in the end, Yannian's top leaders unanimously decided to join Sarutobi. The fourth generation of Tuine Laos always felt that this was not so simple, but as a human's Yulai, he was in the position of this Tuine, which was originally unstable. In addition, most people in Yusuke's decision-making have already stood on the side of Hwangto and Carrie. In desperation, he could only agree, and delegated his subordinates to convey the decision of agreement to Sarutobi Hisaki. 2 days later, Sarutobi Jin and Shimura Danzo, who had not left the front line of the land, received a notice from Iwagaki. When they learned that Yannian was willing to form an alliance with him, the two were overjoyed. In this way, there will be capital to contend with Yusuke. A week later, Iwagaki faction left 300 armies, and Konoha extracted 209th armies. Two large forces encircled Yusuke's army in the west and south, forming a triangle. And after hearing that Iwagaki and Konoha had joined forces, Yusuke couldn't help but froze. Those guys from Yannian cooperated with Konoha. Yusuke, who was sitting at the rear, heard Shishui's report. After a surprise, he couldn't help but laugh, and said with a mocking expression, if you don't join forces to clean up Konoha, you will join forces to deal with me. Are there pastes in the upper level minds? Shishui, wearing an Anbu mask, frowned and asked, teacher, what do you do now? Do you do it yourself? What anxious? Even if there is a foot in the air, there is nothing terrible. Yusuke smiled calmly, when the leader of a village charges his subordinates to explore the way, sit behind the town, otherwise it will make me look like the nanny of the village. Then what's the point? Shishui was a little embarrassed. It sounds like a set of wrong principles, but after careful consideration, it seems that there is some truth. Adding reinforcements to Oshimaru and Troy, Tsune led 200 men to the west to resist Iwayan's attack. Yusuke scanned the map on the table, analyzed it for a moment, and then said, considering that Konoha and Iwagaki had previously fought, Konoha used the action of letting the water gate raided the Shinmubai bridge on the Iwagaki supply line. That group. 80% of the undead have to find a way to cut my back. Yusuke fixed his gaze on the intersection of Thunder Country and Yunno Country, and then ordered, Shisui, you lead people to stay in this position. Teacher, if Konoha lets Watergate's surprise attack, I can't resist it. Shisui is very compelling to count. Yusuke shook his hand and stopped something. Shisui took it smoothly, and found that it was actually a special item made by Flying Thunder God. This is Shisui looked at Kyuwu in his hand in surprise. If that time comes, I will naturally take action. Don't worry, I can. Did not swell to play off. Yusuke raised his right index finger and said, the people from Amp can use it as you wish, so let's go. Hearing this, Shisui nodded and disappeared with a superb instantaneous technique. Yusuke looked at the map in front of him, chuckled and said to himself, it feels like playing Three Kingdoms. Interesting. As the voice fell, Yusuke's eyes rose slightly. He always feels that behind Yanin's agreement to join forces with Konoha this time, there is still something unknown. The border between the country of fire and the country of earth. In an underground grotto, Beige slowly emerged from the wall, and said with a strange smile, as expected of Madara, I can only say a few words. Let Yanin give up Yusuke that kid and choose to cooperate with Konoha. In this way, you can take him with you. The soil is accepted. The age spot sitting on the withered wooden chair said indifferently, what these ninjas use now is only what we played in the Warring States period. What can we admire now? Iwagin and Konoha have begun to deal with that. Yusuke kid, there are many opportunities. The age spots said coldly, look for opportunities, and bring the guy who brought the soil over. I know, Beige responded and dived back into the wall. When he was alone in the empty grotto, Madara took out a forehead from nowhere. It is Yusuke who designed his own ninja village, or the nin he plagiarized words protect the forehead. This sign means that the kid wants to unify the world of shinobi. Is it ridiculous? With that said, Ban Yin chakra dissolved the forehead into nothing, and said to himself, even if it can be completed, such peace is short and nothingness. Only infinite monthly reading is the real way to achieve peace. Obviously, the combination of Iwaguro and Konoha is the reason why Madara is behind the scenes. As for that, Hunter, was Madara controlled by illusion, or was he killed long ago? Let Beige replace him with advanced transformation. These are no longer important. The point is that Madara has already focused on the soil. He wants to use this little Uchiha, who is still unknown, to become his pawn in the most critical step in the realization of the Moonai project. At this time, Yonokuni's southern frontline battlefield, Oshimaru and Sarutobi Hitomi. This pair of mentors and disciples who should have been facing each other in Konoha would not have been until more than 10 years later. Now he has fallen into a hostile state ahead of time. Long time no see, teacher. Daishiwan hugs both hands in front of Young, standing wearing forbearance before the army of words protecting the forehead. He smiled and looked at Sarutobi Hisaki. I feel like you are a little older. Okaimayu. Sarutobi Hisaki's eyes were about to burst into flames, and he gritted his teeth every word and shouted out the name of his favorite disciple. That's the end of the boring greeting. Yusuke-kun gave me the order to kill you. Although he doesn't say anything, I will do it. As he said, Daishiwan spit out Kuzenaru sword from his mouth. Then, please hand over your life obediently, teacher. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. 126. There is actually such an idiot. Sixth more seeking subscription. After the alliance Iwaguro, Konoha had the strength to compete with Yusuke. At the same time, the Yanin army, headed by Huangtu, has been taking down Yusuke's first level and avenging his predecessor Dokage Onuka's goal. In just 3 months, it hit the western border of Yonokuni. It can be said that there is only one step away from Union Village, the base camp where Yusuke is located. Okay, Then we are going to attack Union and take away Yusuke's head. On the battlefield, Hwangta stepped on the back of a dead Union ninja and shouted, "Oh oh oh!" The surrounding Yanian army also raised the blade in their hands and cheered for joy. The triumph of victory quickly spread to the fourth generation of Tuying Laozi, who was sitting in the rear of the town. After learning about this, Laozi didn't show much joy, but frowned tightly. This is going too well. Right? Who is Yusuke? There are already rumors that his strength has surpassed the limit of the shadow, and it is close to the Senjujuma and Uchiha Madara. Fighting with such a person. But the fight is so smooth. The ominous premonition in Laozi's heart grew stronger. At this time, Laozi suddenly remembered Yusuke's strategy to lure the enemy into deep during the Second Ninja World War. At that time, he deliberately pretended to be constantly retreating, and attracted the Yanian pioneer army headed by himself and Hwangta to the border of the Country of Fire. Then he mobilized a small group of troops from their front line to the rear, and assassinated Duing Onoki, thus turning the whole battle around. Luring the enemy deep. These 4 words suddenly appeared in Old's mind. Thinking of this, Laozi raised his hand and shouted to the intelligence ninja in charge of message transmission, "Immediately notify Lois. It is strictly forbidden to continue chasing. Do not move." Yes. After the opponent left with the instantaneous technique, Laozi thought of another question. That is, whether Hwangta will obey this command. Even though there are lessons for the Second Ninja World War, but now the Lois is eager to take revenge, and it is very possible for the Lois to go deep into the enemy camp. Thinking of this, Laozi shouted, "Assembled the 3rd and 4th troops. Go to the front with me." Although the political opinions of Laozi and the father and son have been at odds since the time of Onoki, but the situation in Yanian village is not good at the moment. After all, it is not a forbearance village that is like Konoha, who can continue to kill his own village. What stays on hold for help on the western front line of Yonok-Uni, in the barracks of Iwano? After receiving the order from Laozi, the yellow earth was full of color, and he said in a deep voice, "Now Yusuke's army is retreating. How can you not chase the 4th generation of eyes with victory? Is it because I am afraid that I will seize his credit? Go back and tell the 4th generation, I just want to avenge the 3rd generation of Lord. I don't have the thought of fighting for power." Hwangta directly sent away the messenger sent by Laozi. Obviously, he didn't intend to execute Laozi's orders to stand by for help. Sure enough, it was the second day that the man who had shot Laozi flew away. Hwangta gave an order to let one of his own. More than 1,000 people collectively pressed in and marched into the interior of Yonok-Uni and prepared to occupy Union Village in one go. Yusuke, who was sitting in Union Village, burst out laughing after hearing the news. He couldn't imagine that there would be such an idiot. Even he himself didn't expect the old tricks he had used in the last Ninja World War. Moreover, the trick of the same person was still used, and it actually took effect again. The only lesson mankind has learned from history is that it cannot learn anything from history. This sentence is really not an exaggeration in any world. Although during the Second Ninja World War, the Lois had already fallen through Yusuke once, but when he faced Yusuke's digging for the second time, he again chose to step on it without hesitation. The Lois is over. Looking at the map on the table, Yusuke kindly marked the Lois. A cross was drawn in the name, and he ordered, "Notify Tsunade, act." 5 days later, the territory of Yonok-Uni. Okay, camp on the spot, not far from Union Village. I believe it won't be long before we can take down Yusuke's first level and end this war as a victor. Hwangta, who was at the forefront of the ninja army line, shouted. At this moment, a Yanian Shangren behind Hwangta suddenly took out the kunai from the ninja bag and slammed it towards Hwangta's back. Hwangta's complexion changed, and there was no need to seal. The upper body suddenly condensed the rock and soil, forming a protective wall to block Q. What are you doing? Hwangta shouted angrily. At this time, several more Iwagaki ninjas pulled out kunai, and began to attack other surrounding companions. No, I didn't do it. Body, the body moves on its own. The ninja Iwagaki who brandished kunai screamed one by one. Seeing such a picture, Hwangta's face suddenly changed. Could it be that this is the secret technique of the Konoha mountain clan? Bingo! At this moment, on the hillside not far away, rows of figures suddenly appeared. Standing at the forefront, it was Tsunade who responded to Hwangta's words just now. And behind Tsunade, it is composed of Hyuga, Pig Deer Butterfly, and other Union ninjas, with more than 1,000 people. Great army. The surrounded Yanin army looked terrified, and shouted in surprise, "Oops!" Surrounded. As Jiwang's said, Yusuke is really tempting the enemy to go deeper. Damn it. We were fooled. Tsunade stood on the top of the mountain with one hand on his hips. He felt a little funny and said, "You've already been the same one in the Second Ninja World War, right? Now you can actually do it again. Onoki, the old fox actually has a single-essled son like you." Hwangta's face suddenly turned red and blue, and he roared, "Don't be proud. It's not always certain who wins and loses. Everyone, break through and rush out." Hwangtu shouted. 127. The mob 7th more seeking subscription. Although Tsunade led the troops surrounding the Iwagaki army led by Lois and the strength of the opponent's troops from time to time, but after knowing that he was hit by the opponent's strategy, the morale of Yanin's army had been reduced to its limit in an instant. Not to mention that Tsunade, the most violent nanny in the world, personally went to battle to Dunyan Fist. The lower seal caused the rock to condense on the right arm, becoming several times the original size, and slamming it at Tsunade. Tsunade let out a low voice, and his white jade hands formed fists, and the surging chakra almost visible to the naked eye was condensed on the fists. Clash with Hwangta's rock fist. A true warrior, who dared to stab the beard zoner with kunai like Danzo, and dare to fist with Tsunade's Lois, is also of the same level. Almost as soon as the two fists collided, the rock wall on the Lois arm was shattered into powder-like fragments. Boom! Tsunade's strange power punch broke through Lois' arm and hit Lois' side face heavily. In the next instant, Hwangta flew out like a meteor and slammed into the mountain wall behind. Attack! Hyuga Nizu shouted loudly. More than 1,000 ninja soldiers leaned down from the hillside. Although everyone in Yanin's army showed fear, under the threat of death, they could only fight to the death. A few hours later, the battlefield was stained red with blood. The Yanin army was completely suppressed, only a few people fled, and the Union army won a big victory. Tsunade wiped off the bloodstains on Kyo's face, and the commander shouted, "Remove all the wounded back to the barracks. The severely wounded have priority. Prepare for rescue." Tsunazama, taking the place of the silent capital in the original work, Asabu Yaemin, who served as Tsunade's secretary, stepped up and said, "What should I do with the captives?" Master Yusuke's orders can be executed directly. The number of ninjas who went out to fight and died in this battle was as high as 100 people. Among them is Hwangtu, the son of 3 generations of Jiwang Onoki. If you change to Yusuke, you will absolutely bury all these prisoners alive. But Tsunade, who was born as a medical ninja, couldn't hesitate to give this order. After Tsunade's shell teeth bit on the fan for a while, he decided to say, "Send the injured person to the infirmary for treatment too. But it must be controlled." Asabui nodded, and added a point of worship in his eyes, "You deserve to beat Tsunade-sama, so kind." "Is it kind?" Tsunade scratched his face, and his expression appeared to be somewhat self-deprecating. "If you are kind, you won't turn to the village built by your grandfather." This is mainly due to Tsunade's kindness as a healer. And Yusuke said that the kindness thing was useful in that after he traveled to this world of cannibalism, the thing was thrown into the toilet and flushed away. Soon, Nara Lukisa reported to Yusuke through Nhawk the news of the victory of the siege of the Iwagami vanguard army led by Lois. At the same time, he also informed the other party that he had captured hundreds of Yanin ninjas headed by Lois. Onogi's son, right? I remember that among all the people in Yanin, the one who yelled to take my head was the most powerful guy. Yusuke sneered when he received the letter, and then turned to Oshamaru, who was standing in front of him, and asked, "How about Oshamaru Senpai? What do you think this guy should do?" Onoshimaru, who had just withdrawn from the front line to Union Village to deploy troops, heard this. After a few seconds of contemplation, he chuckled and said, "Of course you can kill, but this son of Onoki has other uses." Oh, Yusuke raised his eyebrows. Orochimaru spread his hands slightly and explained, knowing that Konoha and Iwagaki were still in a hostile relationship 6 months ago. Although they have formed an alliance to deal with us, they have always had a grudge in their hearts, so they will fight with us again. In China, they all play their own roles. Indeed, although Madara and Konoha are now uniting to deal with Yusuke, but they did not integrate the unique ninjas of all the villages into a team like the ninja coalition of the Fourth Ninja World War. Instead, Iwagaki attacked the west and Konoha attacked the east. There is almost no cooperative strategy for this kind of fighting each other. The main reason is that the two of them were still hostile not long ago. Even if the two sides suddenly become allies, there are many comrades in arms, brothers, and relatives who have died in the hands of each other. How can cooperation without distraction, that is, weaken? Orochimaru said again. "No, I already know what you want to say, Senior Orochimaru." Before Orochimaru could speak out his plan, Yusuke interrupted the opponent and said with a smile, "Originally, the coalition of Konoha and Iwagaki is a group of mobs. Once there is a crack, the Gap will continue to lose money, and the Loas, this is the crack." Dashwin smiled knowingly when he heard the words, and said, "Hee, talking to smart people is easy. It seems that this war will end faster than imagined." After all, no one would have thought that Huangtu was so stupid. He had fallen into a pit and stepped on it. "I feel sorry for myself if I didn't use him." Yusuke couldn't help laughing. At almost the same time, those Iwagaki ninjas who had escaped during the siege quickly fled back to the rear base camp. They were surrounded and the entire army was wiped out, and the news that Huangtu, who was the highest commander on the front line, had been captured, informed the Laozi who had just arrived. Why don't these father and son listen to persuasion so much? Knowing such bad news, the old Ziki almost wanted to scold his mother. If Huangtu was in front of him at this time, he could not help but slap it. "I told you to stop chasing, chase down and chase into the enemy's encirclement, and you won't be able to get out, but you just don't listen." "Master Tuiying, now what do you do? Not leave the Lord Lois." Right, Yannian was impatient. To be honest, in this situation, Laozi would rather have the Lois dead. In that case, he can withdraw his troops and withdraw from this war. But Huangtu did not die, but was captured. As the son of 3 generations of Tuiying, he was once the biggest enemy of Tuiying. Huangtu's prestige in Yannian village is not inferior to him. If you don't save you when you die, Laozi will be even more unstable in this unstable Earth Shadow position. Please download fellow if you see the underlined version. 128. The sentiment of Bo Feng Shuiman 8th more seeking subscription. Now Laozi faces only one choice. Never give up the Lois, otherwise he will only end up with a sick to death evaluation of. The key question is how to save it. Yusuke must have expected that they will find a way to save people. If they break through forcibly, they will definitely encounter the opponent's defense forces. Then, the only thing left is to ask Konoha for help. In the mouth of Laozi, who had just fled back to the base camp, he learned that Huangtu and hundreds of Yannian ninjas had been captured within 2 days. Yusuke's party sent an envoy to secretly arrive. Uchiha Yusuke's top disciple, was in charge of this messenger. This guy is too young, and his strength is of that kind. Although it is not weak, it is not yet at the level of being alone. However, his instantaneous technique was indeed extremely proficient, and Yusuke simply let him be responsible for errands such as intelligence transportation. This is an autograph letter from Master Yusuke to Master Dokage. In the dangerous case of the surrounding home team, Iwagaki ninja, Shisui, who was only 8 years old, took out a scroll from his back pocket and handed it to Laozi. The letter has been delivered, and the junior has resigned. As Shisui said, he leaned back and prepared to leave. And many more. Laozi frowned and stopped him, and asked humbly, "You don't want to know what my decision is after reading this letter, and then leave?" Generally speaking, When an envoy sends a letter, it must at least confirm the attitude and decision of the other party before leaving. Only in this way can I return to report to the superior. Shishui just handed over the letter, and then left in a hurry. This behavior is a bit strange. Shishui bowed his head and said, Master, you said that if you acted, Lord Tuiying, you would say that you agree. If you didn't act, it means that you disagree. You don't need to answer. You only need to watch Yanin's actions. Enough. After speaking, Shishui has already withdrawn from Yanin's camp and left in strides. That kid, what do you mean by this? The many Yanin ninjas standing on both sides of the camp looked at Shishui's leaving back inexplicably. At this time, Laozi had already opened the scroll that Shishui had handed to him. The more I looked down, the more solemn his face became. Master Tukage, what is written on it? Seeing Laozi's look like this, everyone below couldn't help but raise their curiosity. Everyone, let's see for yourself. Laozi's expression was calm, and he passed the scrolls one by one. When these high-level ninjas of Iwain, who were mainly the top ninjas of Iwain's family ninja, were watching the content on the scroll one by one, also showed shock, stunned, hesitant and other complex expressions. The conditions put forward, are not exempted from being divided. I knew that they wouldn't simply let Lois lord, but I didn't expect it. Master Tukage, do we want to agree soon? Arguing and noise filled the camp. Such a scene, a year ago, whether to cooperate with Yusuke or... With regard to the Sarutobi-Hisaki alliance, Iwain's high-level decision-making also had a heated discussion. At that time, Laozi did not stick to his original ideas, which led to such a sinister situation. This time, he must not make the same mistake. Bring paper and pen. I want to write to Sarutobi-Hisan. Old Zilly shouted out of disapproval. The tone is firm and no one can question. 2 days later, Konoha barracks in the southern part of Yonokuni. Sarutobi Hitoshi summoned Heifeng Shuiman in front of him. Then he handed a handwritten letter from the 4th generation of Tuiying Laozi to Bo Feng Shuimen, who had just delivered it, and said calmly, let's take a look. Bo Feng Shuiman took the scroll, and after reading it carefully, he raised his eyes and said, 4 generations of Tuiying wanted me and them to form a rescue team to rescue the captured son of 3 generations of Tuiying, Huangtu. The signature at the end of the content is the 4th generation of Tuiying Laozi. The content of the letter is mainly about the capture of Lois and the request for Konoha's yellow flash reinforcements to Yanin, which can help them rescue Lois from the enemy camp. As Yellow Flash, you are the best at raid operations. I am afraid that the group of people in Yanin have already seen through the Battle of Shenwubai Bridge, so they will name you and ask you for help. Sarutobi, who was wearing black armor, took a puff of his pipe and continued, although we and Iwagaki are allies now, we were still hostile to each other until a year ago. The ninjas of both sides have always had a lot of hostility in their hearts. Hatred. This is also the reason why we have been splitting our forces, but have never been able to cooperate with the enemy. Sarutobi Richin exhaled a breath of smoke, and continued, I hope you can take this task, Watergate. In this way, Yanin Konoha's a favor. Bofeng Mizuma knelt on one knee, and said, not only that, it may also be beneficial to the growth of the friendly relationship between Konoha and Iwain, right? Not bad. Sarutobi Hichi said solemnly, the barracks where the Lois is held are guarded by Tsunade himself, as well as our Konoha's once Sky Eye Hyuga. How do you plan to save people? Bo Feng Shuiman's face was bitter. Once a big figure at the top pillar of Konoha village, now they have all become enemies. This is a cruel thing for Bo Feng Shuiman, who has a good personality. But when he heard Sarutobi Rizchi's words, Bo Feng Shuiman quickly took away the sadness, lowered his head and meditated for a moment, and said, the sound hits the west. If you make a positive breakthrough, let's not talk about saving people, even if it is close to their camps. There is no way. So the best way is to make noise. After listening to Heifeng Mizuman's strategy, Sarutobi Hisan nodded in satisfaction, as he deserves to be the heir who holds the highest helps for him. It would be great if everyone was as obedient as Heifeng Shuiman. However, in fact, Sarutobi Hizaki has gradually lost his sense of making a fuss. Not to mention Heifeng Shuiman, it is Jiraiya, now facing Tsunade, Oshamaru and others who are standing in the enemy camp. They have already begun to shake. 129 Bringing Soil is destined to have this disaster first more seeking subscription. After coming out of Sarutobi's camp, Heifeng Mizuman immediately summoned his three disciples, Hagai Kakashi, Uekai Hodido, and Nohara Lin. Everyone, at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, gather at the gate of the camp. Level mission. When Bo Feng Shuiman said level task at the 4 character time, all 3 of 3's faces changed. Now the average age of the trio 3 is 11 years old. Although it is a little younger than the original, it is barely qualified to perform level tasks. More importantly, it is true that no more people can be drawn right now. Early the next morning. I don't know if there is a kind, the power similar to the will of the universe is destined to be general. But it is gathered at the main entrance of the camp, and it turns out that it is still late with the dirt. Kakashi Leng looked at the soil and asked, "Your tent is only a few hundred meters away from the gate, right?" With a blushing face, he didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that it was because he heard that he was going to perform a high-level task, and he didn't fall asleep all night nervously. The reason why I didn't close my eyes until dawn was about to dawn. Yi Yuan Lin habitually played the role of peacemaker in the team, and put it between the two to comfort him. Kakashi, don't blame the dirt, and the dirt is the same. Be careful next time. HMPH next time. It's because Lin Yu indulged him so much that he will never change it. Kakashi snorted coldly and gave the back of his head. Kakashi, you bastard. Taking soil immediately rolled up his sleeves and wanted to have a fight with Kakashi. Okay, don't make any noise, it will be executed today, but the level task, have you forgotten? After Bo Feng Shuiman made a noise to stop, the arguing calmed down. The trio 3's expressions were immediately solemn to the extreme. Kakashi frowned and asked, "Teacher, what is the content of the task? Let's talk as we walk." Bo Feng Shuiman raised his head and signaled the 3 people 3 to set off. In the next second, the 4 of them turned into afterimages and rushed out of the camp. After a while, 4 figures jumped between the Konoha forest. Bringta turned his head and shouted at Bo Feng Shuiman, "Teacher, can you tell us what the task is?" Bo Feng Shuiman rushed to the front of the team and responded, "You know that some time ago, Yanian's elites went to the Loas and led more than 1,000 Yanian soldiers to attack the country of Tang, but they were caught by the annihilation of the entire army. Something? Oh, you know." He nodded his head repeatedly and smirked. Dust2 is the son of the previous generation Hokage. Really stupid. I heard that he did the same trick in the Ninja World War last time, but I didn't expect to hit the same again this time. The trap. At the end of the Second Ninja World War, Huang Tu and Lao Zi were caught in Yusuke's strategy to lure the enemy into deep. As a result, the rear was empty, and the 3 generations of Tuying Onoki were killed, and even the entire line was defeated. As a result, Huang Tu has once again caught Yusuke's trick to lure the enemy into deep, and has been rectified. This has become a joke that many ninjas talk about after dinner. You can't be much different. Less Kakashi relentlessly said. What are you talking about, asshole? Kakashi take the soil and shouted angrily. Seeing that these 2 people were about to quarrel again, Bo Feng Shuiman hurriedly said again, our task today is to cooperate with Yanian, attack Union's military camp, and rescue them from Loas. Rin Nohara looked startled and asked, Teacher, I heard that Tsunade-sama is guarding the barracks. Can it work? It's just that of course it's impossible for us, so we have to fight against each other and divide into 2 teams. One team 1 is responsible for attracting their attention, and the other team is going to save people. Bo Feng Shuiman explained, but I do the job of saving people, and the task of attracting the enemy's attention is left to you. Although the task of attracting the enemy's attention is easy to become a target, but to save people, it must go deep into the center of the enemy camp. In comparison, the latter is more dangerous, so Bo Feng Shui Goal left the difficult task to himself. The people under Tsunade-sama are mainly Hyuga, Pig Deer Butterfly, and some ninjas of Union in the past. There are thousands of people in total. Speaking of this, the Bofing Watergate is much deeper. It's unacceptable. I used to be a companion of Shinobu Village, but now I see each other on the battlefield. Hearing the words of Bofing Watergate, the Kakashi Trio 3 couldn't help being silent. Why did it happen like this? Soon, the four masters and apprentices came to the border area of Yonokuni and Link Kakashi's 3 people 3. Even Bo Feng Shuiman has something unexpected. Laozi, who is a 4th generation Earth Shadow, is actually waiting for them here. Although Bo Feng Shuiman knew that this rescue operation was in cooperation with Yanin Village, he did not expect Duying to go to battle in person. And standing behind Laozi were the captain of the blasting unit, and the special Kamen Ozumoshi. In the original book, Sumashi is one of the Iwagaki ninjas who fought with Kakashi in the Third Ninja War. Now that the two sides actually want to cooperate, it is enough to see how strong the butterfly storm that Yusuke has set off. Master Duying, I didn't expect you to participate in this mission yourself. Bo Feng Shuiman bowed slightly. After all, Huang Tu is the son of 3 generations of Mu Duying, and his importance in Yanin is not inferior to me. Laos explained, looking at the 3 little dolls behind Bo Feng Shuiman, frowning. The 3 of them are, "It's my disciple. Please don't worry about participating in this mission. I guarantee their strength." Bo Feng Shuiman bowed his head and said. A few seconds after Shen Yi, Laos opened the door and said, "In that case, the hunter and Sumazi of our village and your 3 disciples will be used as bait to attract the attention of the Union army. You and I will raid their base camp and bring the Losuke to be rescued." "No problem." Bo Feng Shuiman nodded. Laozi turned around and said, "In that case, let's start separately." However, at the moment Laozi turned his head, a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes, but no one else could notice. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 130 Watergate. You are still too tender. Second more seeking subscription. Yanin 3 people 3, Konoha 4 people 4. After entering the country of Yonokun, this strange group of 7 and 7 groups began to divide their troops into 2 operations. According to Feng Shuiman's plan, the 2 of them will ambush near the camp of Yusuke in advance. Once there is a commotion, it is equal to the success of Kakashi in their lure action. At that time, he and Laozi, 2 shadow rank ninjas, will rush into the barracks and rescue Huang Tu and others. But whether Tsunade can be taken away is a very important key. It can only be Fate Wakari and Sumashi, 2 Iwagaki ninjas of different ages and different villages, acted together, and they were not used to carrying soil. Finding an opportunity, he approached Nohara Lin and said in a low voice, "Lin, you said that if Konoha's people or people from Konoha came to chase us, would they do it to us? You know, many people in the enemy camp are ninjas who belonged to Konoha like them before. Among them are peers like Yurong and Uekai Hashishui. To be honest, Taito is really worried about meeting these people. Then I don't know what to do." Nohara Lin also looked worried. Her tightly pressed lips began to turn white, and she comforted herself. "Anyway, our task is just to lure. There shouldn't be a fight." "Ha ha. Actually I think so." He touched the back of his head with the soil, and quickly comforted his goddess. "You too. The ninja should always consider the worst result." Kakashi said coldly, "I really met the companions in advance, and I don't hesitate to shoot. Not to mention that they are no longer companions." Yes, Kakashi is right." Nohara Lin smiled reluctantly. He stared at this dead fisheye with the earth and fire. "You bastard said a few nice words, will you die?" At this moment, the hunter and Sumazi who rushed in front of the 3 people suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the Kakashi Trio 3 also stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's almost here," Sumazi said flatly. Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help frowning. "Isn't there still a long way to the enemy's camp?" Kakashi and Sumazi didn't answer Kakashi's words. Suddenly, dozens of afterimages flashed around 5 people. Wearing forbearance words protect the forehead. There is no doubt that it is Yusuke's subordinate. This is Mr. Yusuke's mark. Taido and Noharalin were taken aback. Kakashi suddenly pulled out ... kunai. His eyes quickly swept over these Yusuke's men who surrounded himself and others in an instant. 2 seconds later, Kakashi clarified his thoughts, pointed the kunai in his hand to Hunter and Tsumazi, and shouted, "You guys, betray Konoha." Have you noticed that although he is a kid, he is really keen on his observation? Tsumazi turned around and said coldly. After hearing these words, Taido and Noharalin were completely frightened. Bring the soil and asked, "Kaka, what's going on here?" "You haven't noticed the tail of the crane?" Kakashi said cruelly. Yin had agreed with Union in advance that they wanted to ambush us here. From the beginning, they wanted to betray us and let us participate in this task. It's not just us. I am afraid that even Teacher Watergate has already been ambushed. Kakashi gritted his teeth and shouted, "What?" For the 11-year-old Rin and Taito, this fact is simply too shocking. Betrayed by allies is something they couldn't imagine before. Your observation is really sharp, Senior Kakashi. A familiar and immature voice followed. The 3 of Kakashi turned their heads and looked, and saw a small figure walking out on a tree trunk. Kakashi, Noharalin, took the soil and was surprised again. Sushui. I don't know this yet. After stopping the water, Uriong and other peers who made Kakashi and others familiar, also walked out. Red. Noharalin looked at her former best friend in amazement. Uriong, who was wearing a forehead guard with the word forbearance, said with a complicated expression, "Long time no see, Lin. Last time we met in Konoha, it's been almost 2 years, right?" "Don't move, Senior Kakashi." Shishui took a deep breath and frowned. The order the teacher confessed is to kill the Konoha ninja who participated in this operation, but I didn't expect it to be you. I can let you go, but it will take a while to delay and wait until the teacher solves. Senior Watergate. This is my task. Kakashi's eyes suddenly tightened. Yusuke personally shot. Bring soil, Lin. Let's rush out. Go back to the camp and report this to Master Naruto. Kakashi shouted angrily, then turned his head and rushed towards the back. However, the moment Kakashi turned around, the still water on the tree disappeared and flashed back in front of Kakashi. Kakashi only saw the afterimage in front of him, and a shining Raizata sword had been swung towards him. Kakashi suddenly raised the kunai in his hand and resisted the cut. It was Shishui who shot it so fast. Looking at Shishui, who was almost half a head shorter than himself, Kakashi secretly said inwardly, I said, Senior Kakashi, don't move. I don't want to kill you. Shishui frowned. Lin. Bring the soil. Go. We must tell Master Naruto that Yanin has betrayed us. Kakashi shouted again. No, you can't go. Shishui's eyes condensed, and his pupils instantly turned bloody, writing round eyes. Seeing that there was soil and Lin wanted to run. Samui, from the Murin and others, also rushed up in a swarm on the other side. The situation of Bo Feng Shuiman is almost exactly the same as his 3 third disciples. Looking at the hundreds of people who surrounded themselves, Bo Feng Shuiman frowned, looking at the indifferent Laozi, and said solemnly, You have betrayed Konoha. Master Tu Ying. Prachanam, you are still too tender. At this moment, a wave of Feng Shui Gate's most fearful voice in this life rang in his ears. 131 The huge gap. Third more seeking subscription. Hearing this sound, Bo Feng Shuiman smiled bitterly and turned his head to look at the place where the sound came from. I didn't expect you to go out in person. Master Yusuke turning around, it was Yusuke who caught Bo Feng Shui's eyes. Then you need to say that you are the one who is in the trap. I will naturally come here in person. Otherwise, if you want to run, I don't think a few people can stop it. Yusuke smiled and said, but there is a reason, because I prefer to deal with you in person. Watergate, you know I really appreciate you. As a ninja without any blood inheritance, I can get to this point. Really? It's not easy. Thank you. After a long silence, Bo Feng Shuiman barely give a 4-character answer. It's a pity that you got on a broken ship. A broken ship named Noah Elder Group that is about to sink. Yusuke laughed. Bo Feng Shuiman remained silent, looking at the surrounding army, many of whom had familiar faces. There are many people in the Autumn Dell family, the Mountain family, and many of them can call out their names. To be honest, Bo Feng Shuiman is also very confused. In the past, he followed Sarutobi's words to do things, thinking that doing so was to give to Konoha. And now, with Sarutobi's son the forces are getting worse and worse. Bo Feng Shuiman also thought secretly from time to time, how to do it for Konoha. Ha ha, give you a chance, Ms. Human. Yusuke smiled slightly, raised his right index finger and said, flee, use your best Fulshen to leave, escape back to Konoha camp, and inform the group of Sarutobi Rishang. The old immortal, saying that Yan Yin has betrayed. Maybe there is still a silver lining. But the premise is that you can escape. At the end, Yusuke added another sentence. Master Yusuke, in the 2 years I haven't seen each other, I have cultivated Fulshen to a new level. Bo Feng Shuiman's hands did not hesitate with the 3 flying thunder god Q. I have been cultivating with you as the target. Oh, Yusuke raised his head slightly and smiled as before. In the next instant, Bo Feng Shuiman suddenly jumped up and jumped to a height of more than 10 meters in the air. Immediately afterwards, the 6 flying thunder god Q between his fingers threw in different directions. He didn't attack anyone on the scene, but caused Fulshen to sink into the dark forest. At the same moment, Bo Feng Watergate turned into a flash of light and disappeared without a trace. Is this the legendary flying thunder god? Amazing. Some Union ninjas who saw the art of flying thunder for the first time opened their eyes in surprise, throwing Q in different directions, letting people basically lock in which direction he fled from. However, Yusuke also disappeared in place at the same time in the second after Hayfeng Watergate disappeared. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of beating hit everyone's ears. Everyone followed the sound, looking for the direction of the sound. But when you listen carefully, it's very good that people's voices come from all directions, and the route, it's not a specific location. Suddenly, a huge ancient tree exploded. Many ninjas standing on it hurriedly jumped down. Immediately afterwards, I saw a red flash and a yellow flash colliding continuously in the sky. I can't see the true colors of the 2 figures at all. Even the naked eye can't lock their specific location. As soon as the eyes fell on them, they disappeared to another place. Okay, so fast. Is this the battle between 2 time-space ninjutsu ninjas? Cold-face Lolita Samui feels that her worldview has been refreshed. It can be comparable to this speed. I am afraid that only the 3 generations of Reikage-sama who has passed away is idiot. What are you looking at this moment? Tsunade walked out from the side, and Samui was taken aback. Then he bowed his head and said, Master Tsunade. Tsunade single-handed on his hips, staring at the 2 people fighting in the sky. That guy, he hasn't used space-time ninjutsu at all. Sam suddenly raised his head in disbelief, staring at his huge eyes. No, it's impossible. Tsunade continued, that guy with a bad character is just playing at Fanami Feng Shuiman. He hasn't even pulled out his sword yet, let alone time and space ninjutsu or Kyobai mode. Above the sky, Bo Feng Watergate disappeared in an instant with Fulshen, and when it reappeared, it already appeared behind Yusuke, with a helix pill still condensed in his hand. Fulshen urged you on helix pill. Bo Feng Shuinan whispered. Puff helix pills bombarded Yusuke's back, and Samui and other little ghosts who didn't know Yusuke's strength were taken aback. I was hit! Exclamation mark. In the next instant, Yusuke's body turned into an electric light, gradually disappearing in the air. Duning's avatar. Whoosh! A red flash flashed past, and the sharp blade in his hand swept across Bo Feng Shuiman's neck. However, bang! Bo Feng Shuiman's body turned into a cloud of smoke and then dissipated. It's the shadow clone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rounds of Full God Kunai projected onto the sides of Yusuke's body. The flashing talisman of Kimasu burst out with dazzling light, causing many people below to subconsciously raise their hands to protect their eyes. Spiral flashing super round dance raw 3 styles. The Bofing water gate turned into a thunderous flash, and it shuttled between the several kuns with the power of light, like a thunder dragon rushing. The level of naming is not as good as ever, Prajanam. Yusuke smiled slightly, put his right hand on the white tooth blade on his waist, and sneered, "Flying Thunder God, I have mastered it earlier than you, and I understand the characteristics of this trick better." In the next instant, Yusuke suddenly drew his sword, bursting out a thunder and fire that turned red and yellow. Thunder's breath, fire and thunder god. Puffed, two sides collided, boom. Less than a blink of an eye, there was a deafening explosion, and the violent aftermath rushed to the surroundings. Many ninjas caught off guard were blown out immediately. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. 132 Kakashiban killed again. 4th more seeking subscription. 2 seconds later, Bofing Watergate fell from midair like a broken kite. The Konoha ninja vest was also in tatters. Boom. In the end, he fell feebly onto the trunk of a giant tree. Grab it. Yusuke waved his hand indifferently. The few ninjas closest to Bofing Watergate rushed forward and tied them with chains that had been prepared a long time ago. Looking at Bofing Shuiman, who was tied into twists and fainted, Yusuke said inwardly, "This is Shuiman, and the other side is the 3 boys with soil. Is it okay?" At this moment, Lao's voice interrupted Yusuke's thinking. "Can you return the Lois?" "This can't work," Yusuke responded with a smile. Lao's momentum suddenly changed, and he stared at Yusuke in anger. This guy actually lied to himself. Is he really bullying as a 4th generation to Ying? Really, you guys are more impatient than the other. I haven't finished yet. Yusuke pretended to be helpless, and the 9-net-tailed dread chakra outside his body broke out, and instantly suppressed the old purple chakra back. Feeling the powerful power of the super shadow level, Lao's only felt that he was breathing tightly, and quickly took chakra back. Now that he is alone, if Yusuke wants to kill himself here, it couldn't be easier. At this time, it is better to lower your posture. I still have to look at the evidence, Yusuke said indifferently. You Yanin attacked from the west, we attacked from the north, and joined forces to attack Konoha. Only in this way can you prove that you really intend to cooperate with us. Laozi was a little dissatisfied. I have assisted you in catching Bofeng Shuiman, isn't that enough? You are not qualified to talk to me about a deal now. Yuji raised his hand and motioned to everyone, go back. Boom. Boom. On the other side of Yanokuni, Shishui and others who captured Kakashi and others heard the sound of fireworks and looked up to the sky. I saw a light and shadow rushing into the air, bursting into the clouds. The signal is coming, and the teacher got it. Shishui let go of the hands that captured Kakashi's arms. Kakashi clutched his arm that was almost broken by Shishui, gritted his teeth and said, "How is it with Teacher Watergate?" "I don't know, but there are only 2 endings." Shishui pondered for a few seconds, and then replied, "Him caught alive, or the teacher has never been merciful after all." Hateful. Kakashi wanted to shoot again when he was angry. The writing wheel eyes in the pupils of Shishui are released. The moment when he met Kakashi's eyes, Kakashi was caught off guard, suddenly fell to his knees and almost fainted. Obviously, it was an illusion. Kakashi! No, Harolin exclaimed, and immediately ran over to support Kakashi. "You go back," Shishui said. No, Harolin and Ita looked towards Shishui in surprise. Just listen to Shishui's explanation. Originally, the goal of this mission was only Yellow Flash. There is no need to take you away together. Even if you tell the 3rd generation of Hokage that Yanin has betrayed Konoha, it's too late. After speaking, Taito, Yurong and others turned and returned to their base camp. Solution. After Shishui and the others left, Lin Nohara put her right hand on Kakashi's back, releasing the magic spell he had done. "Let's go." Take Tunu and said, "I have to report this incident to Hokage University." To be honest, during this period of time with the soil, My heart is also quite tangled. Compared to other classmates of the same generation, he actually admires Yusuke very much. The two also often brag and gossip together. Of course, this is mainly because Yusuke thinks playing in the future, the shinobi world, is quite fun. However, it is also true that the two people are doing well, so when you know that Yusuke is king and is hostile to Konoha, there is not much anger in bringing the soil, and more secretly sighing that there will be such a day after all. Although he is a crane tail, he is not an idiot. From the past chats with Yusuke, you can also hear that Yusuke is very hostile to Konoha today. Perhaps it is a good choice to let Yusuke take charge of Konoha. Earth escape Earth Alice cudgel. Suddenly, the ground under the three people three's feet trembled violently, and the next instant turned into countless rod-shaped bodies suddenly rising, as if the three people three were trapped inside. Take the soil. Three people three quickly jumped to avoid this attack. Looking to the rear, I found that the people who shot were the hunter and Tsumashi of Iwagaki who had originally planned to cooperate with them on this mission. Those people, why do they want it? Noharalin said in surprise. After all, now Yanin has betrayed Konoha. They probably feel that we don't have to live. Kakashi gritted his teeth secretly, and shouted, "It seems that we don't intend to leave us simply, we can only fight." After speaking, Kakashi quickly sealed the seal, and thunder broke out in his right hand. This is exactly the trick he successfully developed some time ago. Chidori. Very powerful technique, kid. But your physical fitness doesn't seem to keep up with the speed of the technique. Seeing Kakashi rushing over, Xiuleng sneered. The next instant dodged Kakashi's attack. Kakashi gritted his teeth and wanted to change the direction of his attack and pursue it. However, the absence of writing wheel eyes is also limited by the physical function of age. As the other party said, his physical function can't use Chidori perfectly. Humphrey Hsu let out a cold snort of disdain. Q was stabbed out, and immediately pierced Kakashi's left eye. Losing an eye, Kakashi immediately covered it and fell to the ground in pain. Kakashi. Noharalin yelled worriedly, and immediately wanted to rush out to rescue her. However, Sumas appeared in front of Rin Nohara with a flashing technique and knocked her to the ground with a punch. Boy, you don't need to go back to Konoha. Just die here. Shumazi knotted the seal with one hand and said coldly, "Go to hell, to done? Stop it." At this time, an angry shout followed, and the earth broke out with a speed that was several times faster than before and rushed in front of Shumazi. The kanwu in his hand turned into a residual image, and he separated Shumazi between the moves. The flesh. Sumaji looked shocked, and noticed the dirt inside his eye sockets. That's writing round eyes. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and recommend. 133 Daito and Kakashi's Fate. 5th More Seeking Subscription. Cheer once said in the original work that in a near-known situation, in the face of an enemy with a writing wheel, don't hesitate and must run away. This sentence applies to almost all ninjas below the shadow level, especially the ninjas who don't have special blood succession boundaries. After all, for ordinary ninjas, writing round eyes has absolute restraint. Unless your strength is overwhelmingly superior to the opponent, don't play heads-up against an enemy who has a writing wheel. Although Daito is only barely reaching the level of Zongnin, after opening the writing wheel, it will be defeated by Tsumashi, who is a special high. It's troublesome. In that case, let's blow it up. Kakashi's scolding grin that just destroyed one of Kakashi's eyes, lifted the special seal of explosion. Explosive escape. Spread and explode prisoners. The rocks on the ground splashed up in a frenzied explosion, and fell like a meteor shower. Kakashi was caught off guard. He just lost one of his left eyes, and he couldn't even act as a forbearance. Unprepared, a gravel hit the socket of the left eye again. Kakashi, who was injured twice, fell to the ground, convulsing. Kakashi. Noharalin yelled out of voice, and quickly rushed to Kakashi's side. But at this moment, a huge boulder with a radius of more than 5 meters fell from the sky and fell towards Kakashi and Lin Yaeyuan. Kakashi, bringing the soil, yelled in horror, and rushed to the two with all his strength. At the last moment, with all his strength, Lin Yi and Kakashi pushed away. Wow! In the next instant, the boulder severely suppressed the soil. Bring soil. For a while, not only Lin Nohara, but even Kakashi screamed out loud. Retreat, they are dead. Hunter also did not continue to pursue Kakashi and Lin Nohara, and instantly moved to the side of Sumashi with the instantaneous technique. Looking at the stone ground completely engulfed by the blasting rock, there is no possibility of surviving no matter how you think that. The little devil who writes round eyes, can actually hurt me like this. I won't be reconciled if I don't confirm that he is dead. Sumashi yelled angrily and tried to walk towards the pile of rocks. Some people just like to be nosy. That's why they die. Wow! Suddenly, a group of Kyuuxuzi pierced in the back of the neck, and the throat pierced out. Sumashi reluctantly turned his head, not daring to look at the hunter behind him. But before he could say a word, he died. The moment after Gulagilu was motivated to the end, Hunter's body began to emerge strange white bubbles, and after a few seconds, his whole appearance completely changed. It's not Beige who is ready to work. At this time, a vortex mask face lurked in the earth, and it was the vortex Biju Afi. Well, although it took a lot of effort, it can finally be recycled. Beige nodded. Immediately, the two merged into the land together. Among the piles of stones, the soil fell under the boulders. Nohara, Lin and Kakashi were crying. It's all me, it's all my fault. If it weren't my naivety, it wouldn't be. Kakashi, who never shed a tear after his father died, covered his face and cried bitterly. Hey, stop making trouble, you idiot. I really hate you. Until the last moment. The soil, half of his body smashed by the boulder, barely showed a smile, and said to Nohara, Lin, do me a favor, use your medical ninjutsu to give my last eye to Kakashi. Although Madara designed it in advance, it may be the arrangement of fate, or the fate of these two people. No matter what, it will come to this point. In the early hours of the morning that night, Kakashi, who had replaced his left eye, and the injured Nohara Lin, finally limped back to Konoha's base camp on the southern border of Yonokuni. When the Uchiha ninja who was in charge of the guard saw Kakashi's writing wheel eyes, he was shocked and reported to Sarutobi. Ianian betrayed us. They contacted Union in advance and raided us while we were splitting up with Teacher Watergate. Time you died in Yanin's hands, and Teacher Watergate, according to Shishui, he was either captured alive or already in the main camp. Kakashi endured physical exhaustion and mental grief, and roughly explained the events before and after the incident to Sarutobi and others. How come Watergate was unexpectedly caught? Jiraiya was also completely stunned. After a few seconds, he finally recovered his calm, and analyzed with a deep expression, with the strength of Mizuman, even Tsunade or Osamu, it is impossible to keep him. If this is the case, then it must be Yusuke personally did it. The guys Yanin are really capricious. Danzo shouted angrily. Kakashi, you and Lin go down to rest first. Jiraiya also turned his head and said to Kakashi and Lin, the two children who are his grandchildren. The loss of teachers and companions one after another must have dealt a great blow to them. After the two retired, Jiraiya also frowned, and said to Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo, since Iwano has betrayed, the next step must be to join forces with Yusuke, and the two sides will attack us together. Furthermore, we have lost the Watergate, and the war on the hidden side of the mist has not yet ended. In this case, you can't fight anymore. Speaking of the end, Jiraiya's voice suddenly increased to its maximum, and he shouted, Old man Sarutobi, don't fight. Surrender. Jiraiya, following Osamu and Tsunade, will you betray Konoha too? Danzo immediately yelled and rebuked him, and he took off his hat directly. Your actions are really destroying Konoha. Jiraiya also hated iron and steel and roared, when is it? Everyone is busy fighting on the battlefield, but you keep trying to exclude your own people. These words have been suppressed in my heart for a long time. Now that the capture of Bofing Watergate has become the fuse, The gunpowder barrel of Jiraiya finally couldn't help but burst out. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 134. Who stopped you wanting to die? 6th more seeking subscription. That's all I have to say. After leaving the last sentence, Jiraiya left without looking back. Danzo furiously stared at Jiraiya's back. Now these people are getting more and more shameless. Is there no chance at all? And Sarutobi Risen didn't have the incompetent rage like Danzo. Yanin betrays, and Bofeng Shuiman doesn't know whether it is death or life. These two events all prove that Konoha is in a situation where the general trend is gone. Sarutobi Hisaki couldn't think of a way to crack this situation anyway. Danzo couldn't help being silent for a while. It's useless to get angry. The most important thing is how to break this desperate situation. However, even though Danzo is a master of juggling and power, at this time, there is no alternative to how to break the deadlock on the battlefield. But the bottom line of Sarutobi Hisaki and Shimura Danzo will never change. That is their power. They have been in charge of the highest power in Konoha for 30 years. And they are absolutely unwilling to hand over the power in their hands. Even if help is lingering in the wind, they have to fight to the death. It's like a gambler with red eyes at the table. Even if he cut off his hands and feet, as long as he is not dead, he thinks he will have a chance to come back. Bofeng Watergate was captured for only 2 days. The Konoha army heard the news. Yanin began to adjust the military camp and moved the garrison underground. Obviously, the spearhead of the war has already begun to be transferred from Yusuke to them. Although many people have heard that Bofeng Watergate was captured by Yusuke during the mission 2 days ago, his life and death are unknown. But there are still many people who are lucky. However, now, Yanin has begun to target them. At this time, all Konoha's talents panicked. The news is true. Yellow Flash Eye was really captured. And Iwagaki really betrayed Konoha. Two bad news came one after another, and the Konoha army, who had restored some morale because of the alliance with Iwain, fell to the freezing point once again. On the 5th day, after Iwain moved the garrison to the west of Konoha barracks, he immediately echoed Yusuke's army. The two sides attacked Konoha from the west and the north, respectively. On the side of Yusuke's army, Oshimaru, Troy and others are still the main personnel. Not only Yusuke, but Tsunade hasn't even left. In their view, the war won or lost. Close it up. After returning to Union Village, Yusuke's handling of Bofeng Shuiman was just such a simple 3 words. Bofeng, who was simply bandaged, threw it into the cell relentlessly. In the cell next to him and in the other party's cell, there are also Lois and other rock-hidden prisoners. Didn't I return Yanin's hostage back? Seeing the yellow earth and others in the cage next door and the opposite, Bofeng Shuiman was surprised inwardly. After seeing Bofeng Shuiman's inner thoughts, Yusuke sneered and said, "You still have a lot of things to learn, Shuiman. If you return the people to Yanin at this time, will they be able to do a good job? To control them, you must have their handle. Just work." Hearing Yusuke's words, Bofeng Shuiman was full of shame. Regardless of playing Ming is still playing Yin, and I am far from Yusuke's opponent. Kill me if you have the ability. The Lois that was tied up with a chain and tied to the inside of the prison door roared. "Oh, that's fine. Anyway, Laozi doesn't know if you are dead or not. Anyway, even if you are dead, I can lie to him that you are not dead and let Yanin continue to work hard." Yusuke smiled back. Huangtu was suddenly speechless. "And he can still play like this? Why don't you want to die?" Yusuke mocked and glanced at Huangtu, and said contemptuously, "If you don't dare to die, don't yell so loudly. It's useless except to appear that you are very distressed." Huangtu's face was angry and wanted to burst into flames. But now he really dare not die, because his death would not benefit Yanin at all. He would only lose his wife and break the army. Teacher. At this time, Zishui came up. "What happened to you over the?" Yusuke turned his eyes. Iwakura's hunter, Sumashi, and Kakashi Senpai are the 3 of them. When talking about Kakashi and the others, Shishui hesitated slightly. The Bofeng Watergate in the cage quickly pressed his ears. "You didn't catch any of them?" Noting that Shishui didn't bring anyone back, Yusuke guessed what was going on. Yes, I let them go because they can't do anything, Zishui reported back in a low voice. Oh, it doesn't matter, that's nothing. As Yusuke said, he was about to leave the prison. Teacher, no matter how you look at Konoha nowadays, the general situation is gone. There is still no end to Yuin. The third generation of Naruto. Naruto can't resist the joint attack of us and Yanin. Surrender must be just around the corner. Shishui followed Yusuke and asked for instructions. You are like the Watergate guy, you are really naive. Yusuke sneered as he walked forward. Those old things have been in charge of Konoha for 30 years, how can they give up the power in their hands? Let alone at a disadvantage now. Even if they have reached the door of Konoha's house, they will not give up their power. Do you want to continue fighting? Zishui's face showed a deep pain, and sighed, how many people will die? If you really can't bear it, think of a way to get them to surrender. Yusuke suddenly stopped, turned his head, and glanced at Zishui with a smile. Can this be one? Under the joint attack of Yusuke's army led by Iwagaki and Konoha, Konoha finally retreated in a disastrous defeat in this first battle. Withdraw from Yonokuni, inside Konoha barracks. Whether it is a ninja from a family or a ninja from a civilian background, they have begun to think about this issue. Although many of them were brainwashed by Sarutobi's chicken soup of the will of fire, no matter how good the chicken soup is it more important than their own lives? More and more ninjas began to hesitate, even fear. Don't dare to go on the battlefield again. Do they still have a way to survive? 135 MLM leader -1/6 more seeking subscription lost. The half-amazed human who used the name of Yellow Flash to deter the ninja world in this ninja world war. Over the course of a few months, he continued to be defeated under the combined attack of the large army headed by Orochimaru and Laozi. Now Konoha has retreated to the territory of the Country of Fire, and the opponent is about to attack. The entire military camp fell into an atmosphere of silence at this time, and there were more than 1,000 people in the camp, but no one spoke. Everyone, have dinner. The logistics team set up the stove and distributed the food. As the patriarch of the clan, Uchiha Hitomitake, Yusuke and others do not have any special treatment, and the food is no different from ordinary ninjas. But even so, Uchiha Hitomitake still found that today's food is somewhat unusual. This is too little, right? Uchiha Hitomitake raised the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and asked the logistics staff in charge of serving the rice. Looking at the bowls of the surrounding clan members, it is even less than him, which belongs to the amount of swallowing a bite. The logistician said embarrassingly, sorry, Chief Fuyu, now the food in the camp is already. Uchiha Hitomitake twisted his brows tightly, and finally turned into a weak sigh, waved his hand and said, thanks for your hard work, step back. Yes. The logistics staff in charge of filling the meal was afraid that these grumpy Uchiha members would be angry with them, and when they heard Uchiha Hitomitake's words, they turned around and ran. Patriarch, do you think we still have a way to survive if this continues? At this moment, a member of the clan finally couldn't restrain his inner anger, and said to Uchiha Hitomitake, when the war last time, you also saw the group of Hyuganizu. How beautiful are the bastards with white eyes. No matter how you look at it, Konoha is impossible to win. Why did Master Naruto surrender so long? Shut up. Uchiha Hitomitake scolded him coldly and stopped him from continuing. I quickly cast a few glances around to make sure that no outsider heard this. Uchiha Hitomitake said in a low voice, if it is let outsiders hear it, it will leave a handle. Immediately, Uchiha Hitomitake raised his head to the left side again, motioning everyone to look over there. Many Uchiha people turned their eyes and found that several ninjas of the Sarutobi clan were also looking towards them. Are you spying on yourself? Everyone can't help but think. Damn it. We Uchiha is one of the two big families who founded Konoha, so why dare a Sarutobi dare to watch us? The stinky boy of Zishui is really lucky. He was eating and drinking with Yusuke when he was less than 8 years old. But we are feeling stunned here. While everyone in Uchiha was filled with indignation, they clenched their fists. Uchiha Hitomitake frowned secretly, he can see that the continuous campaign for several years, coupled with the deliberate suppression of the high level, has given the spirit of the people. Just take the flame lightly and it will explode completely. After dinner is over, return to their respective tents and begin to rest. Uchiha Fudake was unable to sleep for a long time. In fact, it is not just him. Although many people in Konoha barracks are physically and mentally exhausted, they have been unable to sleep for a long time. The reason lies in them. Can't see the future. Continuing to follow Sarutobi High to beat Yusuke idiot, we can see that it is impossible to win now. The moment when Hyuga Zuludi directly took refuge in Yusuke, many people have such thoughts in their hearts. But what to do is to know that since the incident happened when Onimaru blatantly defected and took refuge in Yusuke, Sarutobi Hisaki and Danzo will place many and members among the families for surveillance. Once someone has a mind like Oshimaru, he will surrender to the enemy. He was the first to kill. Fuayu, you seem to be very upset. Suddenly, a cold ridicule sounded in Uchiha's ears. Uchiha Tomitake's face suddenly changed, and he bounced from the floor. I saw at the entrance of my camp, through the faint moonlight reflected in the cracks of the tent, a figure that hadn't been seen for a long time was standing there. Oshimaru's armor. Uchiha Tomitake's eyes widened in disbelief. He was able to sneak into Konoha's base camp silently. When did the Oshimaru become? What is surprising, Konoha is almost dead now that capable people are almost dead, and there is no such thing as a perfect investigator like the Hyuga clan with a blank eye. It's not difficult, right? Daishiwan opened her arms slightly, and smiled calmly. If you change to the previous Hyuga, the pig deer butterfly and many other elite families still stay in Konoha. It is naturally difficult for Dashimaru to sneak in. But now after several years of war, Konoha's power has already weakened to a limit. Although there is no beginning of the original plot, the entire village is only as exaggerated as Sarutobi Hiji is a shadow level, but it is almost the same. It's really not difficult for Oshimaru to sneak into this place. Has the current Konoha weakened to this level? Uchiha Tomitake couldn't help laughing at himself. This is the so-called authority fan. Bystander clear. Uchiha Fumitake turned his gaze to Oshimaru, and said solemnly, Oshimaru's armor is not here to kill me, right? If this is the case, just now when I was slack, I can completely do it. Fuayu, you are suspicious. I just wanted to show you a clear way. Minro Uchiha Tomitake was taken aback when he heard this. Daishiwan opened her mouth slightly, and briefly said a word. Uchiha Tomitake looked shocked, and his body trembled involuntarily for a while. Following Sarutobitacha, there can be a good end. Isn't it right to choose another master? Isn't it right? Daishimaru smiled. But, it's too much. Uchiha Tomitake's teeth trembled, and he couldn't speak clearly. You have to show your sincerity, Fuayu, otherwise, let us trust you so much. Oshimaru gave full play to his MLM spirit as a human trafficker, step by step, flicking Uchiha Tomitake into the pit. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 136. Being old and not dying is a thief. 8th more seeking subscription. Sitting and standing at the Konoha barracks on the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. Hokage-sama, just found out that Oshimaru is leading the 500 ninja army, going down the eastern coastal area into the endoscope of our country of fire. The ANB team knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hizen, who was at the main seat of the camp. Sarutobi Hizen stared at the map with his eyes. In the past, even if an enemy country invaded the country of fire, it would be repelled by Konoha because of unfamiliarity with the terrain. But this time is different. There are too many Konoha ninjas who defected with Yusuke, and the terrain advantage has completely no effect. These guys are obviously planning to bypass our line and attack the village directly. Tuanzang said in a low voice, and then sneered, what a fool, how can we not know such a big offensive? As he said, Danzo pointed to the map again. First call out a small group of troops from the village to block the traitor, then our barracks will send a troop to intercept their back roads. On both sides, under the attack, the team of Oshimaru is absolutely perfect. there is no possibility of survival. Sarutobi slashed his grey brows. The tactics of copying the back road are not uncommon in wars. The most slippery among them was the last time Yusuke tried to kill Onogi in the back of Yanin. But this tactic has a prerequisite, that is, there must be fewer people. Otherwise, when you are an enemy ninja, you will be blind, and you can't find out that Ashimaru is leading 500 people and 500 people in a big way. Based on Sarutobi's understanding of his disciple, how could he be so stupid? But the problem book, this action against Ashimaru can't be ignored. After all, if the other party is really allowed to come to the village, then their nests will be gone. Sarutobi Hisaki glanced at the family chiefs. Which one is willing to take on this mission? For a while, neither the patriarch of UNV's family, UNVZY, or the patriarch of Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka, dare not take on this extremely dangerous task. Ashimaru, what a kind of person is not only because of the strength of Ashimaru as a shadow class, everyone in the room is difficult to match. And since Konoha and Yusuke occupied Union Village after the battle, so I dispatched Ashimaru as the frontline commander. This big guy who was once known as one of the Konoha Sannin together with Jiraiya, now the person who kills Konoha, is not merciful at all. Sarutobi Rishin's face gradually turned dark. But he didn't expect that the morale of Konoha army was so low now. Ashimaru alone made these clan chiefs timid to fight. If Yusuke comes in person, they will not be scared. Hokage-sama. At this time, Uchiha Tomitake stood up. Uchiha is willing to play. Sarutobi Hisaki and Shimura Danzo, who has been silent since the beginning of the discussion, can't help but show a look of astonishment. They obviously didn't expect that the person who was subjected to this 9-dead mission was actually Uchiha, who had been guarded by high-level officials. As expected of Konoha's pride, Uchiha, hearing that Uchiha Tomitake had taken the initiative to take on this dangerous mission, Sarutobi Hisaki was overjoyed for a while. Okay, this mission is successful. I will definitely appreciate the Uchiha clan again. Thank you Hokage-sama. Uchiha Tomitake. The verbal check that Sarutobi had cut was paralyzed, but on the surface he still pretended to look forward to it. Then, who is Konoha's party to send to resist the advance of Ashimaru? Sarutobi Hisan asked Danzo again. As soon as these words came out, Danzo was also in trouble. Now most of the powerful ninjas and shangnin in the village have all been mobilized to the front line. The remaining ninjas in the village are basically the middle ninja and the lower ninja. After pondering for a long time, Danzo slowly said, if you want to say that the strongest ninja staying in the village now, it should be Lake Biwa. Sarutobi Hitoshi was startled, but he didn't expect Danzo to mention his wife's name. That's right. Sarutobi Lake Biwa. This old man who is not too famous in the ninja circle of Konoha village is the wife of Sarutobi. Although Konoha village is not hungry at all, not many people have seen her fight. However, before marrying Sarutobi Hisaki, Sarutobi Lake Biwa was also a very good ninja. The task of the troops transferred from the village is only to delay the footsteps of the Ashimaru and the others. Although they fight, they will be handed over to Uchiha. Tuan Zhang said with an imaginary eye, if you have a better candidate, I can do it. Although Sarutobi Lake Biwa has not participated in the battle for nearly 20 years, he suddenly asked his wife to lead the army to participate in the battle, saying that it is impossible for Sarutobi Hisaki not to worry. But now Konoha is indeed in a state of extremely emptiness and lack of combat power. No one else can be elected. Maybe it's also an option to replace Koharu or Mito Menyon. But for the abilities of these two old classmates, Sarutobi Richin knew better. The one who regressed faster than Lake Biwa. Okay. It's so decided. Sarutobi Hisan finally chose to agree. It is indeed a helpless choice to let her old wife, who has retired for many years, lead soldiers to fight. At this time, a strange light flashed in Uchiha Tomitake's eyes. Unexpectedly, the Sarutobi Lake Biwa would be selected. That evening, The Konoha Village Intelligence Department received an order from the 3 generations of Hokage through the letter brought back by Ninaying. Let Sarutobi Lake Biwa lead the 509th Army to fight against the Orochimaru. Although Sarutobi Lake Biwa was surprised, he immediately understood the difficulties of his husband. He immediately selected 500 people from Konoha's defenders and rushed to the eastern coastal area of the Country of Fire. 2 days and 1 night passed. The troops led by Sarutobi Lake Biwa officially met with the Konoha Onion Fusion Army led by Osamu. Senior Lake Biwa, I received information, but I didn't expect it to be you. When seeing the wrinkled old face of Sarutobi Lake Biwa, Orochimaru couldn't help laughing for a while, and then said, I do know that Konoha's combat power is very scarce now, but I didn't expect the scarcity to reach this point. Let an old woman who has retired for more than 20 years and is more than 50 years old to play. Facing the murderous enemy, Sarutobi Lake Biwa barely suppressed the inner anger. However, the content of Orochimaru's words made Sarutobi Lake Biwa look shocked, and asked, where did you get the information from? There is no need to tell you this. Orochimaru sneered. 137 Surrender. First more seeking subscription. The eastern coastal area of the Land of Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of ninjutsu bombing. The clash of forbidden techniques between ninjutsu. The clash of melee, accompanied by smoke, sprayed flesh and blood continued to sweep around. The secret technique turns the ink seal. Sarutobi Lake Biwa formed an extremely rare seal, spitting out an ink-like liquid from its mouth, and in the next instant it formed an arc to surround the Osamu. At the moment when the ring tied Orochimaru's body, the skin of Daishiwan began to produce a lot of folds, and the bones of the whole body seemed to fall apart. In the next instant, Orochimaru suddenly grew her mouth, and another Orochimaru rushed out of her mouth. It's like a snake shed its skin. This is his own escape technique. Newborn Orochimaru crawled on the ground and quickly rushed towards Sarutobi Lake Biwa. His arm turned into a giant python, and he bit the head of Sarutobi Lake Biwa in his mouth. Lord Biwa, seeing the scene where the head of Sarutobi Lake Biwa was bitten off, all the ninjas on the Konoha side were frightened. However, the next second, bang! Sarutobi Lake Biwa's body dissipated the smoke and turned into a tree stump. It's a substitute technique. You deserve to be the wife of teacher Sarutobi. This level should still be there, isn't it? Orochimaru smiled and looked to the rear to the right. Sarutobi Lake Biwa was standing there with a calm face. So embarrassed to call Risen as teacher. Why did you kill Shinosuke? In the end, Sarutobi Lake Biwa couldn't restrain the anger of the elder son being killed, and scolded Osamu angrily. Is really a stupid question. Orochimaru sneered and said, I came to a high position and gradually ignored my position. After a short pause, Osamu said again, to borrow a word from Yusuke-kun, your strength does not match your status at all. For me, Sarutobi Shinosuke is nothing. A researcher? Would he care about what the mouse thinks? Or would you consider the feeling of the chicken in the pot when you are cooking dinner? Listening to Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Lake Biwa clenched his fists, and blue veins burst on his forehead. At this moment, hundreds of figures descended on the battlefield. The uniform black hair, black combat uniform, and the flame fan logo on the back once made the entire ninja world frightened during the Warring States period. The Uchiha clan. Sorry, I'm late. Uchiha Tomite stood at the forefront of the line. At this moment, Lake Biwa, who was already extremely angry, saw Uchiha's help rushing, and immediately couldn't help but shout, that's right. Uchiha. Sarutobi Lake Biwa waved his finger towards Sarutobi Lake's accusation. Osamu kept a mocking smile and just looked at her quietly. After several seconds, no one from the Uchiha clan acted. This made Sarutobi Lake Biwa feel an ominous premonition. He turned to look at Uchiha's reinforcements behind him, frowned and said, what's the matter with the Uchiha family? Hurry up and do it! Uchiha Tomite took out a kunai from the ninja bag, and suddenly threw it out in the next instant. However, the goal is to point Sarutobi Pooh! Sarutobi Lake Biwa's expression changed drastically, so he quickly avoided it. Uchiha Tomitake, you are crazy. Sarutobi Lake Biwa shouted sharply. She couldn't believe how Uchiha Tomitake attacked her. Be careful behind Biwa-sama. At this time, another Konoha ninja nearby shouted to remind him. Lake Biwa suddenly turned to look. I saw that the shuriken I had just avoided turned into a two-handed sword in the back, drew an arc in the air, turned 180 and flew towards him from behind. This is the Shadow Shuriken art of the Uchiha clan. The art of Fireball. Sarutobi Lake Biwa quickly made seals, spit out one fireball and swallowed two flying shurikens. However, at this moment, Uchiha Tomitake suddenly raised his hand and shouted, do it. Hundreds of Uchiha ninjas who had arrived for reinforcements rushed in front of the Konoha ninjas led by Lake Biwa in Sarutobi. Relentlessly take out Uchiha's best shuriken and fire done to fight. Sarutobi Lake Biwa suddenly realized, and shouted at Uchiha Fudake, Uchiha Fudake, it is you who leaked information to Ozemaru, right? You also betrayed Konoha. Uchiha Tomitake remained silent. Oshimaru sneered again and again. Senior Lake Biwa, what you senior people like most is to represent yourself as Konoha. Betraying you and betraying Konoha are two different concepts. Please don't confuse it. While talking, Dashimaru walked towards Sarutobi Lake Biwa and sneered, what's more, Konoha is about to change hands. You guys should be satisfied with Konoha for 30 years. You say yes, Yusuke-kun. In the end, Oshimaru added his lower lip and said every word. Sarutobi Lake Biwa was shocked and looked behind Ozemaru's gaze. I saw Yusuke sitting on the trunk of a big tree behind with Erlang's legs upright, and Junior's face was looking down with a faint smile. Not only Sarutobi Lake Biwa, but the other Konoha ninjas were also frightened. Yusuke, when did he come? Dang. At this time, a civilian ninja fell to the ground with the sword in his hands, kneeling and trembling. Surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Sarutobi Lake Biwa looked at the ninja in astonishment. Immediately, another young female ninja who was less than 20 years old fell to her knees, and she cried bitterly, oh, I don't want to die. I don't want to fight anymore. My father and brother are already dead on the battlefield. I surrender. Don't fight anymore. I surrender. I surrender too. Please, don't kill me. Let me do anything. Please let me go. One after another, in less than 5 minutes, all the Konoha ninjas led by Lake Biwa put down their weapons and raised their hands to show surrender. Originally, Uchiha's rebellion had already made them panic, and the arrival of Yusuke became the last straw to crush the camel. No one dared to be an enemy of Yusuke. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 138. Return to Konoha. Second more seeking subscription. Uzumaki Kuzino is still very important as an important candidate for human pillar power, or should be a candidate for his predecessor. She did not go to the battlefield, but stayed at Konoha. It is also now that Konoha village is full of calculations, and I am afraid that there is not one of the top 5 people. However, after hearing the news that Heifeng Shuiman might be captured by Yusuke or even killed, Jukesina couldn't sit still. A few days ago, when he knew that Sarutobi Lake Biwa was going to dispatch men and horses to the battlefield, Kushina wanted to ask Lake Biwa to bring herself. In the end, he was rejected by Lake Biwa. It is said that Kushina, as an important candidate for human strength, must not leave Konoha easily. Kuzina wanted to refute Sarutobi Lake Biwa, but now Kyuubi has been controlled by Yusuke. It is almost impossible for himself to become a human pillar power. There is no need to be so strict, but for the Sarutobi Lake Biwa who brought him from Uashio village to Konoha, Kushina is still a little in awe. He did not refute the Sarutobi Lake Biwa and stayed in the village obediently. And think about it rationally, with your own strength, it is impossible to do anything. Now Jixin can only wait quietly in the village, hoping for the return of the water gate. Hey, Lord Biwa is back. Today, Just as Yusuke was about to go out to buy vegetables, a few villagers passing by suddenly shouted. Yusuke was stunned when he heard the words. Didn't Lake Biwa just leave the village? Why did he come back? Driven by curiosity, Kushina followed the group of people towards the main gate of Konoha's village. When Yusuke arrived, it was already crowded with villagers. Kushina finally squeezed to the front of the team, and the first thing that caught your eye was those wearing the ninja of the forehead protection. That was the new forehead protection logo created by Yusuke. Now the whole ninja world knows it. Lake Biwa is in a state where her hands are tied up with ropes, and the one who is standing on the left and right controlling her is actually from the Iwagaki clan. A lazy voice followed, and immediately afterwards, the entire Konoha group was stunned with fright. I saw Yusuke lazily entering the village from the rear, and the ninjas on both sides quickly gave up away respectfully. Sure enough, Konoha's scenery is the most beautiful. Whether it is the land of thunder or the land, it is far incomparable. Yusuke flashed to the top of a telephone pole, looking down at the entire Konoha, and then lowered his head to the front of the line below Osamu and said, "Do you think it's Senior Osamu? To me, as long as I can conduct research, it doesn't matter anywhere, but when it comes to scenery, Konoha may be better." Oshimaru smiled lightly. Yusuke disappeared on the top of the telephone pole, almost at the same moment as he disappeared, beside Oshimaru. "Now, return my things to me." Yusuke smiled and walked straight towards the Hokage building in the center of Konoha. On the way, several AND players flashed out. But before they had any action, the whole person had already flown out. Boom, boom, boom. 122 fell awkwardly on the walls on both sides of the street, and the severe pain caused them to convulse. On the ground, it is difficult to get up. This feeling is really nostalgic. Yusuke walked up to the several ANBU players who had been kicked off with a smile, and suddenly lifted his foot and kicked them hard on their masks. The bridge of their noses shattered along with the mask. "When I cleaned up Sarutobi Shinosuke, it was like this." Yusuke shook off the blood on the toe of his shoe and smiled. The body of the tied Lake Biwa shook suddenly. The surrounding residents were completely frightened. Sure enough, it was the man. He was back. In other words, Lord Hokage. "Did you lose, Master Yusuke?" Suddenly, a shout came into Oshimaru, and Iwagaki Hitomitake and the others could not help but be taken aback. There were people who dared to call Yusuke's name, who was so courageous that Yusuke turned his eyes, and rare red hair came into view. "Hey, isn't this Kusanai? It's been a long time, how are you?" Yusuke calmly paid attention to the opponent's abdomen. "Well, it seems that it will take some time before Naruto is born." Kushina mustered up the courage and walked up to Yusuke with a little trembling body, and said in a trembled voice, Yusuke-sama, can you tell me, Mizuman, him, how is he now? If I said I killed him, would you come to me for revenge?" Yusuke touched his chin and asked with a smile. Kushina was almost frightened to kneel on the ground, his eyes widened, and he looked at Yusuke with a pale face. Kidding, I'm locked in a prison in Union Village." Yusuke smiled and turned around and continued to walk towards the Hokage building. When Kushina heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. And this way, not to mention the Konoha villagers who were onlookers, they were ninjas, and no one dared to come up to stop Yusuke and his party. Not to mention Yusuke's fierce reputation in the ninja world. Just the behavior he did in Konoha in the early years, no one dared to provoke him. As early as when Yusuke and his party were about to arrive at the Hokage building, with the support of a group of ANB players, Xiao-chun and Mito Menyon were already standing at the door. It was unexpected to come out early. Yusuke looked at these two wrinkled old foxes in surprise. But thinking about it again, these two old men are still alive, and they can't help but want to complain. "You two are too able to survive, right? That age is simply older than the age of the age spots hiding in the grotto. Could it be that there is also an outside golem to provide you with chakras?" Yusuke after turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Menyon looked at Yusuke with fear. Unexpectedly, the other party entered Konoha so quickly. "I don't want to gossip with you, Come, kill. Yusuke waved his hand and ordered directly. The ninjas on both sides of Union drew their swords and walked out in an instant, wanting to take the heads of Koharu and Mito Menyon. After turning to bed, Xiao-chan and Mito Menyon looked shocked. Secretly sigh that this guy is even more rampant than before. If there are so many people, I dare to kill myself, fellow. Who is the highest consul of Konoha? Remind you, reading 3 things. 139 kill again next time I have a chance. Third more seeking subscription. Seeing those bright knives, a seat of Union's iconic dark-skinned ninja came up. The guards were turning to sleep. Koharu and Mito Menyon, the AMP players instinctively pulled out ... The short blade behind tried to stop it. Okay, you men intentionally made a humming sound. At first I thought it was a doubt, but in fact it was an out-and-out threat, as if saying, are you sure you want to shoot? The AMP heard Yusuke. He was so scared that he was still standing there, and he never dared to take a step forward. Okay. Hurry up and send the 2 on the road. It's time to be able to govern the largest village in the ninja world for 30 years without any abilities. Yuji waved his hand, and didn't have the same idea as Emperor Chongzhen Tuan Shongwen, who insisted on slashing this group of people. But even so, after turning to bed with Xiao-chan, the 2 Mito Menyans were still frightened. Is it really going to die here? No. Wait, Yusuke-san. Unexpectedly, Daishiwan suddenly spoke at this moment. Okay, Daishimaru's sudden interruption was something that even Yusuke hadn't expected. You now want to rule the 2 strongest ninja villages in the ninja world. Such unscrupulous killing is not appropriate. Although Oshimaru failed to become the 4th generation of Hokage in the original work, he still has political acumen. He chuckled and suggested, the elders are no longer threatened. If you kill them now, everyone in Konoha will panic. I'm afraid you will target them next. Therefore, the act of killing Konoha as soon as he regained it, it's a shame. Hearing Oshimaru's words, Yusuke stroked his chin. After getting the Sannin system, Yusuke's thoughts have indeed always been thoughts of power controlling the world. This is indeed true. But Yusuke also knew that he was not the one for ruling the country. So he planned to let Tsunade serve as Hokage after he was in the upper position. After taking a close look at Osumaru's suggestion, Yusuke nodded and agreed. Well, Osumaru-senpai deserves to be a person who has been in Konoha's political circle for so long. It makes sense. In this case, I will go to the prison and wait for it to go down. Yusuke changed the order and said, then there will be a chance to kill again in the future. After turning to bed, Xiao-chan and Mito Menyon shivered fiercely again. You have a chance to kill the pig and kill many Union ninjas and take the knife back, one by one, and the 2 of them, Xiao-chan and Mito Menyon. Don't say anything harsh. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Before walking into the Hokage building, Yun swept around to Xiao-chan, a member of the elders who likes to be incompetent and furious. In the end, he left a disdainful smile and walked away. After imprisoning the 3 Konoha veteran-level members, Yusuke immediately issued the second orders to destroy the Gen department, and the research materials are all replaced by Oshimaru. In just one afternoon, the Gen organization was completely taken over by -1 and wiped out. All members of Root, regardless of male or female, regardless of age, regardless of family background, will be executed without leaving one. I found a lot of interesting things in Danzo's old den, Yusuke-kun. In the evening sun, in the Hokage office, Oshimaru was holding a stack of documents, crossed his legs, and smiled at Yusuke, who was placed on Hokage's desk. After the death of the 1st generation of Hokage Zuma, after the loss of Mudun's method of restraining the 9 tails, Sarutobitage and Danzo, this group of people has been studying the human cells between the columns. Do you know? Yusuke yawned and said dryly, I heard it slightly. Back then, it was planned that all the test subjects died, and the plan had to come to an end, but Danzang was secretly still carrying out the baby transplantation experiment of interpillar cells, and in this, the other test subjects died. but there was only one test subject survived. Oshimaru became more and more fanatical as she spoke. Yusuke, who was watching, couldn't bear to pour cold water on him. The first generation of Mudun hit the world, and Yamato Mudun was engaged in greening. Don't you know this sentence? But seeing the excitement of Dashimaru, Yusuke chuckled, pretending to be ignorant, and said, "Then this test subject, you accept it?" "Yes, I really can't bear to kill such an important test material." Daishiwan was full of emotions. The body that can withstand the cells between the pillars, in the eyes of an avid scientist like him, is a treasure that can't be exchanged by Jinshan Yinshan. "Anyway, you will soon accept a meal, a severe beating from reality," Yusuke murmured secretly, shifting the focus of the topic away from the high-level dragon sleeve of Yamato, and continued, "I am not interested in Mudun. You can take that thing if you want." "There is still an unsolved problem." Yusuke put his feet down from Hokage's desk, his eyes faintly. Daishimaru smiled when he heard the words, "Teacher Sarutobi, right?" The two dead old men are the typical characters of not seeing the coffin and not crying. They unite with Iwagaki and Tsunade, who is stationed in Yanokuni, and fought them on three sides to kill them. Now that the victory is set, Yusuke has completely lost the idea of playing a tug-of-war with the two old men, and directly ordered to start the final battle. "The news of our occupation of Konoha will be fed back to Teacher Sarutobi soon. He will definitely mobilize all the troops stationed in the southeast coastal zone to make a desperate fight." Daishiwan embraced Young in front of her with her arms, smiled and said, "I still can't care less." "How much combat power is left in the southeast of Konoha?" Yusuke said that he almost forgot about it, and raised his eyebrows to ask Oshimaru. "There is not much left. It is estimated that there will be about 700 people. Oshimaru thought for a few seconds and then replied. Yusuke tapped his index finger on the desk lightly, and decided to say, "Well, I will take care of the other side. Those two old immortals will be handed over to you and Tsunade." "Are Yusuke-kun not planning to appear on the frontal battlefield?" Daishimaru was a little surprised at Yusuke's decision. Generally speaking, shouldn't he clean up Sarutobi Hisaki himself, send himself or Tsunade to intercept the reinforcements? Yusuke didn't tell Oshimaru, and now Uin village has spots behind his hands and feet. I want to see if there will be any what to find. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 140. In any case, being alive is the most important. Fourth, more seeking subscription. The end of the Third Ninja War in the original book should have been 2 years before the release of Kyuubi with Soil. Now that the decisive battle is finally coming, if the Third Ninja World War is over, it will indeed end several years earlier than the original. But this war took time, but it was much longer than the Third Ninja War in the original book, because Yusuke started the war ahead of time. Yusuke, who also betrayed. Immediately, all the defenders in the southeast garrison are also transferred back, and Konoha must be taken back. As expected by Oshimaru, when he and Yusuke occupied Konoha for less than 24 hours, Sarutobi Hizen and others on the front heard the news. And Danzang, the old Yinbi, didn't say a word, and decided to transfer all the defenders who were originally stationed in the southeast coastal area to guard against mist to his own hands. Prepare to fight Yusuke desperately. But to be honest, desperate battle, this word is all about Konoha that is too worthy of today. Now it is for 3-year-old and 3-year-old children to judge. They all know that Sarutobi Hisaki can't win here. At this time, the group of Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo were like gamblers who had already red eyes at the gaming table. They keep breaking their arms and legs. They don't even know what hands off means. It was for this reason that Zilei did not speak from the beginning to the end of the meeting. Only by letting the old man smash himself can they clearly realize that their era has passed. And the news of the intelligence was handed over to the Watergate squad. That is Kakashi. And Rinohara originally wrote about Kakashi's turn of events. Yusuke, who also discussed whether to recycle this but now Yusuke has reversed, and there is no time to discuss it. A few days later, in an underground grotto on the northwest border of the fire country. The right half of the body was connected to the soil of the artificial body between the pillars, and I have been here for more than a few months. This can be seen from the long hair of his shawl. It has been restored from the original semi-paralyzed state to the entire normal operation, full of expectation. Finally, he can finally return to his companion. Hey, the idiots Kakashi and Lin you mentioned are in danger. At this moment, Beige burst out from the rock wall and shouted. The earthy face that was full of expectation just now changed drastically, and suddenly stood up and said in shock, "What happened?" Yusuke and Konoha are going to a decisive battle. The 3 generations of Hokage dispatched the 2 of them to the southeast garrison to pass on information, and they were surrounded by misty ninjas. Beige explained, "The situation is very dangerous for an elite team composed of dark, hateful." The soil leapt up, and the right arm made of the artificial body between the pillars slammed against the rock at the door. However, there was only a small crack in the rock, but the whole arm with soil broke. In the severe pain, he brought soil to cover his broken arm, and he couldn't stop crying out in pain. "According to you, in my body, it is impossible to break the rock." Beige Wadao. "I must save Lin and Kakashi." He gritted his teeth and barely got up from the ground. At this time, the whirlpool mask Beige drilled out of the ground, like a flower bud spreading out his body, wrapping the soil inside. "Put on my body, so that it can give you enough strength." "Is that okay? Aren't you Madara's subordinates?" Daita said in surprise. Hee, you are a nice guy." Beige smiled. "Thank you," he whispered with dirt. After putting on the body of Beige with the power of the golem, he smashed it with dirt. Boom! Under the loud noise, the huge rock that had been blocked at the door was suddenly smashed to pieces. "Anyway, you saved me, and I still want to thank you before I leave." Kaito turned his head halfway, and said to Madara, who was sitting on a deadwood chair, "You will definitely come back. At that time, I will accept your thanks again." The age spots raised their head slightly, and replied in a lukewarm tone. Take the soil did not respond, and rushed out without looking back on the other side, the southeast coastal area of the Land of Fire. Under the downpour, Kakashi and Lin Nohara flee desperately, and not far behind them, there is a misty assassination unit composed of dozens of shinin. Kakashi. "I was implanted with Misty the 3-tailed beasts. They intend to deliberately lead us back to Konoha, and then cause the 3 tails to run wild and destroy Konoha." Nohara Lin yelled anxiously, "Kill me." Kakashi's writing wheel in the left eye suddenly stunned, and gritted his teeth. "No, believe me. There must be a way. I'll go back and talk about it." "There is no way." Rin Nohara allowed the rain to wash her delicate face, and she didn't know if there was any. The tears were mixed in it, and she shouted, "Now Konoha can't stand any shocks. I can't go back." "You hurry up. In any case, being alive is the most important thing." Kakashi gritted his teeth and shouted out such a sentence. Nohara Lin was startled, because this is exactly what Yusuke said to her many years ago. At the time, she still didn't understand what this meant. However, today, this sentence is reflected in his body. Could it be that fate was already doomed at that time? Sarutobi Hizaki sent out to spread the letter. It was Kakashi and Lin in the western area of the Country of Fire. Yusuke also rushed to the coastal area at a very fast speed, trying to destroy Konoha's southeast reinforcements with one person. But Yusuke did not expect that at this time. Shisui, who was responsible for the transmission of information, brought such a news to himself. In the original book, didn't Yuan died in that place? It was also at that time that the kid who brought the soil blackened. It's a coincidence that all this happened. I just set off and made this mess. Yusuke's body completely turned into 5 red flashes that were clearly visible to the naked eye, and rushed to the southeast coastal area at a very fast speed. It was definitely arranged in advance by the old fellow Madara. 141 Lin's departure. 5th more seeking subscription. Konoha, on a coast in the southeast. When Yusuke arrived here, even though he was tired of seeing the battlefield, but the picture in front of me still uses hell. It's not an exaggeration to describe it. The ninja wearing a mask and a misty forehead almost died after being divided. At the break of the wound, there is a strange wooden branch. There is no doubt that this was killed by the lost Mudun. And now, the ninja who was able to use Mudun at the time can count them with one hand. In terms of deployment, I'm still a little bit behind the 100-year-old fox. Yusuke stepped up and kicked all the corpses in front of him. The Kakashi boy passed out, but he still breathed. And Lin tells the truth. Yusuke has no special feelings for Lin. If he insists on saying something, then I am afraid there is only a sense of compassion. For Uchiha Belt Soil, she is the only light. For Uchiha Madara, she is a chess piece used to blacken soil. And she herself is just a trivial, ordinary little stone in the ninja world. There are too many children of civilian origin like her who die on the battlefield every day. She has nothing unique. At this time, no one could imagine that such an insignificant girl would become the real fuse of the Fourth Ninja War in the future. It seems that you didn't listen to me. If you become a human pillar, you can endanger the village and live. Yusuke bowed her waist and slowly picked up Nohara Lin's body. Teacher, what the hell is this? Shisui, who managed to catch up with the continuous instantaneous technique, looked at the hell-like scenery in front of him, and was shocked for a while. Guru Yusuke used 9-tailed chakra to barely repair the moon hung's mouth pierced by Chidori from the late Nohara Lin, but it was impossible to make the destroyed heart beat. Take that Blinky kid with you. Yusuke picked up Princess Nohara Lin and walked towards the forest. Find a place like an inn to take shelter from the rain temporarily. Oh, got it. Shisui carried Kakashi on his back, and finally glanced at the scene, and, it was so miserable, his brows frowned, and he followed Yusuke's back and left with him. Kakashi himself didn't know how long it was. In his sleep, he saw Lin's last expression when he died of his 1,000 birds time and time again. Lin. Kakashi let out a heart-piercing roar and suddenly woke up. At this time, Kakashi found that he was in a strange room with one click. Is this a hotel? Senior Kakashi, you are awake. At this time, Shisui walked in from the door, holding a basin of hot water, and placing it on the bedside table. Come on, wash your face. Shisui, why are you here? Kakashi stared roundly. I came with the teacher to intercept and kill. No, I intercepted Konoha's reinforcements, and I found you in the end. You guys, why save me? Kakashi subconsciously thought that the Misty Ninjas were killed by Yusuke, and the other party does have this ability. Shisui replied, teacher is to repay the love of white teeth. Okay, you can take a break. With that said, Shisui kindly rinsed out the washcloth and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi did not answer, his eyes seemed to be dead and muttered to himself, Ilanshi the teacher has ordered someone to send the body of Senior Lin back to Konoha for burial. Shisui put the towel next to the wash basin and stood up and said, sorry, I have to return to the battlefield. If you recover well, go back to Konoha. The war is about to end. After speaking, Shisui left the room. In the empty room, Kakashi couldn't help closing his eyes and crying bitterly. At this time, the southeast battlefield of the Kingdom of Fire, Konoha and the Misty Ninja who were fighting originally, as one person arrived, they involuntarily stopped their movements. Whether it is the older generation of Met-Dai, or the younger generation such as Asuma, Silent, Metka, or maybe the famous mist-hidden top combat power like the 7 ninja swordsmen, all of them were stunned. Fight. Why don't you fight? Yusuke sat on the top of a rock, his eyes half empty. It's best to beat you to death. Yusuke's Asuma trembled and gritted her teeth. He dispatched Oshimaru to kill his elder brother, took away his mother, and occupied Konoha's man. Mr. Yusuke, Metkei and the others were also completely stunned. But then another doubt arose in their minds. Is he alone? I just encountered some unsatisfactory things, so I don't have the mind to fight now. Yusuke raised his right index finger, Now we'll give you a chance. Anyone who wants to surrender, throw my weapon on the ground now and raise both hands. Count down 1 minute and the timer will begin. The moment Yusuke just finished saying this, the 7 members of the 7 new Iron Naito swords, Lee Shakuin Maru and Yulai Jinpaki, suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he appeared one after the other with Yusuke using the instantaneous technique. The long knife stitches and explosive knife droplets in his hand looked at the front and back positions of Yusuke's throat respectively. Dare to say it. It's you who is dying. Shoo, dash. In an instant, everyone didn't see what was going on. Only an electric arc flashed between the necks of the two of them. Immediately afterwards, the two people were in front of Yusuke, as if they were tapped, startled. What's wrong? Shiran Uegenma beside Metkai frowned. In the next second, everyone was stunned. The heads of Putong Yulai Jinpaki and Lee Haikyuanwen fell from their necks. 2 seconds later, 2 headless bodies fell from the rock to the ground. Metkai's eyes stared out of his eyes. 7 ninjas, 7 people, who, unexpectedly, were killed by a second. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 142. You don't want to live anymore, do you? 6th more seeking subscription. In an instant, the heads of the 7 ninja swordsmen and 7 people fell to the ground. This scene was unexpected by anyone, although people like Metkai had heard of Yusuke's wicked name when he was in Konoha. But it has been nearly 2 years since the last time we met face to face. What's more, among the 7 ninja swords, the weakest people are also higher than the upper level. Coupled with the cooperation of ninja swords, it is not impossible to reach the elite and even the quasi-shadow. Killing 2 of them in an instant, I'm afraid it would be impossible for the shadow ranks, let alone the Misty Army who fought Yusuke for the first time. At this time, one by one was stunned, even if it was the 5 members of the 7 ninja swords. They were all stunned not to act rashly. There are 50 seconds left. Yusuke calmly spoke again. As soon as these words came out, the stunned people on the battlefield suddenly reacted. Everyone looked at each other. 2 seconds later, a Konoha ninja took the lead in raising his hands. That is a member of the Konoha famous oil girl family. And beside him, there is another Konoha ninja wearing Konoha forehead guards with his hands up. You can see his identity from the ninja dog under him. A member of the Inuzuka family. As expected from a famous background, my mind is faster than ordinary people. Yusuke smiled. Mingman has already stated its position, not to mention those ninjas of civilian origin. One after another, without hesitation, he threw the swords and kunai weapons in his hand to the ground, raising his hands. In less than 10 seconds more than half of Konoha had already raised their hands high. Dad, me, what shall we do? Metkai nervously pulled beside him, and asked about the trouser legs worn by his father Matt, who is known as one Nyanxiren Nin. Yusuke-sama, your goal is to protect Konoha, right? At this moment, Matt Dai stood up and shouted, where is this idiot? For a while, many people have such thoughts in their hearts. Looking at it again, I found that it was the one who was often nervous in the village. Many Konoha and ninjas cursed secretly in their hearts. What this idiot wanted to do angered Yusuke, and they don't even want to leave here alive. Yusuke raised his brows and looked at Matt Dai. When he was in Konoha, he had heard of this deer's name several times. Not to mention his son, the man who almost kicked the finale. Although there is a reason for Kishimoto's forcible opening, that is it. In fact, it is not only Metkan Naruto Sasuke who is opening the hook. Who are the 2 more exaggerated? I will guard my Konoha. Yusuke calmly gave a concise but somewhat puzzling answer. There are 30 seconds left. After that, Yusuke added another sentence. Guardian Konoha, what do you mean? For Matt Ki, who is well developed and simple-minded, this sentence is really difficult to understand. In that case, we are willing to follow you, Master Yusuke. At this time, Matt Dai dropped his hand on his son's shoulder, gave Yusuke a thumbs up, and brightened his teeth. This guy is really good enough for 2. Yusuke muttered inwardly. If it were Metkai's 8 or Dungia, Yusuke would indeed be afraid of 3-pointers. but it was completely unnecessary for Met to wear. After opening the gate of death, he also let 3 threes, or a few 7 ninja swords, and 7 people run away. And now Yusuke himself is singled out with the 7 Naruto swords, and he can guarantee that he can kill all the 7 without making one escape. With this alone, Yusuke can conclude that he doesn't need to fear the 8 doors dungeon that Matt wears. It's better to say that he would like to see it. But now that the other party has surrendered after all, Yusuke will not be so frantic that others surrender. He will deliberately rectify them. There are bright reasons why Matt Dai chose to surrender. First, he is just a civilian to endure. He only needs to protect the village. He is not like those family ninjas, who need to stand in line. Second, he must protect his son. If you don't surrender at this time, Matt Dai can be sure anyone who didn't raise their hands would all die here. 10 seconds 1. When Yusuke finished speaking these 2 words, he slowly got up from the rock and landed on the ground. It's as if the 4th ninja warrior Uchiha Madara reincarnation appeared on the scene. When Yusuke fell on the ground, everyone present felt chills on their backs and cold sweats. 10, 9, 8. When Yusuke reads 8 when this number, Kang Dang, a big knife suddenly fell to the ground. That is the head of the Uin 7 ninja sword, the great sword shark muscle. Its owner, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, threw the big sword shark muscle on the ground, raised his hands, and tremblingly said, "Put, I surrender." The entire staff of Uin looked at the watermelon mountain pufferfish in disbelief. The first person from Uin to surrender was the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, the leader of the 7 Naruto swords. However, Yusuke's countdown did not pause for a second because of the surrender of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. 7, 6, 5. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the broken knife beheaded the big knife, and the blunt knife fell on the ground one after another. The Loquachizang, the wild bait man, surrender. And it's at the end of the countdown. The Misty Army quickly threw away the weapons in their hands as if they were afraid of falling behind, raising their hands in a panic. I surrender. I surrender. Me too. Don't do it. Don't kill me. I have lost the weapon. At the last moment, most of the ninjas in Uin also discarded their weapons and raised their hands in a gesture of surrender. Sarutobiasma trembled. The murder of the brother and the enemy is right in front of him, but the intense fear makes him not to mention revenge, and he doesn't even have the courage to stand in front of the other party. The desire to survive is constantly stimulating him in his brain, and there seems to be a voice in Asuma's brain constantly shouting surrender. Quickly surrender. Don't worry about revenge. Do you want to die? A strong sense of humiliation surged into my mind at the same time. It seemed that another voice was constantly saying to myself, no. He killed your eldest brother and robbed the culprit of the village. You have to live in humiliation and face your enemies. Bow your head. 3, 2, 2, 1. Yusuke finished reading 1 when, smiled lightly. Very well, time is up. And at this moment, Asuma's desire to survive suppressed the humiliation, tearfully gritted his teeth and threw away his weapon, Feian knife, and raised his hands. I didn't raise my hands. I killed them all, Yusuke shouted. In an instant, countless ANP players, in other words, the new ANP members rushed out of the forest and took the first level of Konoha and the Misty Ninja who did not raise their hands. 143 Inability to return to the sky. 7th more seeking subscription. Yusuke turned to look at the Misty Ninjas who dared not resist anymore, and after gently raising his hands, he turned and walked in the opposite direction of them. The meaning is clear. Get out. Return to the village. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost, the head of the 7 Naruto swords, said to the Uin crowd behind him. At the same time, he picked up the swordfish muscle that had just landed on the ground. Oh, wait a minute. At this moment, Yusuke suddenly seemed to remember something, then turned his head back and shouted. Also, is there anything else? The watermelon puffer fish ghost and others were shocked, for fear that Yusuke would return to kill them. Yusuke came over, scared the watermelon mountain pufferfish give up back. Yusuke set his eyes on those 7 shinobi swords that had not been picked up by the 7 ninja swords. Pinched the scalpel muscle in his hand and weighed it twice. Being held in the hand by someone other than the owner, the shark muscle instinctively wanted to give birth to a barb to pierce Yusuke's hand, but was threatened by Yusuke with chakra. In an instant, he shrank obediently. Hey! This thing doesn't work very well. Yusuke frowned and said to himself. The blade of white teeth he obtained from the relics of Tsukumo Hagai is actually just a more delicate van iron. It's not that Yusuke has never thought of changing to a stronger knife, although to him now, it doesn't matter whether the knife is good or not. But as a ninja who likes to use swords, he will naturally pursue a stronger blade. Therefore, when Yusuke saw Yu Ain's famous 7 ninja sword just now, he became interested in it. However, it seems that the results have disappointed Yusuke. Even the strongest shark muscle in the 7 ninja swords, he didn't use it very smoothly. Okay, at this time, Yusuke noticed that behind the watermelon puffer ghost, a Murloc who looked about the same age as Kakashi and the others was looking at him with a frown. This kid, is it? With a thought in his heart, Yusuke raised his head at the other party. Hey, kid, what's your name? The dried persimmon ghost was taken aback for a moment, and obviously did not expect that he, a subordinate of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, would actually be able to attract the attention of ninja ghosts. But he immediately responded obediently. Dried persimmon ghost shark? Oh, sure enough. Yusuke smiled slightly. If you say the purest ninja, if there are anyone, this guy can definitely occupy the top position of the leaderboard. A man who performs unimaginable and difficult missions for Yu Ain village all the year round, in order to avoid information leakage, and even kills his companions. In the end, he died because of it. Originally, I planned to take advantage of these 3 ninja wars to completely complete the plan of grand unification, but this idea is much more difficult than imagined. Yusuke turned his gaze to the surrounding battlefield, and sneered, although there are many surrenders, how many people are loyal to me? There are also a lot of people who are loyal to me. Many Konoha ninjas secretly bowed their heads, not daring to look at them. Yusuke suddenly waved his hand violently, and the big sword shark muscle he was holding in his hand was thrown towards the ghost shark. The ghost shark was startled, and instinctively caught the shark muscle. Boy, let you use that knife, come with me, Yusuke said lightly. Aha. The ghost shark was completely stunned. Is this soliciting myself? Anyway, Wu Yin will be swallowed by me sooner or later. It will be the same sooner or later. Yusuke smiled and raised his index finger to point at the ghost shark. Now I will give you the knife in front of everyone in the mist, and the companions around you are already suspicious of you. Hearing the words, the ghost shark was startled and turned to look at the other misty ninjas around. Sure enough, many people looked at the ghosts with suspicion and hatred. Human nature is suspicious. Yusuke suddenly gave the strongest sword shark muscle of the mist-hidden 7 ninja sword to a little ghost who was born as a civilian in mist. It is indeed very suspicious. Well, now you can't stay in Yu Ain. Come with me. Yusuke hooked his finger and motioned for Gi to follow. What a vicious man. The ghost is jealous. He didn't make a move at all, and just used it casually, forcing himself to defect to the village of fog. But at the same time, the momentary changes in the attitude of the surrounding misty ninjas also refreshed the worldview of the ghost shark. Before experiencing this incident, he did not expect that the feelings between the same village would be so easy to counter the purpose. Take all the other 6. Yusuke turned his back to Gi again and gave the first order. The ghost shark gritted his teeth, and since he has to do it, he can simply do it to the end. With a face turned horizontally, he moved the shark's muscle back to his back, and took away all 6 ninja knives, including the decapitating broadsword and the double-sword flounder. You guys are still waiting for what you are doing. Don't you get out of here. Seeing that Yu Ain's army had not left yet, Yusuke released the 9-tailed chakra, forming a grinning demon fox on top of his head like Susanna, glaring at the Uain crowd with a low growl. Even the surviving 7 ninja swordsmen and 7 people didn't dare to ask for ninja sword at all, and quickly turned and fled. As a result, Uain also retreated. Yusuke clapped his hands and said with a smile, "All that is left is the frontal battlefield. I don't know if the 2 old men are dead. Lin is dead, and the soil has become black. So even if you go to the country of water, you can't find anything." That's why Yusuke let go of the mist so easily. Hearing Yusuke's words next to him, Asuma secretly clenched her fist but didn't dare to say a word. The frontal battlefield in the northwestern region of the Land of Fire. The rear-wing unit led by Oshimaru and Tsunade led the front army, and they have surrounded the Konoha army group led by Sarutobi Izumi and Shimura Danzo. Shimura licked the corner of her lips. "The winner is divided, sir. I'm sorry that your time is over. Please disappear now." Oshimaru, don't think that you can kill the old man with such a simple method. The Sarutobizan in a battle suit yelled angrily, brandishing the golden cudgel of Saru Demon's transformation, and rushed towards Oshimaru. On the other hand, Tsunade is even more rude. The iron fist that exploded with strange power went straight and hit Danzo. However, on the way, Tsunade was blocked by an unexpected person. Hylia. Tsunade looked at the person blocking his fist in astonishment, and the next second Liu brows erected and shouted, "You guy, you actually stopped me." "Sorry, after all, our current position is different." Hylia also smiled bitterly. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 144. The Ending War. The completely changed pattern. 8th more seeking subscription is something over. Yusuke, who had just calmed down the mist, was about to go to the front battlefield to support Tsunade and Osamu. His disciple Iwagaki Hashishui had already rushed to him and reported to him, "The war is over, and the victory is divided." The Konoha army, who was already unable to return to the sky, surrendered first to the clan chiefs such as Yusuke, Yusuke and other clan leaders when they were halfway through the fight. This time Konoha's army completely collapsed, and more ninjas chose to flee the battlefield, or just surrendered directly as the Oil Girl family and the Yusuke family did. In this final decisive battle, Konoha can almost be used to defeat like a mountain to describe. It can even be said to be a bit funny. Hey, I should have guessed the ending too. And don't look at how Konoha has been managed by these old immortals in the past 30 years. Yusuke dismissed it, and suddenly remembered something, and then asked, "Then, are those 2 old things dead?" No. Shishui shook his head and explained, "The 3rd generation of Naruto. The 3rd generation of Naruto and Danzo have a lot of loyalty to protect them. Tsunade-sama couldn't bear to continue to kill Konoha's companions, so he finally took. They were all arrested, and they didn't kill them directly. It's not dead, right?" Yusuke put his cheek in one hand and started to think. This is not surprising. After all, Sarutobi Rizchi has served in the position of Hokage for 30 years, and the Soul Chicken Soup of Will of Fire has made many people stupid. Even if Bo Feng Shui men hadn't reminded him a few words when he was young, he would be stupid. Not to mention Danzo, brainwashing the group of ninjas under his gen. Every day ninja is born for sacrifice. Such nonsense. There are not a few people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. The Sarutobi Izuma, Mate Ki and the others immediately chilled in their backs. "I'm afraid that Yusuke will say kill them all when I go back." Such words. Let's go back to Konoha first. Yusuke also considered that these 2 old immortals couldn't be killed casually. At least, one should learn about the relationship between Sarutobi Izan and Shimura Danzo, one with a white face and the other with a black face. You have to have someone who can do it. The Konoha army completely collapsed, and the Fire Country was completely captured. For 3 generations of Naruto, Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo, a member of the Elders group and leader of the Gen tribe, was captured. The 3rd ninja war that Yusuke himself set off in advance ended in a bloody way. But this end is only for Konoha, Union, and Yanin. On the other side, the war between Shane and Uain is not over yet. because of the disappearance of the third generation of Kazekage, who is known as the strongest Kazekage. Shin lost a lot in this ninja world. Picking the persimmon and choosing the soft pinch, Sharingan aimed at Yuin village with Sancho Fish Hanzo. And Yanin village was also severely slaughtered by Yusuke. But he didn't dare to mess with Yusuke again, and tried his best to get it from other countries. Poor Yuin village will naturally become the target of the fire again. Huang Tu and hundreds of other prisoners from Yanin village. Yusuke abides by the agreement and releases them back to the land of the earth. However, there are still many things to be busy next, although Yusuke wants to. When a shopkeeper is thrown away, all the troublesome things are left to his subordinates. But in fact, many things must be decided by him, the highest decision maker. For example, how to allocate the human resources and financial resources of the two big villages with the strongest ninja world now. Secondly, who is the person in charge of the two villages' shadow? Do you still need to keep this name and wait for a series of questions? These can only be done by Yusuke, the highest decision maker. The Naruto office building, in the highest meeting room once used by the elders. There are only 3 people sitting now: Yusuke, Tsunade, and Oshimaru. These old foxes are not willing to let them out, and they don't feel as comfortable as my home. Yusuke shifted the position of his leather stock and asked the secretary Azabu to take a cushion over. I thought Yusuke-kun, first thing you would do after you came back was to kill Sarutabitica and the others, but I didn't expect you to do this. Oshimaru sneered. Don't tell me I seem to be a murderer. Am I like such a cold-blooded person? Yusuke Tanzu said. Tsunade pulled at the corner and threw a coin at him. You understand it yourself. Eyes. Well, I really want to kill them, but not now. I already have a plan. Yusuke Tanzu said. Oshimaru suddenly showed an expression of great interest. However, Yusuke did not state his so-called plan, and said, however, this plan is still too early to be implemented. At least we need to wait until the two countries are stabilized and come out of the shadow of war before implementing it. Now let's talk about how to manage the two villages of Konoha and Union in their hands. As Yusuke said, he raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and continued, mainly these 2 points. First, the signs of forehead protection must be unified. As far as the forces we control, we no longer divide Konoha and Union, all are unified into forbearance sign. Well, this is of course. Tsunade nodded in agreement. I don't care. Can I finish it quickly and let me go back and study? Oshimaru looked indifferent. Yusuke is not a person who likes nonsense, and then said, secondly, the title of Kage must be retained. The ruling of Konoha village is Hokage, and the ruling Union village is Reikage. These movies are all heard behind the scenes. One man's order. Yusuke didn't clearly say who this person was, but everyone knew it in their hearts. Hokage is Tsunade. No need to argue about this. Reikage, who do you plan to call? Oshimaru squinted and asked. Hey, I'm sorry, Senior Oshimaru. There is really no more suitable candidate at the moment. Oshimaru seemed to hear some fantasy expression, and grinned. Don't be kidding, I'm not that interested. Calm down and listen to me. I will send a deputy to you. I have arranged the next steps. A meeting that is enough to change the pattern of the ninja world is going on quietly. At the same time, every word spoken in this meeting will have an earth-shaking impact on the future of this ninja world. 145 Get out of the disobedient first more seeking subscription. The next day, the gloomy weather added a bit of haziness to Konoha, who had just ended the war and seemed to have returned to calm. Many villagers put on black clothes and came to the cemetery to send white flowers representing mourning for the ninjas who died in this war. Among them, there are Sarutobi Shinosuke, Iwagaki Soil, and Noharalin and others. In the afternoon of the same day, Yusuke directly ordered the representatives of each family to come to the highest meeting room, and there were major events to be announced. That's right. It's an announcement, not a discussion. The representatives of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan are naturally Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo, and Yusuke has released them. Even Koharu and Mito Menyon are the same. and they are asked to come to this meeting. But it's not so much a meeting as just an audience in the afternoon. The head of the Hyuga family clan, Hyuga Nizu, the patriarch of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Tomatake, patriarch of the Nara family, Nara Shikuizu Inuzuka family patriarch, Inuzuka and one of the civilian representatives, Fang Shuiman, even Troy and others, who were born in Union and are now under Yusuke's cadres, also gathered in the conference room. And when Sarutobi Hisaki, Shimura Danzo and other former Konoha high-level quartets arrived, the patriarchs of the clan at the scene couldn't help but bow their heads. They really don't know what kind of expression they should use to face these four people. To be honest, these people can no longer hold Konoha's power again. But after all, he has been in charge of Konoha's supreme power for 30 years. Uy is still there. Don't be so nervous. Anyway, now Konoha has changed hands, so there is no need to be afraid of anything. The basilisk laughed. If you change to normal, Danzo, or turn to bed, Xiao-chun will jump up and scold early. But this time, none of them dared to return alone. When in prison, the four of them had already communicated with each other. Sarutobi Hisaki, who has been in high positions all the year round, also knows very well, Yusuke absolutely wants to kill them. It's just that now the war has just ended, and it is not suitable for another knife. Once the situation settles down, if you seize the opportunity, you will definitely take them. They want to save their lives, or to save themselves. There is only one way with their tails in between. Sorry, everyone has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, Yusuke and Tsunade strode into the meeting room. Seeing this, the little secretary Azapa hurriedly opened the map in the center of the conference room. On the map, the maps of the two large villages, Konoha and Union, are juxtaposed. I hate long talks the most. Senior Orochimaru, please explain it for me. Yusuke sat down directly on the main seat, said lazily. Dashimaru got up with a flat mouth, walked to the map, and stretched out his finger to point on the map of Konoha and Union one after another. Now the two villages of Konoha and Union are ours. But after all, the distance between the two places is hundreds of miles, and it is natural to elect the top administrator to manage it. As Ozemaru said. He first pointed his finger on Konoha's map, and then said, Tsunade, the Hokage who manages Konoha, don't you have any opinions, right? After saying this just now, no one had time to respond. Dashimaru grinned again. Oh, it's impossible for anyone to dare to have an opinion, right? Everyone looked embarrassed. However, Tsunade's position as the new Naruto was also something they expected. Reing's location? When Dashimaru said raking when the word was two, everyone's expressions suddenly tightened. Who will be responsible for the Reikage Club? This is indeed an issue that they are extremely concerned about. Sorry, I don't really want to be, but this is the order of the highest decision maker, and I can't help it. Daishiwan directly poured cold water on some people who were very uncomfortable. This sentence has made the meaning very clear. Ying's position belongs to him, Daishiwan. Some people will die of this mind. For a while, Troy, Uchiha Tomatake and others showed more or less unwilling expressions. But I dare not complain. The fear of Yusuke is one of the reasons. More importantly, they also understand that their own strength is not enough to act as a shadow. Moreover, he is not a confidant of Yusuke, and he is not qualified to sit in this position. Now start to redivide the patriarchal affiliation. Oshimaru pointed his finger at Konoha's map again. Minato is this one. Dashimaru made a gesture, and directly divided into them a clan land that was twice as large as the Hyuga clan in the past. The face of Hyuga Nizu was overjoyed. The Nara clan, the Mountain clan, and the Autumn Road clan are here, and here. Daishimaru points to several prime locations in Konoha village. This was once the clan land of Sarutobi and Shimura. Nara Lukisa, Yamanaka Keiichi, and Akudo Dingzu also have a happy expression. As for Sarutobi Hisaki, Shimura Danzo and others, they dare not express their dissatisfaction at all. They are still alive, so they should be happy. Yun Yin's family is assigned here after 5 minutes. Orochimaru has divided Konoha's clan and land. However, I did not hear the names of Uchiha, Sarutobi, Shimura and other families. Then Union Village. Dashimaru stepped sideways and pointed to the map of Union Village and said, Uchiha's clan land, here. With that, Dashimaru's finger pointed to a large piece of land in the central area of Union Village. Sarutobi, Shimura, the clan is here. Immediately, Dashimaru pointed to a small broken place in the corner of Xia Union. Obviously, Yusuke wanted all the disobedient forces to get Lozi out of Konoha and go to Union. Only the obedient ones are left in their own village. And Uchiha, in Yusuke and other families, although they took refuge in Yusuke halfway, they took refuge in it too late, and it was not enough to get Konoha's land. In Union, he gave them such a large piece of clan land, and the treatment was already very high. At least, there is no need to be looked down upon by Sarutobi or even the Shimura family as before. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 146 New Era Second More Seeking subscription. After the decision to relocate the family land was issued, the senior management immediately begin to order the two villages at once. Start to mobilize. Carry out a major relocation. Among them, the most beneficial ones are undoubtedly the four major families of Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akemi who followed Yusuke. The family land and power have doubled. The worst loss is undoubtedly the forces of Sarutobi, Shimura, and the elders. Yusuke almost slaughtered them all. And the ones who are not in the same situation are the families of Uchiha, in Yusuke, and Uenome. They betrayed Konoha only halfway through. He was also ordered to move to Union. Among them, Uchiha was at least not at a loss. Although he moved away from Konoha, he at least allocated a large piece of land to them in order to comfort him. Uchiha Tomitake also knows that even so, just asking Uchiha, one of the two big families who founded Konoha, to leave Konoha is enough to make many people feel resentful. But this is the best result now. In any case, he can only choose to accept. The position of Naruto was held by Tsunade, and as Abui took over the position of Mute in the original work as the secretary of Naruto. Most of the high-end combat power is retained in Konoha. Reikage was taken by Orochimaru, who was the first to take refuge in Yusuke in the Third Ninja World War and took the lead in the war. Because many of Union's high-end combat power have been relocated to Konoha, he dispatched Bofeng Mizuman as his deputy. That's right, Bofeng Shuimen. And Uzumaki Kushina, Yusuke left her to live in Konoha. On the surface, it is to give Juxina a better living environment, but in fact it is held hostage. Although Bofeng Shuimen is not like her Wuzi, but now the original plot has been ruined like this by the butterfly Yusuke. Who can predict how it will develop in the future when the news is delivered? Hyuga, the pig deer butterfly family, is naturally extremely happy. The families, such as Uchiha, who were about to relocate to Union, showed a completely opposite attitude and said nothing. The pattern of the entire ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes on this day. The next day, on the top of the Hokage office building under the Hokage Yandiao, amidst the cheers of the villagers, Tsunade of the Saber Naruto hat officially took over the position of Naruto. It's not like your style to let go of the elders. After returning to the office, Tsunade asked Yusuke incomprehensibly after she wanted to come. After Yusuke took down Konoha, the first thing to do was to kill the four old foxes. In the end, they only deprived them of their power, which made Tsunade hard to believe. Guess what? Yusuke gave a smirk, pulled Tsuna into his arms, and lifted her robes apart without saying a word. Hey, you bastard. It's addictive to do it in this kind of place, isn't it? Through the window, you can almost see the sight of people coming and going on Konoha Street. Tsunade's heart trembled, desperately trying to stop it. After half a minute and 4 months after the start of catering, a civil unrest broke out in Union Village. It is rumored that the leader of Sanchiao Hanzo ambushes a man named Xiao. The domestic organization of the country will be completely wiped out. As a mercenary, Akatsuki assisted Sancho Hanzo in repelling the enemy forces of Iwayne and Sane. and also assisted in suppressing the internal rebellion of the Rain country. Enjoy one in neighboring countries. Set reputation. The end of this incident is unknown, and I don't know Akatsuki has it been completely wiped out. Yusuke, who received this news, was stunned for a while, because Danzo induced Hanzo to do this good deed in the original book. However, now that Danzo has been under house arrest by himself, how could this kind of thing happen again? But if you think about it carefully, after the guy who brought the soil blackened, his ability to do things is not inferior to Danzo. Even if Danzo didn't get involved in this matter, he himself could find a way to blacken Nagato. After the civil strife in the Kingdom of Rain gradually subsided, the Third Ninja World War also came to an end. This super battle, which lasted more than 5 years, has affected the entire ninja world. Among them, Union was even swallowed and integrated with Konoha into a single force. There is no doubt that he has become the strongest force in the ninja world. At least within 10 years, there will never be another war. But this is only on the surface. Secretly, the darkness of the ninja world is getting worse. 4 years passed in a flash, and nothing major happened in the entire shinobi world. But Konoha has a few geniuses and started to rise to fame. The first to bear the brunt is Yusuke's disciple, Uchiha Shisui. Nowadays, it is called Shunshin Zishui, and also enjoys the name of Uchiha's strongest phantom ninja at only 12 years old. He reached such a state. The other person is Yusuke, who snatched from Uin village, looks like a Murloc, and controls the weird dried persimmon ghost shark, who is the head of the Uin 7 ninja sword. Just like an axe in Yusuke's hand, wherever he points to chop, he can complete various difficult tasks at a young age. The horror of its strength, even in the richly talented Konoha village, can still occupy a place. These two people can be said to be subordinates at the belly level of Yusuke's center, and they sometimes team up to perform super difficult tasks. And they have never failed. Thousands of hands. Yusuke's home. At this moment, Shisui and Gil are kneeling on one knee in the courtyard, bowing their heads and waiting for Yusuke's further instructions. They had just returned from completing their mission in fog. According to investigations, the three tails who once disappeared in the ninja world due to the death of Rin Nohara have now been resurrected, and was subdued by the 4 generations of the Misty Water Shadow Citrus Orange era. Shisui and Gil went to investigate this matter. Have you seen the 4th generation of Shuiying? Stop water. Yusuke looked at the information the two had submitted and asked suddenly. No. The other party is Shuiying and Sandway's rookies Yulai after all. It's not so easy to see. Zishui raised his eyes and responded. I don't know if that guy has been controlled by the soil. Thinking of this, Yusuke closed the intelligence scroll and smiled. Thanks for your hard work. Go back and rest. Yes. The two bowed their heads and stood up immediately. Oh, yes, Zishui. Yusuke suddenly called Shisui, took another document from his side and threw it at Shisui. Zishui took it smoothly, and found that it was actually a freshman data sheet for the ninja school. Your family seems to have born another genius. If you have time, do you want to go and see? Yusuke smiled. Shishui's expression changed slightly, and he looked down. Name, Itachi Uchiha. Age, 5 years old. Father, Chiba Fu. Mother-in-law, Chiba Mikoto. Firo reminds you, 3 things to read. Recommended. 147 Girls Ninja Exam. Third more seeking subscription for a month. Zishui stayed in Union Village. According to his letter, he claims that Uchiha Itachi is a very interesting junior and hopes to stay in Union Village for a while. And it is planned that Uchiha Itachi graduates early like himself and participates in the official ninja mission in time. In the letter, Shisui also mentioned that Uchiha's recent atmosphere is a bit unusual. Abnormal. Seeing these 2 words in Shishui's letter, Yusuke raised his brows slightly. To be honest, although Uchiha was driven out of Konoha, the environment of Onion Village is not bad. At least it's not as humid as Uin Village, and not as bad as Shane Village. Moreover, Yusuke did not deliberately suppress this clan like Sarutobi Hizen or Shimura Danzo. If it is the same as the original, These guys still want to rebel. Then I can't help it. I can only deal with them. Today, in the Death Forest at the training ground on the outskirts of Konoha village, Sandauki stood in front of Yusuke and rushed forward together in the next instant. Kiing, kiing, kiing. The sound of metal collision continued to sound. Under the impact of Kumu and Shinobi, a little spark burst out. One of them was actually the double-blade Thunder Fang, one of the 7 ninja swords of Uin. At this time, it was Grim Lali Samui who manipulated this knife. But it's not Lali anymore. She is almost 14 years old and she already has the level, but she is very jealous when she sees Yusuke. In time, he will be able to compare with Tsunade. After Yusuke captured the Uin 7 ninja sword, he couldn't think of a way to deal with it for a while, so except for the big sword shark muscle for the ghost shark to use, the other 6 were all placed on the wall of the house as ornaments. Later, Samui was full of unwillingness, but when the family kept asking to visit Yusuke's house, Yusuke felt that this girl might unexpectedly fit this knife, so he gave her a try. Then it has been used until now. The other 2 shadows are Zairayong and the 2 Yuma people. At the moment, the 3 girls are taking the ninja test. As for why Yusuke went out in person, it was naturally because it was fun and eye-catching. You put too much strength on the knife, the flaw is too big. Yusuke's index finger pointed under the thunder tooth stabbed by Samui, and chakra shook in the next second, and immediately caused the girl to fall out in embarrassment. Ninfa Sanju Sakura. Yusuke was sealed extremely fast after Samui was knocked into the air. Countless flying Sakura skateboards floated in front of him, and behind Yusuke, a plain hand had copied Kumo and stabbed him in the back. Puff. When Yusuke was in the red of the sun, Samui, who had barely gotten up from the ground, had a cold and frosty face. Then he added 3/3 to his tone and shouted in surprise, "It's done, it's successful." Boom. Yusuke turned into a white smoke, and it was a wooden stake that was stabbed by Zairayong. Substitute technique. At this moment, Zairayong felt that her back was touched. Turn back subconsciously. With a blow, the brain blew on his forehead, as if Tsunade had cleaned up Naruto for the first time in the original book, and he bounced her out and collided with Samui who had just stood up. Haha, too tender. Yusuke couldn't help laughing. Yusuke covered her bounced forehead and puffed her cheeks in displeasure. Samui's expression is also even more indifferent. Although she has been played by Yusuke since she was a child, she still can't help but feel angry with the other party's bad personality every time. Boom. A chakra that Xirong and Samui can't compare with them screamed out loudly. Yusuke turned his head to look, and found that Youmuren had arched his limbs on the ground, his hair that had been tied into a ponytail was dancing wildly, and his body began to be wrapped in blue flames. Oh, do you want to use that? Yusuke was very interested. The next moment, Youmuren's slender body swelled sharply, and in less than 5 seconds, it turned into a demon cat burning with black flames. At this moment, Kyoba lying deep on the other side of the death forest raised his eyes slightly, frowned and said, "I'm traveling with that fellow again, have you run out?" Yusuke looked up at the demon cat yelling at him threateningly, and smiled lightly. "Is it possible to be completely tailed? But whether I can control it freely is another matter." At the moment the voice fell, a two-tail slapped it severely. Boom. The whole earth was shattered, and the 2 daughters of Zairayong and Samui were caught off guard and fell to the ground. "Brother Yuji." Zairayong panicked. Sam beside him said calmly, "That man is not that easy to defeat." Sure enough, Zairayong stared at it, and saw Yusuke lit his body with red chakras, forming a coat, and the outline was turned into a crimson beast claw, grabbing the claw of her 2-tail in his hand, making him can't move. "It seems that you can't control it perfectly." Yusuke smiled slightly and controlled the beast claws formed by the 9-tailed coat. He lifted the 2-tailed tails high and threw them over his shoulders as if they were screwed into the air. In the next moment, he turned his back to the ground and smashed it to the ground. Rumble. The location of the entire death forest shakes. Whispering sound. Feeling the swaying beneath him, 9 Tails curled his lips unhappy and cursed, "That bastard." He used my chakra without authorization. An hour later, in a private room of the Konoha barbecue restaurant. This time Hong and Samei failed the ninja exam. At the table, Yusuke said without hesitation. Zairayong grieved with her small mouth. Samei was as cold as ever, but a bit of dissatisfaction flashed in her beautiful eyes. As for Yumujin, although he can't perfectly grasp the power of the second and second tails, Shangnin's strength does have it. Take it. As Yusuke said, he handed a vest that can only be worn by shinobu, to Yugi with a bandage on his face. Thank you, Yusuke-sama. After the wooden man bowed and accepted the vest, he said, then I will leave first. Don't you eat to congratulate you on your promotion to shinobu. Yusuke slapped her head. Thank you, but I want to communicate with Yuri immediately, so we'll leave first. After speaking, Youmuren used the instantaneous technique to leave. Then me too. Seeing this, Sam also wanted to take the opportunity to run away, because she had already guessed what might happen next. However, Yusuke grabbed her little hand at once. One grabbed Samye's fang fen, and the other hand hugged Zairayong. 10 seconds later, when Samye was out of breath, he started to look at the red underline version again. Please download Flu 148 Action with Soil 4th more seeking subscription in the private room of the barbecue restaurant. When the three of Yusuke and three left, when the waiter came in to clean up, they found that the caravan barbecue was not passive at all. I was a little curious, but didn't think much about it. On the way back, Sam picked up his collar from time to time and sniffed lightly, muttering in a low voice, no smell, right? To be honest, Samyu's feelings for Yusuke are not like the worship of Yurong. She is also from a ninja family, although it is only a swordsmanship family that has no special blood inheritance boundaries, and is only better than ordinary people. But parents really want to climb high often. During the Third Ninja World War, Yusuke liked to tease her from time to time after discovering Samei, a cold lily. At that time, Samyu's parents were very witty and begged Yusuke to take care of their daughter. Later, as Samye grew up, he became more aware of the minds of his parents. For her, Yusuke is not so much an object of admiration as an object of attachment. Anyway, I was destined to be tied to this man in my life. Samye felt that she was forcibly tied to the sedan chair and given to Yusuke's bride. Her parents' idea is simple. That is to hold the thigh. And Samye didn't hate it herself. But I can't say that I like it much, because she had been in contact with Yusuke, except for her father and younger brother since she was a child, and she herself didn't understand what her feelings for that man were. On the other side, Yurong, who went home with Yusuke, bought a piece of chewing gum and kept chewing, and repeating the same sentence as Samye. It doesn't leave any smell. Right, don't worry. No, Yusuke chuckled comfortingly. Zairayong scratched him hard, pinched Yusuke's shoulder, and said angrily, Brother Yusuke is to blame. I have to let others eat it. Yusuke covered Yurong's mouth in time. This kind of tiger wolf word can't be said more, otherwise the god of harmony will come, and this story will not continue. On the way back to the clan, Yusuke met an unexpected person, head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisaka. Although the Hyuga family now has stronger power and territory than the original, the differences between the clan divisions still remain. Master Yusuke Hyuga Nisaza, who was walking with his wife, saw Yusuke walking towards him, and immediately pulled his wife to bow in salute. And Yusuke's gaze was focused on the arms of Hyuga Nisa's wife, the newly born baby. This child's name is Yuji asked knowingly. It's Hyuga Neji, Yusuke-sama. Hyuga Nikkei responded. Hyuga Neji, one of the 12 talents in the early stage of the original book. But to be honest, Hyuga Neji said he was excellent still enough. Genius. In fact, there are no tigers in the mountains, and the taste of monkeys dominating the king. Hyuga Neji's talent is far less than Konoha's early white teeth. 3 ninjas, Mitem Nami Feng Suiman, and even late Uchiha Shishui and Uchiha Itachi. Not in time. The reason why it can be called a genius is that it is safe because the other geniuses have died. But seeing that Hyuga Neji was born, Yusuke couldn't help showing a faint smile. In this way, other Xioqiang will be born soon too. Master Yusuke. After saying goodbye to Hyuga and his wife, another unexpected visitor appeared in front of Yusuke. Oshimura's deputy, Heifeng Shuiman. Heifeng Shuiman was appointed by Yusuke to be the deputy of Oshimaru, the highest decision-maker of Union Village. But Oshimaru was not interested in government work at all, and often locked himself in the research room without seeing people all day long. Therefore, the government affairs of Union Village are basically completed by the Bofeng Shuiman. And because Kushina was held hostage by Yusuke Konoha, it often took several months before he met his wife. "Oh, Prachanam, long time no see." Yusuke smiled and said, "How is your mother-in-law?" Feng Shuiman's horns twitched, and I always felt that Yusuke's words sounded a bit strange, but he responded respectfully, "Thank you for your concern. Kuzino is very good." Yusuke was not worried about himself, who had been designated as the fourth-generation Naruto candidate by Sarutobi Hizen. So after the end of the Third Ninja World War, he sent himself to Union Village to work and let Kuzino live in Konoha as a hostage. Bofeng Mizuman knew that Yusuke was suspicious of himself, so when Yusuke asked him to perform some tasks, he always used 120,000 points of energy. I just hope that Yusuke's suspicion about him can be relieved. After 2 dry coughs, Bofeng Shuiman Hui reported, "Master Yusuke, Master Dashimaru, I hope to meet you." "Senior Oshimaru, I can almost guess what he wants to say." Yusuke looked half empty, thoughtfully. A junction between the country of fire and the country of earth. In a familiar underground grotto. Today's beige and black chua blended together, and the skin is still covered with a peculiar plant like a pitcher plant. "The investigation is clear. Take soil." "Bei," absolutely shouted the black-robed shadow standing in the center of the grotto. Under the mask, the eyes of the writing wheel were horizontal, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied. Hige said with a hoarse voice, "Beige, you forgot to call it again. Now it's Baro." "Oh, sorry, I accidentally forgot." Beige apologized insincerely, and then shouted again, "Mara, Yo's whereabouts have been found. What are you really going to do?" "That's Yusuke's forces. With your current strength, you can't bear to face that man," Beige reminded. "I am free to plan, and you don't need to worry about it." The soil brought chakra to his throat, making his voice very similar to that of Uchiha Madara, who is now dead. "The Akatsuki organization has begun to absorb members and begin to grow. And Taito also plans to look for opportunities and prepare to implement the Moon Eye project. Once you have to create a world, there is only peace, only victory, and Lin's world." 149 Dashimaru can't help but want to make trouble. 5th more seeking subscription. It just so happened that I haven't visited Union Village for a long time, so it doesn't hurt to take this opportunity to have a look. Hearing that Dashimaru wanted to see himself, Yusuke thought it would be good to take this opportunity to see the current situation in Union Village. Bofeng Shuiman was hesitant to speak, but in the end he chose to remain silent. The recent case of missing babies or teenagers in Union Village is not the case. Although there are not many missing persons, they have begun to attract the attention of the upper echelons. And Heifeng Mizuman's suspicion was Oshimaru. But Yusuke was jealous of himself. Moreover, Dashimaru is still Yusuke's confidant-level subordinate. If Heifeng Mizuno expresses his doubts for the time being, it will only arouse Yusuke's deeper suspicion, so I decided to observe for a while before reporting. Union Village, now taken over by Raking Oshimaru, is one of Yusuke's main forces. But because Oshimaru is obsessed with ninjutsu research all year round, most of it is government affairs, all of which are completed by Assistant Heifeng Mizuman. Today, Union Village still has many Haifu Union villagers who are unwilling to leave their hometown and go to live in Konoha. But residents from Konoha already account for about half. Most of them are from Uchiha, Sarutobi, Shimura, in Yuzuka, and Yume family. There are also many villagers who have followed Sarutobi's son / to live in union. These people are basically the same generation as Sarutobi Rishu, and they have been brainwashed by the chicken soup of will of fire to an incurable degree. And after being Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha was born another genius, Uchiha Itachi. His extraordinary talent plus the double bonus of being the son of Uchiha Tomitik, the patriarch of Uchiha. As a result, he received much attention just after he joined the ninja school. Ah, Mr. Itachi, handsome, so handsome. Look here, Mr. Itachi, I became a shinobu at the age of 5, it's really amazing. That's right, it's a pity that Mr. Itachi won't be able to come to school in the future, so sad. At school time, when Uchiha Itachi walked out of the school building, the girls around them screamed at Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Itachi has been engraved with forbearance on his head. The amount of protection of the word represents his successful application for early graduation. It takes 3 months to enter school at the age of 5 and graduate at the age of 5. Compared to Kakashi, who graduated in half a year, it was faster. But unfortunately it was still slower than Shisui, who graduated from school in 1 month during the war. But this is also normal. After all, Shisui has taught him a few hands before entering the school. There was a fleeting colorless flash on Itachi's face. He quickened his pace, and quickly left the ninja school. At the top of the teaching building, Yusuke put his hands on the railing, and couldn't help but smile after seeing this scene. Ha ha ha. It's really a Cosmo, it's very popular. He performed very well in the graduation assessment. Seeing this child, I really feel that he, who was called a genius back then, is a little ashamed. Oshimaru, who was standing behind Yusuke, put his lips down. His low voice revealed an indescribable sense of infatuation, and said, "That's the power of Shaolin." How many ninjas tried their best to climb to the top, but in the end they couldn't surpass the lineage of the Uchiha clan. Although Shisui has shown amazing talent and strength, but some time ago, Itachi had shown off the shuriken skills passed down by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, and still frightened the Oshimaru. Although he and Uchiha have been in the same village for decades, Uchiha has never given birth to a strong person who is too decent. So far, only Shisui and Itachi have perfectly guided this force. You are really abusive, Senior Oshimaru. Yusuke smiled and said, "Aren't you still busy studying Mudan during the previous paragraph? Why are you now looking at Shaolin? Research is endless, Mudan and Shaolin, the two are not contradictory." A strange light flashed across Daishiwan's eyes. "How can you, Mr. Yusuke, can you give me this permission?" Obviously, Oshimaru wanted to attack Uchiha. If he wants to study the writing wheel, he must focus on Uchiha. However, even Uchiha, the writing wheel eye is a precious resource. Not every Uchiha ninja has awakened Sharingan. Even Oshimaru, wanting to attack the Uchiha clan who has a writing wheel, that is quite a risky thing. If one fails, one may be ruined. And Yusuke-kun, doesn't it happen to have this step in your plan, isn't it? Daishimaru asked again. "My goal is to engage in Sarutobi Shimura first, and I have no plans to bring Uchiha in." Yusuke turned away from the corner of his eye with contempt. This guy obviously wanted to use his own orders for personal gain. But Yusuke stroked his chin with one hand, and after pondering for a moment, he decided to say, "That's okay. Anyway, the guys in the elders are almost living enough." Now Konoha and Yunin are gradually calming down and it's time to close the net. Hearing Yusuke's decision, Oshimaru nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Of course this is better, but who should we solve first?" "Did you know who was the most unstable in these 4 years?" Yusuke raised his eyes and asked. "Haha, understand." Speaking of which, Yusuke and Oshimaru showed conspiracy smiles at the same time. Union Village, the training ground of the Uchiha clan. Shisui and Itachi stood opposite each other, and said to him with a smile, "Thank you Shisui for helping me practice." Itachi smiled and responded, who had not yet turned into Mirai's face. Next, You will form a class with senior graduates to perform tasks. Zishui smiled and said, after being promoted to Shinobu, you can freely choose the department you want to go to. Halfway through, the smile on Zishui's face quickly converged and turned into a solemn expression. I hope you can join Konoha Zanb. Itachi was surprised when he heard this. He moved from Konoha to Onion with the Uchiha clan when he was very young. To tell the truth, his memory is still very strange to Konoha. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 150. Your operation is a bit fierce. First more seeking subscription approaching the evening. I am back. Union Village, in the family land of Uchiha. Itachi, who is now a shinobi, finished his day's mission and returned home. It has been a few months since Itachi graduated early and became shinin. He and two senior graduates formed a team, one to perform level tasks and wait for the arrival of the twice a year's Onin exam. But what makes Itachi more happy? His mother, Uchiha Mikoto, added a new member to the family. At this time, a baby whose skin was still blushing just after birth, after hearing the sound of Itachi, slowly crawled out of the inner room. Sasuke, seeing the baby crawling over, Itachi smiled with a rare kindness and leaned forward to hug Sasuke in his arms. Really, Sasuke really likes Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen, looked at the two sons and smiled. Mom, where's my father? Itachi hugged Sasuke and said bewildered. Your father went to Konoha for a mission. He needs to explain the mission and visit Master Yusuke. Uchiha Mikoto said gently. Yusuke-sama is Shishui's teacher. Right, hearing the words, Itachi was taken aback, bowed his head and thought for a moment. Although he hadn't met him formally, he had never heard of the deeds of this living legend before he was born. It is said that his strength is undisputedly the strongest in the ninja world. It is hundreds of miles away from Union Village, Konoha Village, the country of fire. Patriarch Fuayu, it's been a long time since I saw you. Under the moonlight, in Konoha's home pub, Yusuke and Uchiha Tomitake sat opposite each other, took a glass of wine, took a sip, put it down, and smiled. Is it a habit to wait in Union Village? Yes, I have to thank Master Yusuke for taking care of him, and handing over the entire security work of Union to Uchiha. Uchiha Tomitake also picked up a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Although the whole family moved out of Konoha Village, in fact, apart from the environment, Uchiha's power has not been reduced much. However, after being expelled from his hometown, Uchiha's internal protests still have a lot of voices. Hey, don't thank me, I still hear the dissatisfied voices of your family. Yusuke smiled. Uchiha Fudake's expression suddenly changed. Today, he invited Yusuke to drink, just to test that he could make Uchiha move back to Konoha. Although Union's environment is not like Shayuna, it can't compare with Konoha. And Uchiha, as one of the two big families who founded Konoha, has always had a special feeling for Konoha. If Uchiha is not allowed to return to Mu, Uchiha Tomitake is worried that he will not be able to suppress the protests of the tribe. Now that the diorama was punctured, Uchiha Tomitake no longer concealed it, and said, then Yusuke-sama, can you give Uchiha a chance? To be honest, although Yusuke feels that Uchiha's lineage is cheating, he doesn't hold many prejudices against Uchiha. After all, being oppressed to the for the sake of that. The whole family is under surveillance. If you are yourself, you will be the other way around. This matter Yusuke pondered for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Just as Uchiha Tomitake was waiting for Yusuke's answer with a longing look. Touch. A figure broke into the izakaya. After returning to Konoha, a member of the Hyuga family who took over the Konoha intelligence department again rushed to the table of Yusuke and Uchiha Tomitake, sweating, and handed a secret letter to Yusuke. In his hand, he shouted, "You, Lord Yusuke, out." Something big happened. This is an urgent letter of help from Union. Heard letter for help at the time of the three characters. Yusuke Hitomitake also changed his face greatly. The letter of help is now Konoha. Union is the same force, and it is the country with the strongest military power in the ninja world. Anyone who is not afraid of death dared to attack Yusuke and took the secret letter and stared at it. 10 seconds later, Yusuke raised his eyes to Yusuke Hitomitake, who was sitting on the opposite side, and said, "President Tomitake, it seems that the road for Yusuke to return to Konoha is temporarily unworkable." While speaking, Yusuke handed the letter to the other party. Yusuke Hitomitake's expression suddenly changed, and he took a look at the letter for help. The moment he saw the content of the letter, his expression changed drastically. The letter said that your eye, one of the 9 big-tailed beasts, is now rioting in Union Village, and Reiki Joshamaru is leading an army to suppress it. But this is not the most important thing. What surprised Yusuke Hitomitake the most, and even feared to the point of cold sweat. The letter claimed that the eyes of the rioting Yao were printed with the symbol of writing round eyes, that is to say, Yao was in a state of being manipulated by writing round eyes. Yusuke Hitomitake suddenly changed his face and shouted to Yusuke, "Master Yusuke, this absolutely has nothing to do with Yusuke. Is there any? I'll talk about this later. Now we have to deal with this matter first." Yusuke got up from the top, frowned and said, "It just so happens that the Watergate guy also came to Konoha to accompany his wife during this period, but it was really caught by someone." After hearing the news of the birth of Yusuke Sasuke some time ago, Yusuke knew that the Kyuubi rebellion would happen in the original work some time ago. Therefore, he kept Kyuubi in the Death Forest and sent ninjas to guard it day and night. But I didn't expect that this kid with soil is really smart. He did not aim at the 9 tails or the second 2 tails, but aimed at the 8 tails. You must know that Yao has been in a state of freedom without a pillar since the death of Kairabi in the Third Ninja War. Not in Yusuke's hands. He took the soil and caught Boar Eye, and released it to Union Village to destroy it. This operation is really fierce. Moreover, it happened that Kushina was going to give birth soon, and the time when Bofin Shuiman was not in Konoha. Master Yusuke, do you want to send troops to reinforce? Higashi Shinobu followed Yusuke and asked for instructions. And Yusuke Hitomitake also hurriedly followed, in a hurry. Yao was under the control of Shilonian. Now the Yusuke really jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clean it. When the troops passed by, Union's entire village was destroyed. As soon as Yusuke finished speaking, he thought about it for a few seconds, and then ordered, "Forget it. Summon Nara Lukisa, Hyuga Hizu, and ask them to lead the troops to Union. The repair work afterwards still needs to be carried out. As for Yao, I will deal with it."